Hey everyone, welcome.
Hi.
It's time. So, how's everyone doing tonight? Wait, let me actually get the chat open so I can say hello.
I will not be
Let's see.
looking at chat tonight. I will ignore
That's-
you all, and then I'll look at you later.
That's generally the way I do it too. Sometimes I try to pull it up during breaks, but God, there's so much to manage. But today I won't have to do too much of that managing. Actually, this is going to be a special session.
Yeah.
Oh, Sus time. Thanks for the sub, Mooney. Oh, and Zogo Bane a lot. Thank you for the sub as well. Let's see. Oh, we've got a hype train. That's fantastic.
Right.
Let's see. Really quick. I think I've got all the ads ready. Yeah, excellent. So, with that in mind, first off, let's just go through introductions again. Just while everyone's starting to cycle in. Hello. My name is Afro Menace Christian. I'm going to be GMing tonight. I've got a bunch of stuff to actually talk about. First off, I wanna thank everyone who's been subbed to my Patreon and all of that too. I've been releasing over a ton of mini RPs and stuff on there for a while now. It's been really helpful, and all the people super supportive on there. It's been helping keeping Daisuisen going. So thank you so much for that. We're gonna have another mini RP up tonight, or probably actually no, tomorrow, which is gonna be one we do for the next PC for next week. And on top of that, I wanted to shoot out some thanks for first off for Monichi for doing this banner right here, and also for doing some of the cool assets we do. And I also wanted to shout out 2 Minute Tabletop for doing a bunch of the assets for this, as long as some of the maps. And also Dungeon Draft, the program, for making all this possible. It's fantastic. Please go check them out. And yeah, in terms of me, the last thing I need to say is, well, join the Discords and check out the website. Both of those. Yeah, there's our website shill. There's our Discord shill. Fantastic.
Wow.
Wah. Next up, I want to say pass it over to J-Man, who's our player today.
Hi, I'm J-Man. I'm playing Momo-chan today. Everybody's favorite. That's gonna be an interesting experience. I don't know what the hell's happening today. I do kind of actually, but it's gonna be interesting. But today I promised my dear friend Piff that I would sacrifice any and all of my shills to shill his Twitch channel. Because if he gets 100 followers, he'll get 3 entire roles in the hit video game Genshin Impact. So please do check him out. Follow him. Tell him that I threatened you to follow him. Please do. It'd be really funny if you told him that. He'll be very confused and concerned by it, and that's my hope. So, that's all I got, really. I'm just here to vibe, really.
Yeah.
Excellent. Last up, but not least up.
It's me, your boy. Or at least that's what you tried to prove. I'm just hanging out. It's Chad, or Giovanni Chad, at mypatreon.com. Thank you for putting in the link, Jay. Opening tonight, actually. If you've tuned in for other episodes of Daisuisen or are familiar with what an entity known as a core spirit is, perhaps you've seen my drawings of them before. If you visit my Patreon, you can see that I have opened up core spirit commissions. Just message me at the available links in that post itself. And yeah, for just $15 readings, you can have your very own cord spirit. That's all for me.
Fantastic. Thank you. In that case, well, I'm basically ready to go. How's everyone else feel?
I'm jumping in because I'm here too, obviously.
Yes,
Hi,
yes.
everybody.
Oh my god.
First of all, I would like to thank one more person. I turn towards the camera. Thank you, Aloha, for streaming.
Thank you, Aloha.
That's good.
And next up, I want to say, hi, I'm Jay. I play the one of the characters.
Sorry.
Yes.
I think you play.
Sorry,
What's her name?
We're gonna find out together.
We're gonna find together. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot you, Jay. I don't believe people who are muted in the chats have rights or to be acknowledged. So I don't. I completely forgot. But you're not muted anymore. Welcome.
Yeah, no. So I want to say we've got an announcement coming Monday. Related to Chapter 3. Indigo. So yeah, pay attention to the Discord, my Twitter on that day. We're basically going to announce a bunch of big changes, what we're doing in the future. We're releasing side story content over on the Windrose Everlasting Patreon. There's a really good one up now. Please go see it. It's excellent. And we're gonna have more coming for you on Monday. So please keep your eyes peeled.
Hey.
All right, that's good. Okay, everyone, ready to go?
Yeah,
For real this time?
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Excellent. Hello. Okay, good. So, what have you heard of the great Suisen, my dear friend? A crowded
Me.
bar, conversation, rapid talking about the events going on. Two sitting at the bar together. Yes, you. Who else could I be speaking to?
Oh, I don't know. Mayhaps any of these things around here, like that one, or maybe that one. He says, pointing at people, just completely rudely, actually. But he kind of like leans down onto the table. Not much myself, I must admit. I've more been collecting the tales of one Momozawa.
Oh, Momozawa.
Yes, tell me, my friend, have you heard of him?
He adjusts his monocle, thinking momentarily. I'm afraid I haven't heard much. After all, I've been one more avid for the great Suisen. You know, he came to my door once.
Oh, did he now? Person
Yes.
flares up their fan in front of their face.
Well, he didn't come in, but he came to the door, yes. He left a package for me. He kind of just takes a sip of his drink. Remarkable individual. Did you know he has a 16-pack?
Really?
He kind of nods his head.
That sounds almost impossible.
Impossible maybe for normal people, but not for the great Suisen. He kind of looks a bit proud of that note. Really, though, not a single story. It surprises me, honestly. His name's spoken far and wide by many souls. Not even a classic tale over these past few years.
He thinks to himself deeply, kind of pondering, still flapping his fan in his face. Mayhaps I have heard of him, but quite honestly, if I haven't remembered it, then mayhaps his tales aren't so great to begin with.
He stops and he stares directly at you. That's a closed way. Maybe you should shut up. He kind of adjusts himself. Sorry, being a little rude. I'm just not used to such hearsay so suddenly. Perhaps I should. He kind of takes another drink. Tell you a bit more. If you'd like to hear, there are plenty of stories to pick from.
Oh? Why, yes. That sounds wonderful, actually. In fact, we could do a trade.
Oh, a trade?
Trade me a tale of the Suisen, and I can trade you a tale of Momozawa the Terrible.
Oh, he kind of considers that. Well, if anything, I'll accept just to hear this tale. After all, it would be quite an incredible story to tell others in the future about how I, perchance, spread the great name of Suisen to one who did not believe.
Yes. Why, that sounds quite interesting. Flapping the fan so hard it's almost blowing your monocle barely off your face.
He kind of grabs the monocle and straightens up a little bit. All right. Well, by the end of this, you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about when I say the great Suisen's one you shouldn't miss. But what story? What story indeed? Well, there are some stories I could tell you that It's hard to figure out where to start. He's such a storied man, but quite frankly, no matter what story you start with, each tale of Suisen is a miraculous one indeed. All of them with different messages to say, and different starting points, perhaps. You may not understand the significance of one tale or the other without knowing the full story, like me. He kind of straightens up, huffing a bit. But you might be able to appreciate something like this. He ends up downing the rest of his drink, and then afterwards, he sort of looks directly at you. So then, are you ready? I'll start us off. How about it?
Very well, my friend. Please begin.
Very well. He stops and redirects himself as he kind of considers what would be a good story. Yes. The sound of the background simply dies away. People talking begins to almost, while still heard, it no longer comes to the forefront of your mind. As the storyteller himself starts to speak of a tale that echoes across the room. He speaks of a forest of mushrooms, a land covered, head to toe, with large growths and fungi across it. It is a mysterious place, one that was cursed with a foul core spirit, one filled with much hatred for the world around it. It seemed to want to swallow up a forest with mushrooms all about. And so, with this being said, he takes us straight up to the figure in question. One great Suisen, wandering across the forest. As we go here. And so the Suisen walked across this forest, entering bravely into a forest of mushrooms. Tell me, Suisen, what is your purpose here?
Well, first Suisen needs his legs.
Suisen, you need your legs? Yes,
That's
of
right.
course. Every brave traveler needs legs to walk upon the roads. And here we go. I have given you control of the Great Suisen.
There we go. The Great Suisen has come here after hearing some tales of like a mysterious core spirit that, as you said, has apparently a great hatred running around it. It's his job, after all, to investigate these sort of things and make sure the core spirit has been stabilized. He continues to trot down these mushroom forests, kind of like peering around every now and then, enjoying the scenery as he walks.
And what a
Keeping-
wonderful scenery it had. Though it was a terrifying land full of mushrooms and dangerous things, there was much beautiful grass blooming, and it seemed as though abandoned by people. The woods themselves had a natural quality in their own right.
He kind of keeps on going. He almost like admires these mushrooms right here for a brief moment, and ponders to himself if maybe these would be good in like a stew or something.
Perhaps you should collect a few. Yes. But maybe you should, maybe you shouldn't. Such a question. So, for this tale, there will be no rolls in terms of Suisen stats, but I want you to click roll to die on Suisen's stat line anyway. I have stats on the side. These are stats of the storyteller, as he once more will guide this tale off of his own bias.
Yeah. Oh, he's locked in. Let me.
Okay, so drop it and try again.
There you go.
I see. So, with that in mind, you look across these forests, and in his mind, the great Suisen thought ever so much about what these woods are. Beautiful mushrooms, but all the same, they were harmful to this land. There were many people who before him could understand and appreciate these woods, but due to the actions of this spirit, and perhaps the inability of man to live with nature, no one could appreciate this place. This place needed to return to normal. If it was normal, people could understand it. They could live with it, even if to that point humans would still not appreciate nature to the same degree. There is no point to this land if without people to appreciate it.
He kind of like affirms himself on that, and he decides not to take this for now. He needs to maintain this place for the time being until he can make it a normal place for people to appreciate.
In that case, yes.
He keeps walking down this way.
You do. You continue stumbling down this way, moving deeper into the woods. Stumbling? No. Walking with purpose. Thus is the great Suisen's goal. Always moving with purpose. And as he moves, he finds himself even deeper into these dark, foreboding woods. And as he moved, Suisen found himself coming across into the lands deeper to sunset. You see much water around you, wood having fallen on the side, mushrooms continuing to grow ever so more upon this land. You look across and you contemplate how best to approach. This land could be truly considered untamed.
He takes like one small step forward, and like the beams of light almost hitting his eyes, he quickly blocks it with his arm and takes a quick look around, taking in the scenery, seeing this bog before him, how these trees have grown, quite frankly, massive, almost unnaturally massive even. He looks around, and I'm gonna roll to see what path he decides to take.
Yes, do it. Okay, let's see. All right, so let me look. I see. So, with that in mind, Suisen looked at the path in front of him, and while contemplating the best approach to life, the best approach moving forward, he realized something. The woods had gone out. They had gone quiet. Not a single sound was around. No bird, no insect, nothing. This path, ever so treacherous to pursue, yet although he could attempt to climb around, speak about, all he did was climb forward, moving and reaching atop of this log itself, and standing on a perch, he instead reached out to something else. While people would not inhabit this wood, those that lied beyond people, twisted spirits and mysterious gods lying in the woods, still indeed, did live here. And so, the great Suisen, not fearing any of these beasts, instead called out, asking for one who would have remained behind in this spot, asking for one who might perhaps be able to assist him. But the one who did was not as normal as one might think. They were not an average spirit of the woods protecting, neither were they a true god, holding over a reign of people that worshipped them, that gave them accolades. Instead, no. A demon of the forest. One who snarled, moved about, and spoke with foul words. Perched upon the rock, she spoke.
Suisen! Wave! Hold on, I've got to roll 1d20 to see what the storyteller's opinion of me is.
That's true.
That's boring. We're doing it again. That's boring. We're doing it again. Pretty good, I guess.
Oh, God.
Hop, hop, hop.
Suisen sees Kokutin emerge from the woods, and he's like, I was not expecting to see you here, of all places. If I'm being honest.
Moving. I mean, admittedly, we have been traveling for quite some time. Our history together is as deep and rich as your own tale. The creature snarled at you. The author, I would like to adjust. I'm still gonna play her as if she's an awful demon. I would like to the author to note that she is incredibly attractive. The same as
Of course.
Suisen.
After all, her nature was almost as. Hang on. Taking a break. Sort of taking a moment to collect himself, your storytelling companion looks upon you. I must speak for but a moment. You must understand, my dear friend. Her beauty was much like a sparkling, wonderful lake, fresh in the morning, water collecting on leaves and grass like dew. She was resplendent and beautiful for a beast. She herself almost as resplendent and wonderful as fresh blooming flowers.
Didn't you say mere moments ago that she was a snarling, horrific beast, and now you're suddenly changing your opinion entirely?
You can be both.
No, you must understand. You can be both. In fact, it is the prettiest of beasts that are often the most terrifying.
I'm
This
just
is true
saying,
for
it sounds
Kokoden.
almost as if someone's, like, holding you hostage here.
He kind of looks at you. The only one holding me hostage is you. And let me continue. Regardless.
Fine.
You must see. This dread Kokuten, the queen of witches, the master of deception, and also, to some degree, the greatest lover of the great Suisen.
Wait, hold on. He's kind of like leans in a second. Where did that part come from?
Oh, well, I wasn't going to spoil it until you started acting up. Now listen, this next part's very important.
So, I can only assume you're here after the core spirit. I'm afraid I'm going to have to stop you here. While we might be companions sometimes, you are still my greatest rival.
He kind of like looks around a bit and thinks, he tries to think for a second how to respond to this. Well, should we, can I at least ask you for some advice on how to get around this area?
Yeah, of course. I don't want you falling in the swamp. This place is gross. How about I propose a trade? You, of course, are the great Suisen, a traveler of this land and a knower of a great many things. If you answer my 3 riddles, I'll let you across, okay? Sound good?
He thinks about that for a second. Yeah, I guess.
Okay, that's great. You only have to answer 2 out of the 3. I'm not an unfair goddess. If you answer all 3, though, there might be a kiss in it for you. She raises a finger salaciously. Okay, let me think. Well, tell me, in your travels, which carries more weight? A cup of clouds? A cup of water? Or a cup of dirt? She sits down and stares at you expectantly. Come on, which is more significant? Which holds more weight?
He thinks to himself for a moment there. I'm gonna roll to die for the narrator's narration of what's happening through Suisen's mind at this moment, please.
I see. Then roll. Let's see. The narrator believes that the answer will be one both of practicality in people and mythos. He believes the answer lies in both. Something that is obvious and could be said by anyone, but is enough to appease a mythological spirit. Basically, this is a riddle.
A riddle?
Now tell me, my dear friend, speaking up once more, do you know the answer to this riddle?
Is it water? I'm just saying, water has a lot of weight to it if you have a lot of it in a glass. And clouds don't weigh anything, that's just vapor. And dirt's everywhere.
Well, I mean, that's like but a riddle is one that incorporates all elements. So water would be smart for the first and second, but how does water interact with the dirt? See?
He thinks about that for a second. So it's like a riddle that one cannot exist without the other or something like that?
Well, it sounds reductive when you put it like that. And cutting back.
Suisen picks up. Can I pick 2?
I think I see where you're going with this. Very well.
Can I pick both water and dirt?
Very clever and not at all reductive. She wags a finger. Yes, of course, the vapor will pass away simply with the rising of the sun, while water and dirt exist across the land, sustaining not only life but each other, blah, blah, blah. You got the first riddle, sure, fine. How about this one? Oh, this is a very important one. Over the course of a lifetime, I've lived, let's say, 90 long years. I'm a normal person. I've traveled across Mitsudai, top to bottom. I started off as a sellsword. I eventually found my way into the guard of the Peacock God, and eventually I found myself venerated as one of the many great god slayers. Tell me, how many faces have I had during my life? She raises 3 fingers. A well-known parable across Mitsudai. A classic tale. Susan, roll for this one. She's alluding to something whack.
Oh god, roll to do.
Susan. Don't you mean me?
But
Roll to
yes,
die.
of course.
Roll to die.
Okay. Oh wow.
Wow.
I think he knows the answer to this one.
Oh boy.
Even the stats line up once again to be a parable based off true things and people. So yes, this is absolutely something that is correctly told within the story.
Ah, yes, the great Suisun who has traveled all of Mitsudai, who knows its deepest secrets, of course, would know what Kokuten was talking about here. The existence of this creature, a simple person, wears a mask. They wear a mask forwards, they wear a mask into combat. A person can only truly have 2 faces, the face they're born with, and the deeper mask. Suisun, all of this resonates across your mind. The Dread Kokuten's riddles are simple before your giant throbbing brain.
The answer 1?
No, the answer's 2. No, hold on. She taps her feet, actually
But
looks.
like, how can you have 2 masks if you can only wear 1 on your face?
Oh, it was how many fit. Okay, you misunderstood. I see. She takes a step back and exhales. It's how many faces do you have? So like a mask is a face and then a face. Yeah.
Oh, the masks are facings too.
Okay, you got it. She crumbles a little bit off the side.
Clever Suisun, debating the question in order retrieving the answer. Successfully managed to override the logic of Kokuten and plunge forward. After all, only 2 of 3 riddles needed to be answered correctly.
You fucking asking me to play Suisun how I thought he was gonna be just by the way you described it to me.
Yeah.
I thought you'd be stupid.
And okay, finally, last riddle, the most important of them all. In your travels, who of all of the gods is the most fair and terrible? Eyes closed, looking proud, standing at her full 9.5 foot height. I peeking open occasionally, looking at you, waiting for a response.
Storyteller, tell me. Really quick.
One is your relations with the people. The blue one is your. So in this case, okay, yes. What an answer. For surely it must be her, but also, oh, how fleeting she will be. Gone tomorrow, despite being here today.
Thinks to himself for a second. Thinks to himself long and hard. Is it you?
Color shocks to her cheeks. An unbelievable statement. One that no one could have predicted. Well, it's flattering that you think so. Okay, you can come across the bog now. Kokuten's form starts to dissipate and shift, becoming the shape of a long, plumed rainbow snake, a form that she is well known for. She extends her neck and chomps down at the bottom of this log. Okay, climb across my back.
Okay. He like, this is why. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your help, as per usual.
Kokuten, Queen of Snakes, reemerges, recoiling herself and touches down next to you and plants a gigantic kiss on your cheek. Okay, there's your kiss. Okay, let's see how you solve this core spirit thing. Come on.
Okay. He like looks around for the path forward. I'm guessing it's north.
Yes, the path is north.
Okay, he starts heading that way and then kind of turns around and looks at her. What are you doing in these woods anyways?
This core spirit has posed quite the problem for you, so I was waiting for you, eternal rival of mine.
I see. I'm gonna roll the die really quick. Hey, narrator, how long has Kogaton been in the woods?
She has been in these woods just as long as the people have left. It seems where people leave, Kokutin comes.
Mm-hmm. I am the void nipping at the heels of humanity.
Thinks to himself about that really hard. He's gonna think to himself internally, well, I've been here for like 3 days or something.
Oh. You stumble forward, departing now. Suisen moving across to the deepest portions of these woods, where he and the one he now moved with on the inside of this great mushroom-filled forest. He found his way forward in this place, but eventually the dark came. But as the dark came, Suisen moved forward, proudly, unafraid of the blackness in front of him.
Ah, what
I'm not
glorious.
sure about that.
Oh. There is one thing. Though not afraid, the darkness made you very sad. For it reminded you that once again, the fleeting day had come to an end.
Yeah, let me find his sad pug in here. If he has one in here.
He does.
Is this one sad? There
Yes.
we go.
Oh, that.
He, with a slight sorrowful look, takes a few steps forward as the various lights from the cavern shine upon him and Kokaton as they both walk forward. Well, at the very least, the lights are very beautiful.
Yes, of course. And you, as always, are just as powerful and resplendent in the darkness as the day.
Kokaton's intense attempts at flirting hit, and I'm gonna think about that for a sec.
Oh wow, that part's actually in character.
Wow. Thank you for that. I suppose you're just as resplendent as well.
She laughs like a goblin.
Like a fucking hell goblin from the pits below.
Yes.
I must say though, I'm curious to wonder if there's any other riddles I'll have to solve to get up on things up ahead again. Maybe perhaps there's some kind of bog monster or something.
Well, the
And
core
speaking of such things, almost on word, the word of a man who might as well be a prophet. He wandered on one final spot, recognizing something bubbling ahead. A creature emerging out from the swamps itself. Something that gazed around with one solid eye looking across everyone. This was a fetid creature of swamps as it looked across these lands.
He scans it. Narrator, tell
Yes?
me about it.
Oh, tell you about it, huh? Okay, well, first let me get a... Wait, what was the highest? What was the highest? Ah, I see. Okay. So, in that case, this will actually be... So, you look across at this thing, sitting there alone within the swamps, looking up and about. It sees you, yet it remains quiet. This spirit, its nature was ever so strange. For unlike numerous core spirits otherwise, the rage this spirit felt and inflicted upon the world, it was not of its own. This core spirit gazed around confusedly at the lights. Suisen, though you could not relate, you could tell what the spirit was afraid of. The dark. Looking around, it seemed to be afraid of anything that would grow ever so dark and silent and alone. Suisen, as you gazed at this thing, you realized anger. No. An incorrect hypothesis made by those who were unaware of the true nature of the world. This thing was afraid, scared, scattering the landscape with multiple mushrooms that grew and glowed with a light resembling the daylight. At that moment you realized that in the world there were others who might feel the way you do when the sun shrinks down.
He He takes a few steps forward towards this thing and like sits on the ground in front of it. Hello there.
The spirit looks across, gazing at the great Suisen, unsure of what exactly he was and why he seemed almost glow as much as the mushrooms around him. You comfort the creature with your presence all the same.
I can fully understand being lonely as well. And also understand some fear of the dark. He kind of gives a light chuckle at that. Tell me, does Suisen have like a pouch on him or something?
You do have a pouch, yes.
Okay. He actually reaches back and pulls out a small lantern from his pouch and places it on the ground right here between them, and then like pulls out a match and lights it up and like kind of lets the lantern glow expand throughout the area slightly. Things like this tend to help me out a little every now and then.
The spirit seems to look down, staring directly at this lantern. It notices the light and almost seems transfixed on this thing. A beautiful glow to accompany it through a quiet, lonely night. Remembering this heat and flame, this would be what bring it through these darker times. The spirit seems to understand, a softness growing across its form. I want you to roll to die for me really quick.
You got it.
Ah, I see. So, with that in mind, Suisen turned to his companion for the day, the dread Kokuten, for he wondered, could this core spirit have a home amongst those mythological creatures in the night? Could this place, if not for the core spirit to stay, could this core spirit find a new home, leaving the world of mortals behind to return to the world of myths?
He pats the ground next to him and the core spirit, beckoning Kokuten to come over and sit.
She shifts around and like sweeps around, touches down on the ground with a great thwomp.
He speaks to the big spirit right here. This is Kokuten. He gestures over to her. Light wave from the evil fox.
Yeah.
He kind of like still giving a light smile, then his expression returns to what it normally is. Kokuten,
Yes.
do you think there's a place for this spirit amongst your collective?
She leans in and looks a little closer. This one seems to be what I'm having trouble sensing its true feelings. What's your read on this one?
Seems rather lonely, if I'm being honest with you.
Well, in that case, there's only two real choices here. It could join me, or you could be the one to use its loneliness. Tell me, what do you want to do?
He thinks to himself about that for a few seconds. I think I would like to find this one here a nice place to stay.
Well then, I suppose I'll leave that to you. She, like, eye glances open again. This is, of course, why we're rivals, after all. One representing the world of the mythological, the other straddling the world of mankind. All of heaven and earth cast open. Why are you giving me that look?
It's like that,
Look, talk to the thing. Talk to the thing. It's go. She brought you at the end of her umbrella.
He looks up to this thing, thinks for a second. Tell me, is there any place you'd like to go?
And the question rung out. Eventually, the core spirit spoke back. I believe I would like to leave the woods and go to a place that always shines.
Place that always shines, huh?
The core spirit nods.
I think I can think of a place or two like that. He once again gets that that sparkly expression from before. Yes, I think I can think of a nice place like that.
It looks, wondering about what such a wonderful place would be. And where was this place?
Have you ever seen those those places where at nighttime they release a bunch of flying lanterns and just paper lanterns in general that glow everywhere? Things
Yes.
like that. That's what Suisun is thinking in this moment.
Ah, I see. A sea of lanterns. You consider this. Yes. A home for a core spirit in a place full of glowing, wonderful lanterns. To see the lights burning in the night and to live in a place where all could come together to throw their wishes to the sky. Suisun, you reach your hand forward, and the core spirit approaches ever so subtly, its hand reaching out until eventually it shrinks down, all beginning to shift around in its hand. And then it forms a small little brown orb in your hands, which you comfortably place within your jacket. And you think it's about time to go, isn't it?
That is right. He stands up, looks around a bit, looks to Kokaton, who's still bobbing on the ground, reaches out a hand for her to help her up.
You pull all of her 10.5 feet to her feet, and she touches down. Impressive work as always.
Thank you, and thank you for helping.
Well, I guess I'll be following my own way. If you ever want to join the rest of us in the night, you know you're more than welcome.
Of course. He thinks so. But first, I have to go and take this one to a place where he can rest.
She gives you a far softer smile. Well, till our paths cross again.
Yes. Walks that way. Suisun thinks, I'm going to go the same direction.
Legend says that if you visited a land deep within the countryside, there would be a place where you could find those mysterious spirits watching as lanterns fly off into the sky. And that's it. A tale of the great Suisun. What do you think? Quite a dashing fellow, no? Friends to gods? Hero of core spirits? Huh?
He puts up the fan to his face and goes, well, I must admit, this Suisun fellow does seem awfully charming and quite a pillar of moral, well, goodness. He kind of stands up a bit, looks back at the man with the monocle. Don't you think that tail had about as much to chew on as a piece of white bread?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Well, all I'm saying is there was not a lot to chew on. No moral dilemma, really. It was just so kind.
he kind of like, what do you mean? Kind? What's the big deal? What's so wrong about that? Is being kind some kind of... There was so much... What, the spirit staying on its own in the forest for so long? It's sad.
Oh, yes, very sad, very, very tragic, but also, he turns in, where was the moral dilemma? Where was the drama? Where was the suspense?
It's not about any of that. It's about the feeling of seeing things in the world and fading and all of that.
He thinks so. Yes, but what if what is in the world is just so little to think about? He takes a few steps forward this way. He kind of fans himself a little more dramatically. Points at this fellow right here. You there.
Huh?
Would you rather a tale that is, it works as smoothly as a river flowing downstream? Or would you prefer a tale as rocky and ruckus as climbing up a mountain face, full of drama and action?
Well, probably a nice tale full of action.
See? He turns around and points at this person. Even this fellow agrees.
Hmm. Tales full of action are nice, but the Great Suicide has plenty like that. I just wanted to. This was. He kind of stops. This was simply one of many stories. In fact, it it's only be expected. Life is full of many quiet moments like this. It may not be that every story is so dramatic and world-shattering and great like that. However, this Momozawa fellow is.
He flares up his fan and then begins to fan his face once again with it. Oh, and what makes you so sure?
He kind of looks across. Well, what kind of. If the tales of the great Suicide are bland and boring, I wouldn't believe there'd be a single soul in the world who'd have more exciting tales. I think your
He-
standards are just too high.
This person steps forward. World shattering, mayhaps not, but points the fan at this person. Exciting and enough to shake you to the core, I think so.
Everyone's stopped really and kind of starts looking over at you. Their voices kind of silently looking as you started to demand the presence of the room as a whole.
Yeah, this person putting on a full-on show at this point starts to walk around the counter. Yes, yes, a tale full of intrigue, a tale full of a answer that doesn't have a particularly good question to it. Stands in front of this giant glowing aquarium behind him, full of the jellyfish that go around. His shadow casts across the entire room. Yes, yes, yes. Please, if you would allow me so, my friend and audience, making a show is the fact that he managed to capture an entire audience just with the opening narration alone. Please do allow me to regale you with a tale of Momozawa the Terrible. Then we're gonna quickly swap roll 20s real quick.
Oh boy, okay, it's time, everyone. Now begins the tale of Momozawa.
Yeah. Alright, and before we begin, give me a sec to upload
Yeah,
two
we're gonna take
pods.
let's take a quick break while that's
Yeah,
going
quick
on
break
then.
so folks can refill water, get anything they need.
Mhm.
Yes.
While we're on break, Aloha, do you want to pop into the other one, or do you want me to play music in this one? Okay, sounds good. Oh,
Let me play some good just ambience music to play in the background here.
nice.
Let's go with this one.
So, Dorp in chat saying he loves it. Yeah, I love this too. This is just a great one.
Yay, it was fun. Christian just a few months ago suggested like, hey, you want to play Sweet Sun Start? And I was like, yeah, sure. Sounds fun.
I liked it. I like that how that story was like a little bit true and feels like it was kind of correct, but is also based off nothing we've seen before, really, and is just
Yeah, it's
I
it.
definitely asked him riddles in that swamp, though. It was fun.
Yeah.
If he messed up, I kicked him into the bog.
Yeah. God. I think it's great because this feels like a story that Kokuten would tell. This feels like one of the tales that Kokuten talked about, potentially, that then got exaggerated or told around by a different storyteller, because it feels like it feels just enough correct.
It's like a little right.
It's a
like I
little
like
right,
it.
a little right.
There's
Yeah.
just like the core. Yes, I would like to leave. The core spirit said,
Yeah,
and
the
I'm like,
spirit-
I'm trying not to fucking lose it at. And
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah, no. Try to be accurate. Try to be accurate.
Yeah. Yes, I would like to go home.
Yes, I
Yeah.
would like to leave.
I would like to bail, please.
Take me home.
Yeah. Also, Christian, I have tell me if you can see your storyteller in your character sheets.
Oh, let me look. I can.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. Perfect. Nice. Now, just want to make sure you have control of him. Very good. Okay. All right. I should be ready to start whenever folks are.
I think Aloha's still getting stuff.
Yeah, it's all
I'm
good.
gonna get some water. I'm gonna get a glass of water in the
Okay.
meanwhile. Then yes.
Yeah, get a glass of water.
I'm
Hey,
back.
chat folks, how's it going?
How you doing, Chad?
Fun stuff.
Just some nice, relaxing music. Very pleasant.
Yeah, very pleasant. You're just here to relax now, as we do the farce that I put together.
I'm excited.
Yay.
But in order to balance out that excitement, I must be chill.
Chill. Yeah, that's fair.
I got my water all filled up.
Nice.
Spaceman Sam says, I love how in character Kokuten being cringe is.
Yeah. I was debating whether or not I wanted to play Jock Sweetson or not.
I'm so sad we didn't get the reality of Jock Suisen.
Jock
but-
Sweetson was a potential reality.
Don't worry, J-Man. I've come into this session with enough confidence to do the joke that I made offhandedly.
No, that's what you gotta do.
Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
You know, this should be fun. I like
Yeah.
this. It's fun.
I'm
Good.
excited.
Yeah, this is gonna be dumb. So flat out, this is another one of those cases where I was like, yeah, I'll make like 3 or 2 maps for this one, and it'll just be like a debate thing. By the end of the night, I've made 9 maps.
Ah, excellent.
I've made 9 maps. We're here now.
Ah, fantastic.
You know how it be.
It's
Yes.
one of those situations where I feel like it's something I could learn how to do, but if I did, every gate that is holding me back would simply disappear.
Yes.
Yeah, you can also see the exact moment. Some see the exact moment where I decide to
Unstoppable.
change the aesthetic of what the game is.
Ooh,
It's really
exciting.
funny. It's really funny when you find it. Oh god. So I did not go back at any point and like fix other maps to match the aesthetic. No.
Sam says, I can't believe Chad is going to execute Suisen live on TV.
So you gotta do.
It's what you gotta do. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
For
Sometimes
balance.
you gotta kill a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, not that you would know.
No. I mean, a little.
Momozawa might know some things.
I don't know.
And you might know some things too if you check out.
That is the most ominous Patreon advertisement I think I've ever heard. Holy shit.
Remember to follow my good dear friend Piff Zero on his Twitch channel so
Ah,
you can
yes.
get 500 primo
This is
gems and
true.
hit video game Genshin Impact.
That's enough for it's enough for
3 rolls.
it might be four, no, I think it's
No,
3.
it's 3
I'm
rolls.
sorry.
It's
That's
not a
so,
lot, but
it's
like
so bad.
it's really bad. But Piff has a goal in his life, and I'm gonna help him achieve it. Welcome back, Aloha.
Welcome back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay, is everyone here?
I
Yes.
believe so.
All
Okay.
right.
If that's the case, then just want to make sure. Can everyone hear the music that is currently playing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, and now I'm going to swap tracks. All right, so let us begin. Momozawa, you've been traveling for quite some time. You've been on the road recently after a particularly bad experience. Well, not a bad experience, I suppose, with a certain core spirit in a like small little island hovel somewhere, and who knows where Mitsudai. You've continued to travel and on an almost whim, you and your 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 traveling companion have decided to take a random turn this way. This man to your right has just decided, yeah, he's gonna follow you, I guess. That's what you've been having to deal with recently.
I see. Yes.
You and him wander forward. Also, you should have control of both
I
your
do,
cart,
yes.
your ox, and Momozawa.
He's
Excellent.
moving forward at a small snail's pace.
This man walking beside Momozawa speaks up. Mr. Momozawa, if you don't mind me asking, why have we turned to this part of Mitsudai? I don't think there's much out here other than some ruins and not much else. Momozawa, you think to yourself on that. Give me a roll to die.
I see.
I see. Oh, balanced. I see.
Perfectly balanced.
You think on that for a moment, Momozawa, and you contemplate it for a moment. Why did you walk this way? Was it merely because you decided that this was that this was the path you wished to take? Or was it because mayhaps you need supplies this direction to make your journey easier? No. You came here merely because on a whim, your scales pointed this way. Or to be more accurate, you've let your ox guide your path, and now it's here.
I see. In which case, wandering along, in response to Yukitake's demands, Momozawa is silent.
He Yukitake, continuing to walk, stumbles into this bush and almost trips for a moment, like stumbling out and then landing here on his face and at the foot of this lantern, and then looks up at Momozawa. Mr. Momozawa, he kind of trying to. He's gotten used to the silent treatment from Momozawa at this point. They've been traveling together for what, like 2-3 weeks now. It's been a lot of silence, a lot of silence from Momozawa. Mr. Yukitake looks at him, and goes, "Could I perchance ride on your cart with you? This road is awfully bumpy, and I can't quite I can't quite always get around some of these foliage and shrubs."
His
And
words are interrupted with a stare from behind the mask. He looks the page that dangles from Momozawa's helmet directly straight forward. The cart stops. He stares for 5 seconds, and then the cart starts moving again.
Okay. Okay. He sits and waits for Momozawa's cart to pass forward a bit as he stands there near the lantern looking into it a little bit. Although I must say, he looks out into the distance. I do see a building up ahead, mysteriously enough. Perhaps we could take shelter there for the night.
Momozawa, while the cart still moves, Momozawa looks ahead. I want to figure out Momozawa's opinion on that building. Roll the die for me, please.
You should have that ability, my friend.
I can, but I cannot stop, or else the cart will stop moving.
Oh, I see. You got it.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
He wonders about this building. Such a strange building out in the middle of the woods.
Yeah.
He wonders what would be there, and perhaps if this is the thing that the scales have brought him forward to.
He and you and Yukitake walk forward. So Yukitake just fully deciding to give up at this point after being ignored 3 times in a row. You and him continue to walk, and you proceed forward, getting closer and closer to this building before you. I'm going to copy and paste all of you to the next map.
I'll stop moving so you can do that.
Already done.
Nice.
Oop, and let me paste these here for you ahead of time. Or they can decide not to paste. Paste. Oh, they decided not to. We'll go back and get them again. In the meantime, I'll move you to this map while I figure out why you decided to spite me, world. There we go. You approach. There you are. You and Yukitake approach as you see this entrance to this building. A rather large wooden building stands before you with a stone entrance. A small set of barrels on the side exists here, almost as if to house some sort of liquid, mayhaps water, mayhaps wine. Who's to know? You look even farther ahead, and you you see an almost a figure stand at the gateway to this place. Your eyes, Momozawa, close in on this person, but it's strange. There's something not quite right about this one. You look and look, and as your eyes focus in on them, in a moment, this person silently stands there and watches you from the entrance of the building. Yukitake hurriedly walks up to the side and raises hand. Oh, hello there. The person silently ignores Yukitake just as you have been doing this entire time.
Momozawa stares directly forward, and an unreadable expression from beneath that hanging paper mask. He stares at them and tries to gauge something with this person. What is this? This certainly doesn't seem to be. Well, I guess the better way to put it is this might be in his wheelhouse.
Yes.
He's gonna roll. Ooh.
Well, die. Oh, you've once again chosen to ponder.
Yes.
Momozawa, you consider this, you think on it, you think deeply about what this person is, and as you gaze further and further into this person, you notice there is an expression on this person's face. While his icon on the map may not show it, there is a light and yet comforting smile on this person's face. This person takes.
Mhm.
Oh, go ahead.
Speaking up ever so suddenly, Yukitake, let's spend the night here.
Okay. This person steps forward. Welcome. Thank you for. I see. We have another yet more visitors this time. Yes, that's good. The person quickly reaches into their kimono and pulls out appears to be some papers. Yes. Welcome to the Mirror Inn. The person walks up to you and on your cart, Momozawa, and hands you some papers. Please, if you wish to stay with us, sign here.
Momozawa looks at the page and then kind of stares at it for a bit. And okay, make me another. I'm gonna make another roll to die here to see what is he thinking.
You ponder further.
More pondering, more ponderance. He contemplates this, and he kind of turns around. May you take my cart while I do this?
Yes, actually, we do have a spot for it. Yes, thank you. This person. Oh fuck, they're on the wrong part of the. Oh,
Yeah.
And let me just front this person. This person rides in the cart and then rides it forward with your ox, kind of guiding your ox forward as this cart and your ox head out in this direction. For the time being, almost parking in the woods up ahead here. A small building up ahead that seems to have some slight cover in for it, and even some food for your ox.
Yukitake, sign here. You must put your name down too, yes?
Yes. Yukitake looks. Has Momozawa signed his name?
Momozawa signed a name, but it's not a language you recognize.
Oh, okay. Yukitake takes the paper and then signs his name. I don't know much about Yukitake's handwriting. I'm gonna roll to do really quick for Yukitake's competency as a human being, really quick.
J-Man.
What's up?
May I use a narrative secret action? May I set the plot twist and send it to Jay?
You may indeed
right.
do this.
Okay. Jay, read this.
Yes.
As you're sending that, Yukitake goes, all right, I guess we're good to go then. And this person returning from the woods after parking both your ox and your cart. Yes, that should be good enough. Yes, thank you. He walks up and takes the paper from Yukitake. Yes, the smile on this person widens ever so slightly. Yes, please follow me. I hope you are okay. There are other guests also here tonight. If you're fine with that, that is.
Momozawa is silent for a bit and then simply says, of course.
You, this person, and Yukitake proceed. Oh, he's gone. Oh, there he is. Proceed inside. here. Over
I
here.
love what you did with these icons so much. They look
Yep.
so cool.
Oh, I forgot the sizing on this map was weird because the previous map I did not do the sizing properly. Yeah. Thank
Big
you,
man.
Chad, for doing these edits for me, by the way.
Yeah. They look great.
This person walks forward here and delivers the paper to the desk. Yes, please do enjoy yourselves in the waiting area, please, while I prep your staying areas. The person hurries on ahead and then disappears into the next area.
Momozawa stumbles forward, looking around in every which direction as he gazes across and sees, this is an interesting place. I think it's time to ponder again. Oh, no. Oh.
This time is time to judge. What do you think of this place, Momozawa?
He has thought much as he's come into this place, and stepping across and feeling this place, he feels as though no matter if this place is truly wrong or right, or whatever state it might be in, this is a place that desperately calls out to be returned to order. Though how, he's not sure. He must look across and examine it further to see. But he's made his conclusion, even just a few
Yes.
steps past the door.
While you look around, actually, your eyes eventually meet these seats up here. And you actually see two individuals having like a light chat up here for a moment. Let me just. You two?
You see a small rat-blessed lady just kind of passively observing the person sitting across. So, Coley, was it?
Yeah. Looking around. Oh, more visitors. Hey.
Momozawa looks across and stares at them as he once again trails with Yukitake, and then he turns over to the right of him. What's the matter, Yukitake? It's impolite not to respond.
Yukitake looks at you for a few solid seconds with the exact same expression that's on his pug. In this one moment, you have received the back sass look from Yukitake. And then Yukitake goes, "You know, you are right, Mr. Momozawa. That is quite correct." He turns around. "Ah, hello there. Nice to meet you too. I am Yukitake." He reaches out a hand to this person who's in the chair on the right for a handshake.
She finishes picking her teeth and shakes it lazily.
You?
Name's Katachi.
Hello, Katachi. Nice to meet you. Walks over here. Hello, sir. Reaches out a hand. I believe I heard your name was Coley, correct?
Yeah, don't think of me as anyone. He kind of waves his hand. I'm just part of the furniture or whatever. I'm a wandering exorcist. Hey.
Oh, okay.
Momozawa speaks up. I'm but a humble traveling merchant.
Nice.
Yukitake looks at Momozawa for a second. Yukitake decides not to say anything.
What do you sell?
Are you still? He actually. You ask that, and he looks across. Are we still waiting for rooms?
I believe so. Unless they're planning on arriving again rather soon. And almost as soon as you say that, a man reappears, not from the place he left from, but he appears right here. He appears and he takes a few steps forward. I apologize. Wait, I see you've already met the other guests. If you all are ready, I can take you to the seating area, and then I can show you to your rooms.
Momozawa simply steps over to the side and makes to follow.
Momozawa, give me a roll to die, actually.
Ah!
You have chosen balance. That would be, in this case, Momozawa's black stab.
Yes. Okay.
Feel free to lock that in if you like, by the way.
Yes.
There's a
I
fun
will.
effect if you do.
Oh.
Oh no, the blackness
Excellent.
that I put on this map to hide the outcrops are here. Oh, it's fine. I don't care.
It's fine. It's fine.
That's so
He
cool.
looks across, checking across the area.
You
So how does that change the path he takes?
you think to yourself for a moment. The black side of Momozawa is preserve balance in the negative direction. You are not here to follow the grain, no. You are here to not follow this man. Means you're probably going to walk this way instead.
Okay. He nods his head and steps off in this direction. After all, if
see.
everyone's going to travel that way, then one should travel in this direction.
Well, they all lead to the same room either way, so that is fine enough, I suppose.
It's all the same then.
I suppose so. Yukitake sits here like, I'm going to just follow this man. Hello! This man also ignores Yukitake still, and keeps walking forward with him. I see you're measuring
Trying to
distance
figure out
here.
where to go. Yes! Momozawa
Three
stops.
assholes decide to go that way instead.
Momozawa stops,
yeah.
turns around, sees these two, and then just kind of turns back forward and keeps moving.
Silently you go as the three of you and the other two head the opposite direction. I'm gonna bundle you all up so I could just really quick copy and paste you to the
Yeah.
next map.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh dear God. You all arrive. Here. Momozawa isn't here. Where'd he go?
I see.
Oh, there he is. He blends in with the background. I'm colorblind. The person steps up ahead ever so slightly and stands in front of this what appears to be a massive well in front of you. This is the stop right before I can take you to your rooms. Now, all of you, please do take a seat. Yukitake says there seems to be only 3 seats here. Oh, okay. I'll just go over here then. Yukitake stands in the corner as he has been bullied yet again into this place. Now, in order to finish your registration in the Mirror Inn, I would need you all to please do me one more favor. Please do. Just stand here in front of the well briefly. How about you, sir? He walks up to Koi. How about you take a step up first?
Hold on. We're gonna roll to die. Oh yeah. Sure. He goes, I don't really get what you're going for, but sure, why not?
Yes, please. It is just a requirement for entering the inn. Momozawa, give me a rolled die again. You may drop your swing if you need to.
All right.
Oh, which one of those are you going to pick?
I'll check to perceive.
Momozawa, you look around in this place and you see Coley walk in front of this for a mere moment, and then you almost sense something strange and wry come from this well that Coley's standing in front of. Coley, you look down the well briefly and you don't see too much at first, but in a strange instant, Momozawa and Coley, you both perceive this as this happens. A strange noise begins emanating that only seemingly you two are hearing. As Coley, you look deeper and deeper into the well as Coley, please roll me a 1d2.
Excellent.
1. Okay then. Coley, you feel something suddenly jut out from the well in an instant. Something almost so wry, so quick, you barely have any time to perceive it. As something appears for a mere moment, grabbing you by both of your shoulders, and in an instant, it pulls. And as it pulls, you feel something strange happen. You feel it's almost as if something you feel yourself split into two for a mere moment. You look across and you see almost yourself for a second, and before you have any time to ponder it any further, this hand here, it reaches out and it immediately goes forward and grasps at this Coley here and pulls it down into the well with it, disappearing both you and the hand with it. Coley.
Yes.
Let me just find where I put that at really quick. Coley.
Yes.
You're feeling fine.
Oh, that was weird. Walks back over, feeling pretty good about it though.
That's pretty good, Coley. You feel strange though. It's like a light tug has been removed from you. You feel almost like it's strange. You're feeling like you're feeling good, really good even. It feels almost as if a part of yourself that you didn't know about has been more reawakened than before. Momozawa, you saw all of this happen in a moment using your fucked up eyes that you have.
I see.
Yukitake in the corner kind of looks around for a moment, back and forth. What? Can I ask? This man walks up here. Now, may I please request you go next? Talking to this girl over here.
Yeah, that looked cool.
Oh my god.
God.
Please roll me a 1d2.
Of course. Oh, yay!
Oh, excellent.
Very interesting.
Not what I
Once
expected.
again, in a strange turn of events, you stand in front of this well as Momozawa, you see it once again as this happens yet again, and this time you, the person in front of the well, sees this as well. Once again, those hands, they appear. Once again, the atmosphere of the world changes around you. Those hands appear, they grab you by the shoulders once again, and in that instant, you once again feel it, yourself getting severed into two. You feel strange. You feel as if you are slowly melting in a way. However, this time it happens slightly differently. This time previously, this hand reached out and grabbed whatever was before it. This time, this hand reaches out and it grabs this. And wait, no, actually I got it wrong. I got it backwards. Whoops.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah, this time this hand actually, once again, this hand reaches out and grabs at this form here and pulls it back under into the well instantly. Both the hands and it disappearing back into the void. In this case, you once again reappear. Feeling fine. In fact, you feel mostly the same. Thank you, says the man in the corner here. Yukitake, still glancing left and right up here, getting increasingly more and more confused at this situation. Might I ask why we need to do this to enter the inn? The man turns around and calls to Yukitake. Oh, it is merely a requirement. It's a tradition, you see. We've had this for a very, very long time. Going back maybe 60, 70 years even. Now you, sir. He calls to Momozawa. I believe it is your turn to stand in front.
He stops and he considers that, and he turns up to this fellow. Of course. Actually, wait. As he stands up after saying that, let me
Gonna roll
just
the die.
see. Yeah.
You are once again perceiving.
He steps up. And he steps up to move forward. And Yukitake, you see Momozawa just effortlessly, happily step on forward.
Oh boy. Momozawa, you stand in front of the well once again. you once again gaze down into it, and same as before, these two hands emerge from the well, going in, creeping towards you once again. However,
Momozawa, yeah.
I said say, however, you can say what you're about to say if you want to.
He asked a question to the man behind him. How deep does this well go?
Oh, the man thinks quite deep, extremely deep even. I believe it goes even below the. Well, it goes. It goes so deep. There's not even water down there, to put it
I
simply.
see. He steps up on the well.
Oh, as you do that, these hands both reach out and they grab at you, Momozawa.
He lets himself be grabbed by both hands.
The hands begin to pull at you once again, but it's strange. Not to you, but to the man and even to these hands. When it pulls and it tears apart. Not two being split, but you remain the same. You sit here as a gray figure who stands at the entrance to this well, standing there. This man here, almost shocked, takes a step back. What? This is, no, that's not quite, sir?
Ah, were you concerned by my standing at the edge of the well? My apologies. I could
no,
step
that's-
down if it pleases you.
No, that's not it. It's just, why are you whole right now? And in that second, as he asked that, almost unguidingly, both the hands at once grab at you, Momozawa, and then pull you deep into the well.
Excellent. Perfect.
Yes, good indeed. Let me just quickly copy you, and then we're going to move to the next map. I'm going to really quick drop your swing as well before we go there. It's necessary for the aesthetic, you see.
Yes, of course.
Okay, we are good there. All right. Momozawa, you feel yourself pulled deep, deep below the earth. You awaken here, standing next to a lantern. It's strange. It's awfully quiet here, much more quiet than before. You look around, and it certainly does feel like the inn you once were at, but there is a slight change in the air. It's almost damper, darker even. You look up and you don't even see the entrance to the well. You just see a deep, endless blackness above you. Almost as if the night sky itself, where the stars at all left, sit above you.
Momozawa takes a moment inspecting his surroundings, and he reaches into his jacket and he pulls out his scale and watches how the balance is here.
Oh boy, give me a roll to die for that.
Okay. All right.
Okay. If that is the case, it's strange almost. The scale begins to tilt left, the side that more deems that of the darkness over the light. It's a little annoying, admittedly, for someone such as yourself.
It seems
You may
as
also
though...
lock in whichever dice you
Yeah.
wish.
Okay, sure thing. Will that change aesthetics of the place?
It will ever so slightly.
I see. As he's pondering, I'll lock that in a little bit. Ooh.
The world below you turns a hue of blue, Momozawa, as you almost feel a slight change in the environment. The very world almost becoming that of perception. You ponder around, you see deeper, the blue almost shining through, allowing you to get a clearer vision of this place. You look forward and you see a series of kimono racks, all dainting side to side, almost as if one's for a new guest to wear, inviting anyone here to relax.
He steps, looking either side, feeling quite comfortable in his own garb. He wanders forward, continuing to look at the scale that rests upon his palm, as he finds himself heading on deeper into this place until he reaches a door.
You head deeper and deeper in, and then you You see as you enter through this door, it's a large door. It's actually pretty hefty to open. It does take a
Mhm.
bit of your energy to go through. You look to your left and you see a man sleeping in the lantern light next to you. On your left is a destroyed door, almost as if someone was pissed and took an axe to it almost. On your right, a perfectly fine and pristine door. Nothing wrong there.
There is something slightly wrong. It's totally out of balance.
It's true. In fact, you even look slightly closely, Momozawa, and you notice, well, this door here, why this frame? It stands in the center of this room. However, something only you would notice, this frame here, slightly to the right of the wall instead of the perfect center. Annoying indeed.
Yes. He stops over and sees this individual sleeping here and almost ignores them, but does look at them just for a brief moment and sees them passed out.
You look
hmm.
deeply, and thanks to your blue stat, actually, you see them sleeping and sleeping. Then you see something almost wriggle and writhe out of their kimono for a second as a hand emerges from their back, wriggling around, and it almost grasps and reaches for you, Momozawa, grabbing at you.
He approaches till it's like desperately just out of range. Then he pulls out a tag and slaps it with a backhand, basically.
Oh my, you slap it with a tag, huh? You slap it with one of your tags, Momozawa, and in that instant, the hand almost curls in on itself, re-emerging almost and wriggling out of this person's body. As it wriggles out, it desperately claws at the wall, and then it poofs, vanishes, and you see this person here almost wake up slightly, and they look around, and this person has a similar air to that person who was guiding you around before. However, they look much more different. They don't look like they're from this place. They look around desperately, almost slightly scared even. They look around, where am I? Hello? He looks at you. Is this the mirror inn? Answer me.
He stops and looks directly at this person. Yes.
Where are we here?
He points over to the side. Is this your room?
No, I don't think so. No, he stands up and like kind of looks around a bit, and then he takes a few steps forward, almost like kind of desperately looking around this place, like almost not even almost. He's absolutely manic at this point, like just walking around, freaking out, looking. He's like, did you looks at him? Did you take something from me?
He kind of nods his head to the slide.
What did you do to me? What did you do? He walks up to you, and he like almost looks like he's going in and like trying to grasp at you. But then in that instant, that chain you saw linking the hands of this man's body flares up a bit and pulls him back. And in an instant, something pulls through him, and almost as if he gets pulled and his very being just gets ripped away in this very instant. He gets pulled beneath the floor deeper into this place.
Almost like letting a rat loose in a maze running around. You watch this man every step to keep an eye on something. And seeing that chain drop around and pull this man deeper in some way, let's see if that satisfies him. Yes. He finished watching and he's pondered and wondered about this thing. And it seems that, it was, the hand itself was one of those white hands, right?
Yes, it was a white hand attached to a black form.
Yes, and that seemed to be, okay. He ponders about that and wonders and realizes, pulls out a scale again. He sees. Did that change anything?
Oh, you pull out your scale, and still this place seems to link to black in this case, but it has begun to tilt slightly more to the right instead of the left.
He sees this place. It's out of balance, and it seems as though it's collecting more darkness by imprisoning certain people. All the same, in that mind, he understands that, at least in this instance, if there's a misbalance in that direction.
You actually walk into this room. As soon as you walk in, actually, you see someone sitting here on the on this pillow behind the light, almost basking in it for a moment. You see a person sitting here in the darkness.
He stares directly across at this one. As he expected, in this angry, bitter, destroyed room, there seems to be someone that almost oozes out this kind of energy. He stumbles forward and he takes a seat directly in front of them.
You, Chad, are you here? There you are.
What'd you want?
He looks across. Quite a weight on your shoulders. Would you like some help with that?
Looks at the chain and the hand.
Yeah, I could use a little help getting this thing off me.
He puts the scale on the table and moves around to the side. And with that, he reaches in and pulls out a number of talismans, almost dropping them in the air. They almost seem to float there for a second until he puts his hand forward and they slap against this thing, peeling it off like the skin of an apple and causing it to fly up and pin against the wall. But it does not fade like the other things.
Yeah, this arm remains here, the chain extending out from this person's body, linking them to this hand.
He notices that. Not destroyed, but simply sitting over there. And as the last one fell through the floor, he kind of reaches over, pats him on the shoulder. You should be free to go now. Simply walk outside the door and everything will be all right.
All right.
I'm going to roll to die to. Okay. The scale on the table?
Scale on the table.
Yoink.
Well,
He just watches her take that, and he waits patiently for shit to start happening.
you watch as this chain extends and extends out. It just keeps going, almost infinitely moving and cloying around. But as it goes, you notice that this hand here, Momozawa, it isn't trying to return to her. It's trying to grasp at you almost. It's roll to die for me.
Will do.
Okay, we're going to give you your red here to perceive.
Okay.
It almost feels as if this thing is trying to grab something from you. As if you think on this for a moment. Is this thing trying to take something that person it is linked to is missing?
He kind of inspects that a little bit. And he understands that it only took one aspect of them. He has aspects that were not taken from him because both were kept down here. Sensibly, it's trying to reach for him because I can complete the scenario and all that stuff.
That does seem like a sound conclusion you have made.
All the same, he watches this thing still reaching for her despite her going, and he knows that the other person ended up getting dragged deeper down despite that once this hand was severed and taken care of. Seeing that she won't dive down deeper despite the fact that the hand is still here, he comes to the conclusion this hand's still going to be around because it looks like you're complete. So yeah, and this way he walks forward and he slaps a seal of banishment on this thing, much like the other ones, causing the person in front to once more be separated from this.
Oh boy. Once again, this hand disappears. It crawls and skitters around almost like a decapitated spider for a moment, trying to reach around, and it almost leaps at you. Before it can reach you, though, it disappears. And well, I wasn't expecting you to do this one. You walk out and you look at this person, and Kotachi, you walk around, and then you feel something just get ripped off of you. Kotachi, roll to die for me.
shit! What the hell?
Katachi. Oh
Balance.
dear. Oh boy. All right, now I want you to lock in one of these and roll the do.
Okay. Angie.
Angie.
Totally
Oh,
shit.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Katachi, you almost feel a series of. You feel that chain that was attached to you begin to pull and writhe a bit, as almost as if it's looking for a new place to connect to now that arm has been severed. It feels like it's about to dive down deep into the earth below, and then you grab it. You grab it with your own two hands and stop it. It wriggles around like a ferocious snake, trying to find a way to squeeze out of your hands to go
No,
deep
you
within the
listen to
earth.
me.
Shakes
Almost-
it.
almost as in the middle of you struggling in a tug of war with a chain that tries to pull you deep into the earth, Momozawa speaks up. Have you ever seen a chicken trying to run around with its head cut off?
Yeah, I cut it myself.
How long did it run, do you think?
Dunno. Butcher made me go back inside.
He kind of, do you think a chicken could run forever without its head?
I don't know. How old are ya?
He stares directly across at the person and kind of moves onto the side and starts moving around them a little bit and kind of watches with the chain and starts moving towards this other door.
You head that way, but before you do, you actually hear like a thump come from this area over here a bit. And then the door slowly creaks and creaks open. And then you see,
Yukitake, is that you?
hello, Mr. Momozawa. Where are we?
Be careful. He points over. That one will cut your head off.
Oh.
He cracks this door open.
First they tried to chase me, then I fell into a well, and now I'm here. Now, okay. You
Yeah,
open
I'm
up.
sure you're having the worst day.
Yes, I am. You open up this door, Momozawa, and you look in, and you see inside not too much actually. This one actually appears to be relatively empty, actually. You peer around. It once again looks like another like living situation, like a room you'd expect to stay in. There's even a bed. There's an area to change your clothes, an area to keep your things, all of that. Just sitting in here. Not too much around in this one.
He sees, feeling the presence behind him, but all the same, he kind of looks across, seeing this empty room, pondering where the other spirits would be. Cannot, or I guess looking, just straight up trying to find the other spirits here, but he does then turn around and sees this one staring up at him, potentially looking around him.
Looking around him into the room.
He steps
You
back
both-
as there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, nothing there. You look around. You try to think to yourself, where could the other spirits be in this current situation? And you.
Allegedly, as he checks downward at the floor, they could be down there or up ahead this way, but it seems though it keeps wanting to drag them down. How does Yukitake look in comparison to this one?
Yukitake looks exactly the same.
He
You
goes
look at
over and perfect. He goes over and grabs out a scale and hands it over to Yukitake. A second one.
Yukitake grabs it. What is this for, Mr. Momozawa?
He watches. When held by Momozawa, the scale balances surroundings. After all, he is perfectly balanced. He does not weigh the scale one way or another. But when handed to Yukitake, how does the scale move?
Oh, God, it's like both sides are going back and forth, up and down like a fucking nightmare.
I see. Not a
it-
balance of a man, but a torrent in either directions at either time.
Yeah, just a complete nightmare.
But all the same, Yukitake.
Very much just Yukitake. This man's like, Mr. Momozawa, can I ask what happened to you? You just jumped into that well all of a sudden, and then I tried to look down, and then I fell in, and now I'm here, and now I'm a little confused.
I see. He reaches into his. Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
So,
Oh no.
it's all right. This place is imbalanced currently, which is why at this moment I am simply looking for a way out. Are you okay?
Oh, God. The one time Momozawa rolls his fucking white stat, Jesus Christ. Yukitake looks up like, oh my God, Mr. Momozawa is actually showing me compassion. I'm doing better. Perfectly frank, I am very scared right now.
Here. He reaches into his pocket. This is a ward of good luck. It should help you in here.
Oh my! Thank you very much, Mr. Momozawa. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank
He
you.
hands the tag to him, and the moment he lets go of it and gives it to him, that tag, the tag of sealing on one of those white hands, suddenly breaks, and the white hand emerges out and grabs at fucking Yukitake.
Oh dear God. The white hand reaches out and grabs at Yukitake. Yukitake, panicking ever so slightly at this white hand, it wriggles around and grabs at him, and it grabs into him, and I didn't prep two Yukitakes, so I will instead just say it pulls out
So,
a second Yukitake.
with the tag of sealing being released, this person's seal ends up the one that was tied to this person now grabs and pulls out the pure good Yukitake. What happens when one of these completes itself?
Oh dear. This white specter form of Yukitake gets pulled into this person over here, almost joining up, becoming one with them. Oh gosh. In a what? Oh, wait, well,
You
now
did this to me.
Yukitake now. Oh dear God. You see a Yukitake covered in darkness sitting in the chair, and oh my God, grab something. In this instant, oh God. Here, Chad, decide which
Yeah.
one of these two you will be playing now.
I'm playing Evil Bit.
Yeah. She looks the same, albeit more complete. You feel, Kotachi, you feel it in yourself, a side of yourself that was missing. Wait, what's the side of yourself? Oh no.
Why am I hungry?
Yukitake here, covered in darkness, in the corner, kind of curls himself up into a ball sitting on the couch, and he kind of mumbles himself, "Oh, I see how it is. I see
Momozawa
how
walks
it-
away.
Oh, okay. Yeah, always with the silent treatment. Not even once a nice thing. Just
He moves over and looks at this person and looks at them. He wants to know, are they balanced again? Or are they full? There is a difference.
Oh gosh.
I
In
think
this, go ahead.
I think it's definitely more likely than not more darkness than light.
In this case, yes, it feels as if a part of them has been filled more, however, not perfectly balanced yet. It's like you're putting fuel where you're putting a non-renewable fuel in a place where a renewable one should be. You filled a part of themselves, however, that is not what belongs there.
I see. In which case, Momozawa makes the call that this place, before, he already started to see what this place was and what it was doing to people. But Momozawa was examining and trying to make sure that everything here, all of this, he wanted to know, was it capable? Was it possible to simply fill by bringing new things in here? Could he separate what would happen to this new form after something was filled? But perhaps it's the difference of souls. Perhaps it's simply that, well, you know, you can't. Yukitake's good might not have been enough to fill this person's bad. But the most important realization: this place is unsustainable, and that result, that idea of balance, fills up to his brain, and he realizes, well, the next step is obvious. he kind of starts stepping past both of these and moving a little bit deeper inside. He needs to find where everyone is in here first.
Yukitake, watching you go, ponders if he should follow or not, given that the bad shit you've done to him over time. Over the past 3 fucking weeks you have traveled together. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't, maybe I...
Hey.
Yes?
Thanks for that.
Okay. he silently just starts following. And
Yes.
the
Oh,
Yukitake of darkness begins to follow you through.
God. Shadow the Yukitake.
Oh god, I was not expecting you to do that shit. Alright, I'll copy you 3 over to the next map.
Oh.
Oh god. You 3 end up here. You enter a long corridor. You see a spot to the side that opens, and you look down the hallway and you see a pathway that leads further down into this place. Oh, you almost hear like a chattering happening from this other room over here.
He does hear that and looks over to the side, taking a glance at what's inside here. And almost considering, he presses the door and slams it open, essentially stepping on inside.
You step on inside. You see a room that's rather full of people. These spirits all clutching at one another. It's strange. These people are actually having conversations with each other. Momozawa, give me a roll to die.
All right, let's see. Should I drop first?
That's up to you.
All right. Let's see if anything else can.
Oh, good. You
Oh, I
listen
hope you see
carefully,
this.
and you perceive the room, and you listen more and more carefully. As it's strange. These conversations you hear from each of these people, it almost sounds as if they're debating on whether or not they should become one, see if they can become a whole again. You hear a conversation coming from these two, a black and a white pair. You see them both chattering with each other, trying to decide if they will be able to fill each other's whole, or will they just be one half still. You hear the same thing coming here from 2 white individuals with a black hands shooting out of their backs, both of them discussing whether or not they'd be able to make something better, something full of light if they were to fuse.
The empty discussions about balance when he's already discovered that this place cannot be returned to balance, or at least it cannot sustain it on its own. So with that in mind, he sees the pairs here and thinks, no reason to even deal with these people. We're going to go deeper. He steps behind immediately.
Before
and
you
moves
do
past them.
so, you do notice an individual in the corner of the room sitting at a mostly empty table.
Oh.
Eh.
Oh. He does stop in that moment. That was one that directly came in.
Yeah.
He notices that, is there no hand coming from that one? Or there probably is.
There is. I just forgot to put it on him.
Yeah.
Let me grab that real quick.
He wanders inside and waits for his
Come,
companions to
please.
come with.
You need some light, right?
Hand waves forward.
You wave your hand forward, and Momozawa look at, no, in fact, this guy might need some form of darkness.
He stops. Yukitake, could you come here for a second?
Yes!
I think I have
What
a
is it, Mr.
solution.
Momozawa?
She was talking to Yukitake.
He's like, I believe there's some light. Or perhaps he kind of turns over. He eyes both of these right now. He has one who is only darkness and one who is kind of a bit too much right now and could do with some balance.
You're gonna fucking kill Yukitake in this session.
Why don't you both sit down for me? He steps forward and then he looks across.
Yukitake sweats a bit, thinking, I don't know if I want to go over there. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Momozawa. Last time
Momozawa speaks up across. Yeah.
both of them interrupt him at the same time.
Yeah. Momozawa, Kotachi can speak and interrupt him because Momozawa's going to talk to the other guy.
You're going over there with me.
Okay.
Momozawa speaks up. Exorcist, what are you doing down here?
Not 100% sure. Enjoying my stay?
Take stands at a distance.
Yeah, fair. He kind of looks across. I see. How many bad things have you done in your life?
He's gonna think pretty hard about that. He sort of meditates on it a bit. I feel like I resolved a wide variety of cases before fully understanding the circumstances.
He considers that a little bit. That is certainly a form of malpractice. He kind of checks across. He looks at Yukitake, and then he looks back at this one. Perhaps a half dish would be best.
Yukitake sweats.
All right.
Okay.
Balance broke. Understandable. Have a nice day. Oh.
All right. Let me know when
All
we're
right.
back.
We're back in. Yes.
We're back. Oh boy. Well, what happened? Last time on Daisuisen, Momozawa Part 2. I believe we were about to. You asked the question of if Coley would shake the small rat person's hand.
Mm-hmm. And it seems the answer was no.
No. Okay. So, you leave this small rat person hanging. As you look there, Coley, looking a bit weirdly, Coley, you do see the hand that attaches to your back is trying to reach out to this person and grab at them a bit, but you're refusing to let them go all the way. Why is this, Coley?
I think in this moment, whatever impulse he has left is still that of an exorcist. And there is probably some buried instinct about what will kill him instantly.
Strange. You think to yourself a bit, and you decide not to. Momozawa, you're seeing this man refuse to do so, and almost silence covers all of you as this awkward air begins to fill the area a bit.
All right. Let me see what he's gonna. Okay. So Momozawa looks across and sees that. Seems that he's retained enough of his sense. And he also looks at this one, and it seems like he won't be returning any bits to Yukitake. With that in mind, he's sort of exorcist. Would you
Yeah.
know how to get rid of a place like this?
Get rid of it. He scratches the side of his head. Feels like something that I probably shouldn't know, but I still do anyway. Weird. I mean, left to me, I just blow the whole damn thing up, right?
He's silent at that, still kind of looking forward at this man.
Still looking forward. Momozawa, I want you to roll do, and Coley, I want you to roll a 3d6 roll die, 'cause this version of his pod doesn't have stats.
Yeah, of course.
All right, let's do it. 29.
Oh, you're. Oh, fuck.
Yeah!
Oh, yeah.
You, Coley, you sit here and you feel this man pierce through your very aura, your very being. It cuts straight through you. You almost feel everything just like rip you to shreds almost in an instant. How does this make you feel, Coley? Coley of late.
Cully of Light, honestly, pretty damn miserable. That's the best way to put it. Yeah, like a rotten piece of shit.
Interesting. So you would say the Coley of Light feels bad about stuff?
Yes.
Depressed?
More in this case, it's less depressed and more this sensation. It feels like failure, like the light not living up properly.
You think to yourself, and Yukitake actually like stands up a bit and goes, I'll be perfectly honest here. I am very scared about being pulled into another being again. I'm going to walk this way. Um,
Momozawa stands up and moves over behind Yukitake and kind of hovers for a moment until putting a hand on his shoulder.
yes, Mr. Momozawa?
Don't be so afraid. Everything
Why?
will be fine.
Why?
He kind of simply gives you one pat on the shoulder, not elaborating any further. I think it's time to go. What do you think, Mr. Exorcist?
Go. Where is there to go?
Deeper.
You say that, and Mr. Exorcist looks around the room. He thinks, and he looks over at the chain, and then he looks over to you, Momozawa. You mind ripping this thing off of me?
He considers that for a moment as he looks at that chain that's kind of hanging there.
You
And,
said deeper, and that's where his impulse is leading him.
Yeah, that's true as well. And he wonders about that and thinks about going through with Plan B. But first, he moves forward. You notice he approaches, and then he stares directly at you. There are stairs right outside. He steps off in this direction.
Oh, I see.
He moves off this way.
Yukitake follows behind. Here, I'll give you control of this arm, Jay.
Thank you.
Controlled by you. Okay. You should have control of it now.
Excellent.
You all head out. Now having gathered your menagerie of the Yukitake of darkness, the
Moderately, slightly
Kotachi
less
of
evil
slightly
Kotachi.
and the Koli of light.
Koli of lightly depressed.
Yeah.
You all can go and like be depressed, yeah. You, all three of you, head down to the next area. You head here, a longer room. You look on the floor and it's just absolutely covered to Tommy mats. You see two individuals standing across from each other. The two of them actually look directly at you, Momozawa, and you actually recognize this one right here as the man who greeted you at the entrance. Sir.
Yes.
May I please ask, why are you continuing to go down any farther?
He stops. I believe I'm looking for the bathroom.
There are no bathrooms here, sir, I'm afraid.
I see. He stops. And let me just roll something really quick. Okay, he ponders. Who's this one then? That's what he
You look at
ponders
this
about.
one, and you notice this one looks very similar to that one, actually. Your mind immediately comes to the conclusion that this may be the other half of their whole. They both stand there and watch you, and this one, having a frown to almost be the opposite of this one's smile, stares at you for a brief moment. Are you here to destroy this place, Mr. Momozawa?
Momozawa considers this fact. And he ponders a bit more. He moves forward while pondering, simply wondering about that. He doesn't really say anything or do anything directly in front, but he does step right in between them as he starts moving forward.
You all go through, and your other companions begin to enter into the room as well as you begin moving, standing between them. Mr. Momozawa, says the one on the right. Are you looking for something in specific? Can I help you in any way? Please, there's plenty of ways I can help you here, but I have to ask that you don't go any further.
Why not?
Well, up ahead is he thinks to himself for a minute, and then the one on the left speaks up. Private area. Only for us.
Hmm. I see. He looks directly at both of them, sees them both still separated, but also at a distance. And let's see. Oh, this is the first time. This is the first time he's got the yellow.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty good timing. Your inn is rather shabby. It seems as though you cannot run a proper establishment.
The person on the right, like, almost looks a little offended, as does the person on the left. We are here to maintain this place, sir. I'll have you know. We work very hard here. We make sure everyone here is comfortable and has a good stay, day in or night. And we can't have you going any further to tarnish other people's experience here. This is a place of betterment. A place where you can find a new whole, a new better of yourself. The person stands there, but if you insist on going much further, I'm afraid we will have to stop you where you are.
He considers the surroundings, and finally he's received the last bit of information. He's understood what this place is, how it is, and perhaps why it has been allowed to become so unbalanced. A place of betterment of oneself. That much is frustrating. He looks at either side, seeing these two in so much agreement, yet unwilling to be one, and he just starts wandering forward. Momozawa believes he has found a solution for himself.
You wander forward, and in an instant, the person on the left speaks up and almost screams out, "Stop!" In an instant. Fine, if you're not gonna do it, looks at his light half, then I'll do it myself. Momozawa, take a step back, please.
Oh, excellent.
As you walk up here, in an instant, a wall appears before you, blocking you from going any further. Let me put that on the right layer, actually.
Yeah, super fair.
There we go.
The wall drops. He looks forward and sees it stopping. And he more looks with the curiosity back at these two that have once more blocked his path. I wonder what he's going to do about this. Okay, I think he's still stuck on that front.
The person on the left, actually... Fine. Do it, I'll do it. He actually grabs at the hand that is covering his entire being, and he actually plunges the chain into that white hole in his being. It goes deeper and deeper in an instant, crawling deeper into himself as it begins to grasp at something deep within inside, and it begins to pull a little bit further and further out until something takes his place. A horrific, monstrous creature gets ripped out of this very being, consuming him whole. The creature begins to slowly encroach in on you, Momozawa, approaching you slowly and slowly, reaching out to you. Several of those chained arms, almost covered in this creature's miasma, come out of it, reaching out towards you.
Ooh, I see. Momozawa takes that moment to dodge around to the side then, moving this way and getting closer to the other one.
What are you doing? Takes
He
a step
loops
back.
around to the side, moving at a distance away, but drawing ever closer to him. And then he looks over at to the side. He sees Kotachi over there, and he almost dips over and then kind of moves in a way that'll pigeon this guy directly between them, so he can't retreat any further.
The person looks around left and right again, like, why are you doing this? As this creature right here, almost mindless in a sense, starts encroaching after you, still Momozawa.
Speaking up, Momozawa, Yukitake, would you be so kind as to make sure this thing keeps moving forward? I have a feeling you'll be just fine.
How?
Simply stand behind it and push with your hands.
Okay. Fine. Yukitake, a man with no resistance in his entire soul on either half, walks up behind and he's gonna roll wild for seeing how strong Yukitake is at pushing. Shockingly good.
Pretty decent.
My man pushes.
He begins to push and shove against this thing, shoving it forward and more forward as this thing begins encroaching forward. This man tries to move out of the way from his other half that's beginning to encroach. What? You two block his paths. Stop this. He grabs at the chain that he has and he actually flings it straight at you, Momozawa, trying to grab at you.
Momozawa sees that and holding up his sleeve shifts and a sword emerges out, cutting straight through the air and slicing into the hand, cutting off the fingers but otherwise leaving it attached to the hand, leaving it attached to the chain.
You cut off the fingers of this thing, and this man recoils, almost wincing in pain, driving him closer to this thing as Yukitake pushes steadier and more steadily as this thing encroaches forward, mindless. It just has one thought left: to consume whatever is before it. It has become a void of black. Only thing it needs now is to consume all the white it can to become whole again. It continues to go and go and go. This man right before him, completely pincered, freaks out. He begins screaming at the top of his lungs. He doesn't know what to do. He's terrified, and in an instant, this thing encroaches upon him, swallowing him whole. However, despite this thing remains, this empty black void. It continues to waltz forward, searching for a thing. However, you look around, Momozawa, and I can't do it because underneath lighting layers, but you see this wall over here begins to fracture and crack ever so slightly as the one put up partition weakened.
Momozawa takes note that it seems the darker side was stronger. He does not use this as a judgment, actually, in this case, but simply an observation. True judgment awaits what is behind this wall, but first, he needs to get past the thing. He kind of looks and moves back and around this way, basically, and kind of kites his way around the moon, moving around on all different sides. How fast does this thing seem to be?
It's actually pretty slow. However, it has gotten since its consuming of that man.
Kind of stepping around to the side, making his way around these people. He moves over and sort of pulls out a talisman or two and basically kind of tosses it at him to sort of or tosses it at these walls to sort of mark these walls as a place not to pass, and then he starts stumbling off this way to move to that wall point, which seems to be fading.
You start going to that place. It begins to continue to crack and crease. It is actually going to head towards you, Kotake. It is mindlessly thrashing around, going about its only goal now to consume. It is going to roll wild here. 20 plus 6. Well, that's 1d29. You reach Poser, and you actually beat it as you definitely fly out of the way of it as it continues to charge forward, slamming itself against this wall.
There's nothing but darkness here, hun.
Nice one-liner.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Momozawa essentially wanders through and leaves everyone else to do the boss fight as he keeps moving forward.
Momozawa, you head forward on your own. Talisman's seemingly breaking this place apart slightly, allowing you to go forward. Well, those people are going to have fun there. Let's move you to the final map. Momozawa.
Mm-hmm.
You arrive here. A strange place. It's far darker here than it was anywhere else. The only real light that allows you to see anything now is that of the lanterns. It feels strange. You hear a gush of wind come from somewhere in this place, but you can't quite pick out where. All that you can tell is that it comes from ahead.
He stumbles forward in that way, moving on ahead deeper into this place. He does not seem to observe anymore, simply walking forward like an executioner walking to the gallows.
You continue to walk and walk. You feel an almost windy presence from behind this door as you push and pull this door open. It's far harder to open any of the previous doors, and almost dense miasma lies beyond it. As you finally crack it open and you look through, taking a step to the other side, and you see it before you. A well that leads to a deep, dark abyss before you. The only light it can grant is that of the lanterns around it.
Sees. So this is a place. This is the center point, except there's the well down there. At this point, he only contemplates. Well, actually, let's do one more here. As he notices this place, what's the thought that runs through his head?
Balance.
Of course. This place must have order applied to it. So, oh boy. J-Man.
Yes.
Momozawa reaches this well, this place of darkness, holding up his scale, once more seeing that it is so imbalanced. He notices the few lights around him, and he wonders, what can he pull from his bag of tricks to balance this, but also not particularly make things better? He pulls out through reaching around his assembled goods. And first off, he lights a little firecracker and drops it down there to just see if there's any, like, how deep it goes or if it swallows that hole.
You drop it, and it goes down, down, and down, and it seems to swallow it whole once again. It gives a similar feeling to that of the well you were initially pulled into, albeit this one looks far older than the first one. You look deeper down as the darkness almost feels all-consuming as the firecracker you dropped in gets consumed with it.
He sees. So, all right, here's part of my reasoning here. Momozawa, in order to create balance, there's one thing he needs to know first. The scale, has it at all tipped over even brighter since that darker form appeared there, or ate, or was it getting even lower?
So it's strange. When you were in that room, the darker form began to take more control. However, as you got to this well, if the scale flicks back and forth more and more, almost teetering, as if it's on like a constant struggle for each side. Not as sporadic as Yukitake's was, more like a seesaw.
I see. So, in this case, this place is far less decided as it would first seem.
Yes.
I see. Okay. But it
felt the presence specifically changed when you got near this well.
Okay, interesting. In which case, this thing is struggling to balance itself. It's struggling to find a conclusion, and the further out you get, the more it feels like dark things start to conquer, or basically teeter out. A lot of the refuse and darker form kind of forms around this thing, but when you get actually deeper and closer to it, it becomes more equal. All right. Well, in which case, judging by those thoughts, there's only one solution.
Yes.
He needs to see how balanced it is down there.
Yes.
So, moving forward, he steps on the end, and like he threatened to do back there, he jumps inside the well.
Momozawa, you jump into the well, and you arrive in a strange place. At the dead center of it all, you arrive in a place, you hear the sounds of winds brush by, same as if a inky blackness and an inky whiteness pull around. You see those chains that were spattering from those people that ripped them from the ground float up from this, almost hanging in the air. You look around into this void that you've cast yourself in, and then you see them. You see 2 giant hands on either side of you, sitting around, perfectly still, floating in the air around you. What do you do, Momozawa?
Well, he is perfectly balanced here.
As all things should be.
As all things should be. On one hand, you have what appears to be a bunch of this light that seems to be grasping out for darkness. And on the other hand, quite literally, you see a void that almost seems to be grasping out to the light again. In which case, Momozawa sees both of these, and he realizes that this scale, as he looks at it, in a twisted sense, this place is already balanced. It is cut up and separated out these aspects, but that is because it seems to grasp for more. The constant struggle of these elements comes from a desperate desire of this place to constantly complete itself or maintain its balance. In a way, it's created an environment where something that would be normal or take its place, an easy place of balance, struggles due to an obsession with either claiming the light, be ridding the dark, or otherwise trying to restore balance. They have fallen for the classic blunder, and as a result of that, Momozawa knows that in order to restore balance, he must simply take away the ability for these things to choose. So, reaching to the side, instead of deciding on one relic, he reaches for 2 within his pack. Twin weapons that seem to be inscribed with great evil but great good. A blade that would kill you and control you if you wielded it. And also a blade that would similarly make you almost obedient and empty, only out there to do good for the world. 2 cursed weapons of different flavors, which seem to cancel themselves out when wielded at once. And with that, Momozawa, having judged this form, this place, and the desires of those around him, he seeks to rid this place of its imbalance.
Oh boy. I'm gonna roll the challenge for that really quick. I don't think it's possible for it to beat it. The only way it's possible is if it rolls a 6 on every dice. No.
Oh, so Momozawa, holding both blades, holds them up beneath his chin, and he slices, the paper mask falling off, revealing a terrifying form all around. His entire body seems to shift and move ever so subtly, being left to unleash himself upon this place. Momozawa's twisted form spins and turns, wrapping around the arena and slicing and cutting away at everything around. Not as a trained swordsman, but instead with a simple, graceful movement, as these 2 things assembled ahead of him seemed to almost fall on the blades, plunging themselves in, grasping for either weapon, the weapon that is opposite of them. Momozawa may not be a swordsman, but all the same, he can slice clearly here.
You slice through this place's very fabric, Momozawa, and in an instant, everything in this place just begins to fall to pieces. The white and the black becoming all there is until it's all just nothing here any longer. Momozawa, you sit in the void. You sit here for a good long moment, think to yourself, and then you drift off into the blackness yourself. I don't know how to go from here, honestly. That happened. That's fine.
That's the ending.
That's the ending. That's the ending.
Story over.
Story over. That's what you get. Momozawa fucking annihilated it.
He appears again and looks across. Is that it?
Oh god, you're way bigger. What do you mean that's it?
But what happens next?
That's it.
What?
Yes. What's the problem here? I don't see the issue. It's all about knowing, it's all about the pondering. What comes next, you know? Can't you surely appreciate something like that, my friend?
He takes a moment and then what?
What?
I'm gonna pop back to the other roll 20 really quick.
Oh
my god.
No satisfying conclusion for Momozawa doesn't exist.
he stops and immediately shifting over again, the sounds of the bars almost seem to return, and everyone kind of looks across again as the man appears almost like frustrated at that. There are some applause, some interesting things, but this man in particular seems very perturbed by your conclusion. You wanted to give me a tale, but that's an incomplete one. How did anyone even tell you about what happened? It sounds like pure fiction.
He holds up the fan to himself. Who's to say if it's pure fiction or not? Can't you say that your tale could have possibly been fiction as well? After all, very little can we confirm that we know all about these tales.
All the same, what happened? Did Momozawa forever be stuck within that void, or what happened next?
The answer is simple. The person turns around and gazes towards the aquarium. I don't know.
The other storyteller simply collects his drink and takes it down. This is preposterous.
What's so preposterous about it? Can't you have anything to chew on? Gotta say, while it may have not satisfactory conclusion, it did allow for more interpretations. It was part of the beauty of a story.
Well, how can I chew on anything if there's nothing left to chew on? I don't even know what happened. What happened to the other stories? The Kotachi, Kole, poor Yukitake, all of them were just punished. What happened next? Why? Why were they even punished? We don't even know.
He puts up a fan to his face. Sometimes that is the very tragedy of life itself.
He stares across.
Just like how you're punishing me right now by just screaming at me for no rhyme or reason.
You know what? You're right. I punished a little harshly. It seems as though the great Momozawa ended his tale being quite the bastard, as you said. At least the great Suisen has a... He stops as someone's, like, breathes out.
Slams drink on table.
He stops.
Bastard!
What?
Huh?
Bastard!
Who are you?
You call the great Momozawa a bastard!
What?
He stops, looking confused, as the person in front is screaming, kind of drunk, looking directly at him.
I can't believe this injustice!
What's wrong?
He stops, looking down at this person, utterly shocked at the random person sitting next that seemed to just start talking. Who are you?
Who are you?
I am Coco Mocha, elder of the Cat's Cradle!
Slams his drink on the table.
And I tell you what, I met both of them. And bastard, you say? To Momozawa?
The person on the left kind of looks
No.
over. My apologies. Our lady is drunk. Speaking over. But that is kind of rude, though.
What's so rude about it? It's a tale. It's a story,
Oh, yeah,
right?
it's a
Like,
tale, but
sure,
I
I
mean-
took a few liberties.
Oh,
Sure,
it's a
maybe
tale. You-
Yukitake wasn't around then.
Well, I mean...
This man feels a menace behind him.
Pulls on his coat.
What is it?
You.
Uh,
What the hell kind of story was that? You literally ended it with nothing.
well, it's a part.
Storyteller worth their salt knows how to tell a good ending.
He thinks to himself, coughs a little, puts up the fan up to his face, and glances to the side, looking at the aquarium. I believe any good ending can be interpreted as it shall be. He faded into the abyss, but who is to know? Mayhaps he popped out the top of that well at the end or something. I don't know. Takes a few steps back.
Well, I do know. I just saw the guy.
You did?
Yeah, and that's Suisen too.
Points at the other guy.
He also kind of looks perturbed.
Coco, standing in front of this place, sobers for a brief moment and realizes the crowd likely staring
yeah.
at her.
Everyone stopped again as they looked directly across at you.
Perfectly balanced.
As all things should be. So, you say you met the two of them in the flesh?
Yeah, I did.
She smugly smiles.
So, I guess that would be a story worth telling.
She leans on the counter.
And I don't know if I've gotten something equal in exchange. Whatever am I to do?
She leans over the counter, knocking something over.
He leans over to this guy on saying, I don't know how to handle this one, I'll be honest with you.
I'm pretty shocked. Maybe we should just go.
I shall gift you all with knowledge, as is an elder's role.
Elder, you look like, sorry, but you look as if you're 13.
No, go
Real
go ahead. Why not? Grace us with the tail. He kind of leans over to the side and kind of sneaks up, sneaking into like a middle distance where both their heads are hidden by the fans. I think they're closing pretty soon, so if we just let her talk, maybe they'll close up.
How long do we have? Like
easier.
30, 40 minutes?
More like 2 hours or so.
Oh no.
Grit your teeth.
Oh, very well. They sit there and watch in silence at this person.
Well then, Elder.
I want the world to know. Coco's Blue is equipped. These men are not leaving until the story is over.
Rip. Oh. Yeah. Okay. It is time. But first, we'll take our last break, I imagine.
Yes.
Yes. All right. I'll leave for a little bit, take a shift, and then I'll be back again.
I'll bring us to the special loading screen.
Ah, yes.
Yes, indeed.
Very important.
I didn't. Oh, damn. Oh, that's why it didn't show correctly. Okay. I realized I had a mistake. I had another loading screen I had to drop that unfortunately we didn't get to see. So, I'll
Take a break halfway through
save that
this
one.
upcoming bit,
Yeah,
and you can
we'll
drop
take a
it
break and we
back.
can show the other one. Yes, that makes sense. All right. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Hey, Chad, how's it going?
How's this going, chat?
You having a good night?
I hope you're having
You
a good night.
having a balanced night?
Yeah, so you have to sort of balance. I went into that going, yeah, I'm not gonna know exactly what's gonna happen here. I'm just gonna put shit together and see what happens. See, and,
Yeah,
Yeah,
turned out the way it did.
that was awesome.
I loved it.
So it be. I saw some people be angry in the other chat, and I look at you and I go, good. That's your fault.
True to the Momozawa spirit, I see.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm pretty sure someone called Momozawa a Sigma male.
Yeah, probably.
Oh my god.
Must preserve all balance. First story, very sweet, very nice. Second story, boring and nothing happened. Also very fucked up.
Time for a little bit of both.
Hey. This is what you must do to preserve balance.
Oh, I'm very happy.
Coco.
You know what song to play first, right, Jay?
Of course. The very first song we decided on. It's the one that you're like, well, I asked you, hey, you got any ideas for music? And you're like, yes, exactly one song right now. Y'all are gonna hear it. It's the song we planned everything to.
I went insane.
Yeah, you're like, hey, I'm gonna change the music because I'm pretty sure I've gone mostly nuts at this point.
I've wounded every stat twice, and I didn't even know that was possible.
Observer of all asks, did she break her sandal again?
Probably.
It's too good.
Probably.
Like traffic cone Momozawa on that Sigma grind set.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, I decided to get weird with it because originally it's going to be a lot different. But then I realized what I would do would take up 8 hours. So, not doing that one.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I wanted it to be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I wanted you to watch it and want to not watch it was the goal. So my new aesthetic in the world is to make things that nobody enjoys.
It's balance.
Balance. That was the goal. You just gotta have fun sometimes.
Yeah.
I like playing Yukitake. That was fun.
I love the I might have added the Yukitake parts.
Yeah.
It's like Yukitake wasn't even there. What?
Yeah.
I love that so much.
He had a lot of bullshit. I was
Oh.
told to make an unreliable narrator, so I did. You have no idea all the shit he bullshitted. For all you know, Momozawa doesn't even have a 16-pack.
Or an
What?
ox.
Or an ox.
You're lying to me.
I see that ox. I worry. I don't know why. I don't know why I hyper honed in on that fucking ox, but
Oh,
did.
it was, let me tell you, 4 a.m. I was sitting in a call, and then, like, Bryn hopped into the call as he do, and I was like, hey, Bryn, I'm gonna commission you for something real quick. And he's like, okay, and I was like, I'm only gonna send you one image as reference. And I sent him a picture of an ox in a field, and he's like, I see. Yeah, you can charge me however much you want for that one. Welcome back.
I shall, for the record, say the narrative secret action I left at the beginning that never came up again was I had Momozawa leave Yukitake's name in a different language there,
Yes.
so there was just Yukitake
2
twice.
Yukitakes.
Yeah.
Yukitakes. I was waiting just in case there was a why you should be signed in, and it's like but you see it was actually Yukitake twice. But I found a different way to bully him, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. You just ripped him in half.
Yeah, you had
Ripped
no
him in half and fed him to a rat.
you
Yes.
had no lack of ways to bully Yukitake,
No.
honestly.
Yeah.
I almost got him dead. No. Actually, it would have been funny. It was the inverse. I almost got you and Coley dead, and then he would have just handed back the light Yukitake to the dark Yukitake, like, it's there you go, all better, and act like everything's fine now since he's whole again.
Yeah.
That was sort of what I was
Wow.
expecting to happen. I was not expecting Coley to say no. Fair enough, he did, though.
Yeah.
Now
I remember, like,
now I'm
before I
curious.
messaged Jay, and I was like, hey, Jay, you want to play Coley there in this? And he's like,
Yeah.
yeah, sure. And so he's like, is it going to be before God? Nothing kind of sounds like it doesn't matter.
Sorry.
That's funny.
How'd you like play Momozawa for 5 minutes?
I got plenty more than 5 minutes, and I'm quite happy with it.
Yeah.
It was funny.
I said this before. I wanted it to be as uncomfortable as possible to watch and play.
Yeah, it was great. I liked I liked how that one felt also with the first one too. It felt like, well, I'm not gonna say how Momozawa is yet because we haven't seen him.
Yeah.
Not the true. But I feel like there is an aspect I did not include, which I'm excited for you to include.
Yeah.
About Momozawa. It's
Yeah.
great. All right, but yes, I'm back. How's everyone else doing?
I'm back. I'm good.
I got
I got-
water.
I got some water. Oh, wrist brace. I'm good to go.
Oh, dude, I need to get one of those. Yeah.
Shit.
They are important.
See if everyone's here. Everyone's good.
Yes.
Do, 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 do.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Everybody's here.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Why, it's just a lovely day, isn't it?
Pretty nice.
I mean, you two are already on the boat, so we don't really have to focus on how you got there. I mean, you were before You got there before Coco did. So that's all that really matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Coco,
Oh boy.
Another day, another dollar, as they say. Today I'm to set sail aboard the.
looks at board pass.
Oh. The SS Fuck Cassius?
How do you spell that?
I mean, look at it.
Hmm.
Just you two
I
go
think
off,
that's,
gather supplies.
ma'am?
What?
My lady, I think that's Fukasia.
Fukasia. I'm gonna keep saying fuck.
As you wish.
Did you bother? Why was this the only boat left? We're gonna be late.
She tugs on their clothes.
They both kind of will look. Well, if we're going to be a little late, I suppose we should hurry. Yes.
Yeah. Go gather supplies. You got the
All right.
money for
We'll make sure to grab all the baggage. Just get on board quickly and tell them we're coming.
Yeah. I'll get on board.
They nod their head. Both of them, now they're back to player, don't have control, split off behind and head back into this building to go grab stuff.
Oh, a friendly face.
She says, approaching this person.
Oh.
Another cat blessed. Wow. Well, good luck.
Oh,
It looks
hey.
so nice.
Pardon me. I'm just making my way to the ship.
I believe you're coming on the same ship as I. Takes arm in hand.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, my retainers are.
What was that? I can't hear you over the waves. The waves begin crashing loudly.
I said that my retainers are.
As Coco fades into the distance, being dragged onto the boat by a helpful and supportive sailor lady.
Oh.
They are to soon set off on the Fukushia, I guess.
Yeah.
30-year-old child.
Oh my god. Bless you, Coco.
Oh dear God.
And so, off into the great blue sea. Their travel should only last a day. Their destination, from Tidebreaker to Ocean Veins. But yeah, we packed like way too much food, so probably gonna have a lot to eat today.
Why aren't you lucky?
Pokes.
Yeah.
Why don't you go around and talk to the other passengers? I'm sure they'd be super excited to talk to you. Bouncing back and forth.
Yeah. Of course. Who should I start with? I'm thinking. Did you hear? We have the great Suisen on our boat.
Someone with a
God.
face.
Someone with a face. That's perfect.
You know, I haven't heard much about him myself, but you know, come on! I'm sure it'll be great fun.
This lady push.
Okay, I can handle the stairs. All right, don't get lost.
Goes underneath the ship.
What? The hell? All right.
Heaves up the stairs. Let me just. She's safe for now.
Thank God. Thank God. She's not even anxious.
What's the conversation she's walking
Yeah,
in
what's the
on?
conversation? Oh, you sound like you want to leave me in, Jay. What is it?
It's more the situation. You notice that Sui-sen is in the corner. He has a is that a mummy on his back? That's not important. What's important is the fact that this woman she's actually pretty small is physically body blocking him in the corner at this point. Okay. So basically all I'm saying is you see a woman wandering around with a flower in her hair, absolutely do not mess with her, okay?
Why?
It's seriously bad news. Like even bigger, badder news than you're used to dealing with, okay? Just make sure you stay clear.
Are they one of your friends?
Unfortunately, not a friend. Hey!
Could you please pause the music for but a moment as Coco realizes something? Yes, she has met the great Sui-sen before. In fact, in that town that she ventures to now, Ocean Veins, where she met a now dear friend of hers. But that dear friend would be heartbroken to realize Sui-sen isn't being loyal.
Suisun stops as he kind of looks over and sees. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you too. We met before, but yeah.
Oh,
It's a pleasure
when
to
did we
meet you
When
too.
did-
Who's this?
She starts counting the years.
Oh goodness, it's been so long. Do you remember? Okay, back in Ocean Veins, there was like a dad who was sick.
He immediately gets recollection as he remembers. Oh, you're talking about the incidents with the Yoshinaga's wedding.
Yes.
Yes, I do remember that period. Were you one of the wedding attendees?
Yes.
Like, looks at him.
He kind of stops. It's been so long, but it's happy to know that everything went well.
Mm-hmm.
She looks at him. Notices
He
man.
sees your
Yeah, whatever.
hesitance as he sees your hesitance is like, and he kind of like, oh, my apologies. I know I don't seem to remember you too well, but I don't mean to offend.
Oh no, it's but I do not believe I've met your acquaintance before, miss. I'm Coco.
A pleasure to meet you. What? I'm the great chorus spirit stabilizer, Coco. Long, protracted eye contact.
A series of thoughts.
Coco, one who shares this name. Do they too share the burden of this existence? Well, fate that truly must be. I must be kind to them. Oh, who knows what hardships they may have.
Susan, your friend's giving me a look.
I'm
seems
so sorry.
Turns, huh?
I'm so sorry you have to bear this misfortunate name.
She shakes her head.
There are so many places that I've been talking about a dreaded Coco, but I swear I'm not a bad person. I'm sorry for ruining your reputation.
I see. You're someone who knows the true and dreaded weight of a name. I understand your plight truly and deeply. Your condolences are much appreciated, and the same, I wish a greater mercy on you. Being Coco is not easy. You must have been strong to have borne this burden so well. She smiles and looks down, a look of pure the most magnanimous look you've ever seen from a person.
Blissful. Introduction that's gone well.
Suisen just kind of looks at these two and is just like, all the same, I hope everything's... it's a pleasure to meet you again. Here's to hoping that everything goes well on our trip, and if you'd like to talk more, feel free to join in. Suisen says out loud, Coco, he seems to be inviting someone to hang out more.
Nice. Ah, well.
No, not you, the other one.
I mean, I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to talk at the, at the anniversary.
Yes, I suppose so.
Yeah.
I often reach the roads quite quickly, but all the same. Nice to share a trip with you.
Of course. I'm sure.
Looks at the sky, not a cloud.
I won't
And,
say it.
he says, he kind of looks up. Oh, and just in case, he kind of stops, clicks his tongue for a moment and thinks, and then speaks out loud. I've heard a rumor that you shouldn't talk to the cat-eared attendant on this boat. Very, very serious rumor. Be careful.
Oh, she's the one who led me onto the boat.
Just very intense. Don't get on her bad side.
Okay. That's. Well, I better introduce myself fast.
Starts running.
Hello, sir. Continue your good job.
Hey. Yeah.
Does Coco fall down the stairs and face plant in front of Momozawa?
Does this answer your question?
The
No.
toast spills
Coco.
on the floor.
Absolutely does.
You face plant in front of this man. You look up as you feel discombobulated by landing on your face. Look up. The combination of both the ocean and your pounding head distorting you even further. He looks down at you. As you look up at him, you see him slowly pull up a cup of tea to his face and take a sip of it and just stare at you silently, like a horrible, forceful presence just looking into your very being.
Immediately.
Quite the fall you just took there.
Yeah. I'm fine. I'm sure.
Coco took.
Are you absolutely certain of that?
Coco took 14 damage from that.
A little, yeah.
I'm fine.
Her nose is bleeding.
I see. Give me, let me just... Oh, you're lucky today. Momozawa reaches into his sack and hands you a what appears to be a handkerchief, almost. Has a weird design of it. Has a lot of these weird letters that you see on his face on it. You try to peer at these letters. I don't know what languages Coco knows, but
Probably not as many as she should.
they probably don't know this one.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, take this and clean your face with it. He pours another cup of tea for himself and places down a rectangular wooden plate and places down 2 sugar cubes from his pack on it, and then begins spinning the plate around in a circle.
Oh,
She cleans up her face.
thank you so much. Sorry about that.
He's still spinning the plate silently, and then he stops. Give me a sec. 1D2. Okay. Momozawa picks up a sugar cube from here and puts it inside of his cup and takes a sip of it. Silence. You drink tea, young one.
Oh, yes, I do.
Would you like a cup?
Oh, sure.
He
Um,
pours a cup of tea and places it in front of her, and then he reaches into his sack again and pulls out a second sugar cube to replace the one that he took and places it down. Feel free to take one of these.
Is this
Roll me a
some kind of
1d2.
game?
No, it's just selecting your thing. Okay. You deselect the first sugar cube before you, Coco. You
Drop
put it in your
into
cup.
tea. Sip.
You take a sip. Oh, Coco. This tea's really salty.
Thank you so much.
He takes another sip from his tea. Quite awful, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, good. It'd be concerning if you got the third one. Hmm? Is there something wrong?
Why would it be concerning?
He points out, he actually like raises his left hand and begins kind of waving it left and right in the air almost as if to like shoo off that question from the very sky itself.
Shuts up and drinks awful tea.
He takes a sip as well. Mine is quite awful as well, actually.
So I guess neither of us were lucky.
Silence for a mere moment. Correct. As it should be.
What?
You seem perplexed right now.
Yes, what did you mean by that?
Takes another sip of his tea.
Okay.
Silently drinking tea.
Roll to die.
Wow.
Oh dear. Suisun. Sorry, not Suisun. Momozawa. I'm still used to playing Suisun. Whew. Momozawa takes another deep sip of his tea, and he reaches into his pack and he pulls out 3 wafers and places them down on that same rectangular plate before you, and just kind of reaches down and grabs one really quick. 3. He picks up one and takes a bite of it from underneath his mask. You think you see a glimpse of his face for a second. The audience doesn't get to see that, though.
Yeah, he was just a guy.
He had a 12-pack on his face. Would you like a biscuit?
Oh, sure. Do I
Roll
pick from these
1d2.
two?
Yes, that is correct.
One directly in front of her again.
Ah, I see. You're a little lucky this time.
Oh.
Do you take a bite? You take a bite of it, Coco, and you're like, this is shockingly crunchy for a biscuit. And you look down, and then you... What's... That a cricket? Is that a cricket in this biscuit? He takes another bite of his as he looks up at you. Which one did you get?
It appears to be bug flavored.
Mine has eggshell in it.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I understand.
She nods. She does not.
You just outwardly speak the word "not" into the world.
That Momozawa.
Takes another bite of his biscuit. Crunch.
A bit
Why are you
strange,
here?
Very kind.
Why am I here? Well, this was the last boat heading out.
I see.
I don't want to be late for the wedding
For what?
anniversary.
I see,
over
I see.
in Ocean Things.
She takes another bite of her cricket biscuit.
See Momozawa dip his eggshell biscuit into his salty tea and takes a bite of it.
She finishes her biscuit off by mimicking the motion.
Oh, it tastes so bad,
It
Coco.
tastes so bad.
It's really bad. You're wondering how this man has managed to stay perfectly balanced as he is right now.
It's impressive. He must be a
Yes.
monk.
As all things should be. He sits there and, like, once again silently stares off into the middle distance. You don't know if he's looking at you anymore. He's just gone completely silent at this point.
Well, thank you so much for the tea. Should I leave the cup here?
Yes.
Okay. he? Well, there's more crew to meet.
He took the cup that you just drank from, then he
Yes.
puts it in the ocean and sits back down.
Monster.
Oh my god.
Coco doesn't see that.
You just hear a poosh.
Huh? Oh. Well, I hope he's alright. Oh boy. Deep breath. Gonna center myself. I am the village elder of the Cat's Cradle. I have to meet new people.
She
Oh.
continues to go around and introduce herself to the crew. This is a decently slow process. And eventually she's going to make her way inside. She will appear in a bit. How's everybody else doing? I imagine Momozawa is still looking at the crime he committed.
Yes, of course, probably.
Yes.
Drag.
It looks like I'm being dragged
Drag,
forward, yes.
Drag.
You see Momozawa's head slowly turn and watch you two as you move along.
Drag. Ship's mast. Looking at it very intently.
You're looking
What are you
at
looking
the
at?
ship's mast?
What are you looking at?
I was thinking about maybe standing at the prow of the ship and like dramatically hold me or something.
You kind of, are you interested in taking a look?
Yeah, I'd love to take a look. That's definitely the purpose of this.
All right, hang on. He reaches from behind and just kind of like, he holds onto your shoulders.
Kokuten,
Man,
deeply frustrated expression.
it's the most beautiful thing. It's girl being held by a guy with mummy on back.
Yes.
Listen, I've had to ignore the mummy for the last few weeks. You get used to it.
He holds onto you very tightly as you stand at the edge, and then enjoying the view.
Yeah, I guess. She seems actively a little upset with you. For some reason, Suisen, you just can't put your finger on it.
Yeah, I can. Enjoying the view?
Yeah, it's great. I'm having a great time. Hey, why don't we trade places? She swings around and dangles you over the edge.
Nothing goes man
You
with
do
mummy
so.
on back with girl behind
He holds on tightly to the straps on his back as he kind of hangs, holding there for a moment.
She is, like, horrifyingly strong.
Yeah. He kind of looks a bit back, rights the mummy, and then stands there
Hey,
and
you
looks at her
enjoying
again.
You?
I mean, sure.
Great, cool, that's great. Slams you back down.
I am. I don't know what his problem is.
He kind of stops. He turns back. You can't see anything in there. He speaks to the mummy.
I can appreciate the atmosphere.
All right, cool. He stops. I'm glad you're having fun. He looks back.
Coco moves over in this direction and it's like, okay, so how's your trip going so far? Are you enjoying spending all this time on a boat? You're going to an anniversary, you're seeing your friends. Don't people normally like this?
He kind of stops and he considers. Yeah, I guess I feel a little bad after all. It's been a couple years now, and this is gonna be the first one I've gone back to, I suppose.
The first, do you have other friends that have gotten married before? Huh?
No, I just mean she's had other reunions, and this is the first one I've actually been able to go out to.
People do that every year. It sucks. Why does time have to move so agonizingly quickly?
He kind of considers that. Yeah, it is a little unfortunate.
So you made it back at your first convenience. You're a very busy person.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Though he kind of considers I could have gone other times. I just didn't.
Ah, why not?
He kind of shrugs. I don't really know.
Did you not want to, huh?
Yes, but it's not like I hated it. It's
Hmm.
not like the more I go, the more I think I did want to see them again. I just never thought about doing it. He kind of steps up and he sees Momozawa assembled there, just sitting down at the edge of the ship.
Takes another sip. Hello, Suisun.
He stops and he kind of checks and he's like,
Hmm?
huh. He kind of wanders up with his just kind of moving up a little bit. Momozawa, huh?
Yes. Quite a coincidence that we'd both be on here.
I'd say so.
Last
brings
I saw
you on
was
out here?
He thinks to himself. Just traveling, as per usual. Need to take my ox back, get a new one, as per usual. Pours himself another cup of tea. Would you like some tea, Suisun?
Oh, of course. He kind of nods his head and sits down on the floor. Kind
What
of
about your
awkwardly,
companion?
because there's a body on his back. He kind of turns. Coco, would you like some?
Glaring past you, like looking deep into the mask. Not from that one, no.
Oh, can you read his mask,
Yes.
Coco? Yeah, you can. It's stupid.
Her eyes are so narrowed and staring at him. She's on the shoulder opposite the mummy to his head, and is just peering over, like borderline like fucking growling at this man.
He's just like, he kind of looks over like, what's your problem? What's wrong? He kind of looks over, when was the last time we met? Kind of trying to drag attention away for a second.
Momozawa ponders for a moment. I believe it was during that large group meeting between stabilizers. Pours himself some more. What was
Yeah,
that?
I believe
6,
so.
7 years ago? Can't quite remember.
Potentially. I haven't seen you at some of the other ones that's been held.
Yes. Don't quite have the time to go to those places. Getting cold all around the world at this point. Pours you both tea. Places down. He actually adjusts himself so he sits across from you. Tell me, Suisun, what have you been up to recently?
He kind of stops, eyeing these two that seem to have peeked out from below deck, kind of wondering about that.
They're watching you carefully. One
He
of
kind
them has a scowl on their face, and the other one is just like, who is that?
As they are watching, you notice Momozawa opens up, he reaches into his back and pulls out a paper parasol and pops it open. On the edges of the parasol, it's covered in talismans of the same writing that is on his face. He sits there and continues to pour, almost blocking their vision and their vibes, TM. He finishes pouring your cup, Suisun, and then you've seen this before, Suisun, albeit to a much larger degree previously. It seems he puts one for every person available here every time. He has put 2 sugar cubes before you.
I see. He looks. 2.
Yeah, 2. Okay. Suisun, you pick up your sugar cube. You gonna do anything with it?
He looks at it and he places it in his tea, smiling, and he's going to take a sip.
Suisun, this one's a little weird. It's not like salty. Doesn't taste like nothing. Thank goodness. And it's like overwhelmingly bitter. Like extremely bitter. As Momozawa plunges one into his and takes another sip himself.
Suisun stops, takes a sip. Oh goodness, more bitter tea. Excellent.
That is correct, Suisun.
It reminds me of the kind of stuff that I used to drink after I stopped, after I started wandering on my own for a little bit. He kind of looks directly across. Very bitter, but mixed with the tea like this, it has a strange quality to it.
Yes, he drinks a sip of his. Mine is rather sweet right now.
Oh, interesting. He kind of takes a sip. I believe you're going to ask what I've been up to.
Yes, I'm quite curious about the corpse on your back.
He stops and he's just like,
I'm not complaining by no means. Everyone has their reasonings.
Do you
he
want
kind
to
of
tell him, or should I?
he kind of like shifts the corpse on his back a little bit. I think it'd be good if you didn't talk to him about it.
You said he heard the corpse talk, and you can feel the air Momozawa grow slightly disappointed in this moment. Momozawa takes a sip of tea really quick. I see.
Why do I feel like... Never mind. He kind of checks across. I have been wandering and traveling about, dealing with fringe cases around the sides of the country. I've been traveling with my companion here. He kind of nods his head behind him at Coco.
Still wearing.
He kind of takes a note of that, and he kind of... Well, I'm taking a body somewhere.
I see. To burn it.
No, that actually happens by itself. I'm going to hopefully make this body stop burning.
Nah, I see. And where is that place you're going?
Well, Ocean Veins, conveniently enough. At least
Indeed.
we're gonna check there, and if not, we'll try Golden Beaches, maybe. Whatever we need to do.
Yes. He pulls out his biscuits once again and starts eating one from here. He begins thinking to himself for a little bit. Tell me, who is your companion on the back? She seems to not like me very much for whatever reason.
She's a new core stabilizer, he says.
I see.
Yeah, I'm brand new. I'm very inexperienced.
Interesting. Coco, you feel this man's gaze drift past Suisun and pierce straight into you for a second. You don't like that. You don't like that one bit.
Oh, don't like that at all.
He sits there and slowly takes a sip of tea a little bit. Well, it is an awfully small community we're in. Always good to have a new addition every now and then. Takes another sip of tea.
Glad to help out.
Yeah. He kind of stops, seeing the energy worsening here, as he's just like, okay. Momozawa, what recent tales have you had for yourself?
He thinks to himself for a few moments. Well, I have had my occasional encounter with a core spirit, as you know. Mostly been going around at this point, handing out goods from place to place. Had a strange run-in at an inn. It was a well that contained a singular core spirit. It was strange. It would touch you, and then you would feel as if your liquid in your body was leaving. Some man in there appeared to be hallucinating, screaming something about shadows and white arms and black arms. Don't quite know what he was talking about. Pours himself another cup of tea. There was also a time on a small island trapped in infinity. Met a man named Yukitake there.
Suisun kind of makes a bit of a face.
Quite a sad fellow.
Very sad. A little
Extremely so.
bit unbelievably so.
Almost soul-crushingly so.
I see. Apparently, he's been cursed to stay in Mitsudai forever. He turns his head slightly behind him. Have you heard anything about that?
Head tilt slightly. Oh, right. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
When I had met him,
walks by.
When I had met him, he found himself trapped in a small island that was impossible to leave.
That one's not my fault.
Not so. In fact, I did discern the core of it all.
I see.
Yes. Which you can find out on the Patreon.
He stops and then kind of looks around a little bit and well, Susan scratches his head, not really knowing what to say next. It's a pleasure to be traveling with you, all the same. I hope you find everything goes well with your ox.
Yes. He thinks to himself, I would hope so. This would be the 7th one in the past 3 months. Takes another sip.
He takes a sip or two, feeling the bitter tea go down, and he's like, that must get quite expensive.
Oh. He thinks to himself, I'm at no shortage of money right now. The big thing, right, even for myself, is it's all about knowing when to and when not to spend. Takes a sip for himself. I don't allow myself such nice things in life that would cause me to spend great amounts.
Let's see.
No, sleeping in the woods is enough for me.
He kind of nods his head a little bit. I
Uh,
can understand part of that.
we sleep in the woods. Not, we sleep in the woods not by choice, but because we don't have any funds on us.
I see.
Well,
Mayhaps you should
traveler's
consider
life.
branching out of country. I found it's quite lucrative in other places right now.
he kind of considers that as he's, well, not quite sure about that. He kind of turns up. Lucrative trade attracts those, or many of us, abroad, but the more of us leave, the less will be left for all of those who wander and are stuck in Mitsudai. There's plenty of disparate communities on the outskirts that still need help, all the same.
I see. That makes sense. Ah, actually, that reminds me. Speaking of trade, he actually said, I recently came across some new trinkets on my journeys. Some rather interesting ones at that. Mayhaps we can make a trade ourselves. Sweet.
Yes?
He reaches into his pouch and he pulls out various like trinkets that are clearly of some form of magical nature in one way, shape, or form. He also looks over to the side and sees all these people gathering up here and then chooses to ignore it. And he pulls out like what appears to be almost like a spinning top or whatever. He pulls out a small candle that has yet to been lit that has like a strange hue on its wax. It goes from like green to purple to red, and that is the range on this wax. Then he pulls out the last one appears to be is that a hand? It's like a mummified hand.
He kind of looks at all three and he's like, numerous interesting items.
Yes. Mayhaps we can trade.
I suppose so. He pulls out to the side and reaches in his pocket and pulls out a small little satchel as he starts to grab different things. Could you tell me a little bit about these objects?
Ah, yes. He holds up the rightmost object, the spinning top. This right here is a top, in which if you spin it, it will... it's quite an interesting effect, actually. If you spin it and gaze into it, it will cure nausea. Quite interesting, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, pretty useful for our activities, considering a bunch of side effects often end in nausea.
Yes.
Mental stress, all things like that.
He reaches into the middle and pulls out the multicolored candle. This one I have quite a fondness for. You light it and it actually changes the nature of the area around you. Quite good if you need to, have a core spirit enter a certain mood before you go into stabilize.
Susan considers, and
Backs
he
away.
kind of... Yeah, Susan stops and considers, well, if you're quite fond of it, and you'll allow yourself to be fond of this one, then I would prefer to maybe look at the other two. What's the last one?
Ah, yes. This one is the decapitated hand of a monk.
He stops, and then... I see.
Yes.
Does it do anything?
Ah, you can make a wish upon it, is simply enough.
I see. Well, not one to bother with wishes like that, neither would I really know what to wish for. So,
I see.
how about, it seems like there's a clear winner for me. Here, he reaches into his pack, and he starts unfolding his satchel. I think I've wandered on something. Magic items seem to be troublesome to carry, but all of the same. He unfolds a satchel. I have a list of notes. If you've updated with a bunch of recent encounters with core spirits, if you'd like to seek knowledge in exchange for, practicality. But if you're looking for something a bit more strange, let me see. He can, he looks inside of himself.
Hey, Susan.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, they're about to fall!
You
He
hear
stopped.
from this woman.
He stops. Wait, no, that's not right. Wait, what? He kind of turns around and looks in this direction, and he sees her.
Your eyes immediately go over to this scene.
Hey, okay, just a little further and
Coco is reaching out for someone who appears to have climbed onto the mast of the ship. And
Oh.
in trying to do cool guy shit, fucked up his roll so bad that he's falling off the boat.
Oh.
But Coco's bravery pays off.
Oh.
Thank you. The man ungracefully climbs back on. We told you not to do that, Noritachi.
He stops and he's
Looks like the situation has been resolved.
I suppose I know that one.
Do you now?
I think I should. Suisen. Okay, Suisen. Here's a classic public relations dilemma. Do you rush to say hi or do you finish your current conversation? You're gonna finish your current conversation.
Anyway, where were we?
Right. He kind of pulls the satchel out and he kind of looks across it in different ways. Okay, no. What was I deciding to get again?
You were deciding what object you would like to trade with me for the top.
Right, the top. He kind of looks at. This is a mirror of self-reflection.
Afraid I already have something that covers that. He pulls out a
Yeah.
scale.
Yeah, he kind of makes a face. Yeah, that's what I thought. So in that case, he reaches in, and he ends up pulling out another object, which God, he unwraps it, taking the time to kind of take a look at it. Would you perchance have any interest in? He pulls out a bottle. This is
What's that?
This is a bottle of spice, actually.
Spice.
Yeah. It's well, he kind of holds it out. Again, it's not particularly magical in nature, but it can be used for a similar effect to the top. Furthermore, I would have to warn, it is incredibly dangerous. You shouldn't be dosing out more than pinches of it at a time, or else it can really start to burn people's, digestive tracts.
I see. He actually seems pretty intrigued by this one.
But so long as you keep the small doses, it can have a wonderful effect for calming the body.
Interesting. Yes, I do like that one quite a bit. Yes, I feel like this would be a fair trade, yes. He hands you to the top.
He reaches over and passes over the bottle, pocketing the top, wrapping up a satchel, and giving you a bit of a smile. Excellent.
Yes. He pockets the bottle into his satchel, and I see the menace happening over there. He then actually stands up a bit. Well, to be perfectly honest, if you didn't have anything, I was going to give you the same old request as per usual. But it looks like today is still not yet that day.
I suppose I've dodged that. He kind of turns around, and if you'd excuse me,
Shame honestly. I brought tools this time as well.
He kind of makes a face. I see. Well, I guess we both came a bit more prepared this time. He kind of stands up a little bit. I have excuse me. He dips back and kind of looks around. Noritachi?
Immediately, their conversation cut short. You caught the end of what this woman was saying.
Yes. So you and the master, huh?
He stops.
Excuse me. Pushes her to the side. She winks dramatically. Yes. I believe it is the dreaded Suisen. What's the latest on your criminal radar? He laughs.
Nothing. He kind of thinks about that. I hope. Coco, have I committed a crime recently?
You're asking me about crimes.
Hmm.
Being
He
that
kind of looks, and he's like, "Yes, I thought you'd be a specialist."
I'm a being that exists but she flicks you in the nose.
He
Being that
looks.
exists above mortal matters like crimes.
He kind of gives you like a look. That's a funny thing to say.
She looks over at this one, huh?
Nothing.
What's with that look?
Just
He straightens himself up a bit.
winning a bet.
Huh?
Okay.
Regardless,
Oblivious.
Why, it appears you are carrying a you said you haven't committed a crime recently. Indicates
stopped,
towards Mummy.
And then he realizes it's just like, damn it, I keep forgetting. No, this isn't a crime. I'm just transporting this. I'm just transporting this.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the real
Yes, of course.
the real curse of that body is the fact that people want to talk about nothing else.
It all does come back to that, unfortunately. He kind of
Very like you can't really hide it.
he kind of thinks, looking forward and back.
It's
Yeah.
suspicious.
Yes.
I do feel very special.
He just
Oh.
makes the face again. Noritachi, have you met?
Yes.
Have you met one of my friends? He kind of points over behind him at Momozawa.
You see a
Another
man
core
sitting here
stabilizer.
silently in the background.
He's a core stabilizer, much like me.
Oh, core
Yes.
stabilizer. Yes, I'm sure. Sure, he's not as much trouble as you are.
Oh,
Uh,
sometimes.
what's with?
You see this man in the background look at you with his covered face, and yet still you feel his piercing stare pierce through you. Have you ever heard of Momozawa, Noritachi?
Let's find.
Let's
out.
find out. Roll to know.
No.
No.
Or actually,
Oh no.
if we're going by the standards of the reputation rolls with Suisen, that's the opposite of what he
Oh.
is.
He's a huge asshole.
Oh wait, that's the exact same number you rolled for Suisen. Where do you
It
keep
is.
hearing about these people like that?
Tell me up. Yes, I'm sure a friend of yours would be a very well-kept acquaintance.
Yes.
I will proceed to go talk with my savior. He leans.
Person
is it that
stare watches you as you move by.
How
It's like
is
an
it that
owl.
He stops for a second, feeling your stare, and hurries faster. Noritachi is a simple man. Easily scared.
Having just let's see how you're doing. Let's see how you're doing, Suisen. Yeah, that makes sense. Having talked to about like 3-4 different people right now and bunch of bouncing of conversations, Suisen's just kind of like, I feel like I'm going to head back to the room now.
Oh,
I'm a little tired.
of course. She sort of smiles, and then Coco does something rather unexpected. She, like, as you take a step in that direction, she grabs you by the chin and goes, "Aw, how cute."
He stops and kind of well, I guess he's locked in. Oh, hang on. Let me see one thing. Let me see how. Okay, he just kind of gives like a weary look. It's just like, thanks. I'm gonna go.
She moves over in this
Coco.
direction with a big smile. Yeah.
Coco, you
Yeah.
feel it, that piercing stare piercing through your very existence.
She stops and goes, "Okay, deck's more or less clear."
He pours a cup of tea. Would you like some tea?
Sits down. Looks a little closer. Did you put any foxglove in this? Am I obligated to drink?
He pours you a cup. No. And after all, I forgot my foxtails back on the cart downstairs this time. Luckily enough for you. You don't know if he's lying or not.
She'll take the cup of tea. What's the worst that could happen? She explodes again. That's the worst that could happen, but
Yeah,
you know,
hold on. We can find out.
Susan's off taking a nap. That's fine.
No, it's fine. So all you gotta worry about is the fact that Momozawa this time has pulled out that long rectangular wooden plate and put 6 sugar cubes on it this time. Please do pick one.
Exciting. We're doing this again, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, that's about right.
Oh, God. Kokaton, you put that in your drink, you take a sip, and it is excruciatingly spicy. Even for you. It feels like he just crushed up like 1,000 peppers and condensed it into 1 cube.
Did you use some of that spice Suisen was carrying around?
No, that's the 4th one. Here, we can find out. D5. Not today, it looks like. Wait, actually. It would be this one, actually, but... Because it's one shorter now. He takes it and he plops it into his drink and mixes it. What a coincidence, I suppose. Takes a sip. Yeah, that burns. You'll be dealing with that later.
Both of them try to remain as stoic as possible while being literally on fire. So, the fact that you're here right now, I'm here right now, Suisen's here right now, and glares at that one. Something's going to happen here.
Oh, most certainly. That's why I haven't done anything yet.
The
Yes.
lady gives a polite wave.
I'm
Hard
bi-
to sink a boat if you don't know what's going to sink it first. Please no sip.
Thanks. Well, it could very well be me. You know, misfortune on travel and all that.
Yes, very true. Good thing I brought a small little plank of wood I can probably use to swim out.
Well, you always have been prepared. Be ashamed to get rid of another ox that apparently you just acquired. Well,
Yes. I was rather upset the 3rd time you killed one of them. Take some more sip.
I mean, I didn't directly kill one. I just engineered circumstances that led to a very... Traces her eyes over there. Huh. Well, the people of this ship have been kind so far, so I don't really have a reason to act up quite yet. Unfortunately, I have my own functionality to perform here. But till then, I'm just the wandering core spirit stabilizer Coco, and
I
I
see.
am inexperienced and mostly on vacation going to a wedding anniversary or whatever that entails.
I see. A vacation before you even gained enough experience to warrant it. How interesting. You notice as Momozawa's in his judgy bitch stat.
Yeah. When you're a deity, you choose when you do and do not work. Her eyes split open with a half smile.
Don't you have some form of counsel?
Yeah, they don't like me there.
I would assume so. Most people don't like you.
She smiles again. This is why talking to you is nice. It's so wonderfully refreshing and glib. I'm just trying to decide on what exactly to hit you with this time. Hitting that ox again just seems unfair. I feel bad after the last one. What to choose? Cocoton's got a mean look on her face.
Just so you know, I've happened to have developed a new form of tag just for my oxes at this point.
Well, I'm glad to be advancing your craft as much as you advance mine.
Yes.
Stop
You look
putting
at his mask that reads balance and order on it.
She just shakes her head. Stop putting core spirits weird places.
No. I could say the same to you, honestly.
I choose the place. I relocate core
Oh.
spirits to where they'll flourish.
I've noticed that one of you is gone now.
She frowns. Awfully perceptive, huh?
Yes, a nice little bonus that comes with this on my face.
She points a finger at it. Awfully strong placebo you've got there.
Yes, quite handy. As it turns out, some magecraft from other countries can come in handy.
Frowns. Well, if you know that one's
Hold on
gone.
one sec.
Yeah.
Momozawa completely interrupts you. Hold on. Looks out in the corner. Is that person being shoved off the side of the boat?
It does look like those two are fighting, but the other two crew members who clearly see it are not doing anything about it.
Well then, new core stabilizer, is that a situation you should interrupt?
I was going to ask Elder Core Stabilizer, what do you think the call would be in a situation like this?
Consider this a test of judgment from me.
Oh,
He
wow.
pulls out a scale. It sits perfectly in balance as he holds it.
Walk, walk, walk,
He
walk.
stands up and follows behind you and
Walk.
watches you.
Takes a look. Okay, what's going on here?
This is a private affair. Someone has been stealing food from our storage.
Hmm.
And I ruled out all of the other candidates, so it has to be this guy.
She points back with her thumb. It wasn't me, I swear.
Well, when it comes down to it, cruelty and kindness on the open sea are laws dictated by the great dread Kokutan. Hops up and sits on the side of this and
You
just
hear
like,
a man in the background raise his hand. Don't you mean Coco?
Coco will arbitrate those laws today. she sort of smiles and leans in, and like starts to look between the two of you. Now, a violation of a law like that, good nature on the open sea, that could bring great misfortune on the boat. Honestly, I'm not going to stop you if you want to throw this person overboard. Please feel free, go for it. She gestures with a hand, but your ship won't run for very long if you intend to agitate greater forces.
Agitate greater forces?
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying like I have to show kindness to this, albeit potential thief?
Unfortunately, yes you do. Hops touches down.
Now why is that?
Motions around. Humans, as they stand, are insignificant specks in the greater eye of nature. They exist to band together, to voyage, to drive back against the weather, the rain, the storm. She takes another step forward. Kindness on the open road, kindness during a journey, is something that only humans are capable of showing other humans. It is a brilliant right granted to everyone within this country. Violating it would be the same as spitting in the eyes of the gods, inviting nature to come in and correct a balance that humans naturally upset themselves. So, enjoy your wondrous boat, enjoy your crew, celebrate, be merry. Do not be cruel on the open sea, because the sea is far crueler than you could ever be. But that's just one core spirit stabilizer's opinion. She takes a step backwards and gets a big smile on her face. I'm really afraid of the Dread Kokutan. She's a very scary goddess. Walks back in this direction. So don't punish that guy, okay? Or else she might sink the boat. Walk, 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 walk.
Wow. I mean, does she know who she's talking to?
What?
I mean, um, Captain, he says to the woman. I don't mean to pry, but you said food was stolen? It wasn't me. The others can attest.
Well, and who was it? Everyone else is accounted for. You think it was the ox? Was it the ox?
No, probably not. I'd be surprised it could get out. You see how large that thing is?
Well, sure it is the duty of a human. Jeez, I hate those pretentious types. It's the duty of a human to show kindness to others on the open sea. But you know what they say? Stowaways are rats. They aren't to be treated with respect.
She storms off.
Person here watches you as you storm. Watches. Stares at you, takes a sip of tea. Would you like some tea?
No thanks.
I see.
I've drank in my fair share of seawater.
He stands up, walks this way to the tip of the deck, looks out for a second, looks over to that guy. Are you scared?
A little.
Why?
Well, it was my job to make sure nothing got in.
And why would have something gotten in?
I don't know how it could. Everything was sealed up.
Oh? Sealed, you say?
Yeah.
Would that mean that mayhaps someone already on board did it, or something that was on board, mayhaps? He thinks to himself a little bit, thinks to himself, looks down into these grates right here that lead to the lower decks. Mayhaps it was a cargo-based stowaway. Something small enough to fit there. Carried it right on board. Or maybe someone's lying to you. Maybe it's even that captain of yours.
Well... Huh. Thanks.
But what do I
Jesus
know, really?
Christ!
Tell me, what does Momozawa perceive?
What does Momozawa perceive?
Tell me.
Oh boy. So, this very concerned man. There is something off about his worry? Well, I mean, I know for sure that nothing could have snuck on. And I know for sure the
Oh.
captain isn't lying. But
How can you be so sure of both?
because
Being
I've
sure
heard-
of one thing is one thing, being sure of two things is completely another thing.
man is shaking as he looks at you. I've heard this rumor that a creature from the ocean climbs aboard your boat, eats all your food, and then judges you.
Oh, a creature that judges you. That sounds like a fascinating being. And one that eats all of my food as well. I hope it doesn't consider my ox down below as food. That would be quite upsetting. I was just fixing to send it back to the farmland so it could enjoy the rest of its short life. He turns around and looks at you for a second. Excuse me for a moment. He pats your back.
Ah.
Okay, that is all. He walks away.
Okay. You know, it's said that the creature eats people too, so be careful!
Oh, he takes a few steps back. People as well. Then wouldn't
Yes.
that be no longer calling it a creature isn't fitting enough. And wouldn't it be a monster? A monster
course.
so great that it exists from the depths itself, my. And tell me, what do people say this creature looks like? He leans in.
It looks like seaweed given form.
Oh,
It takes on the appearance of... You rolled a 20.
Yep.
So... A child.
a child, my. Very interesting. He thinks about it. He thinks about that long and hard for a moment. I see. And he holds up a hand. Would the child be about, oh, I don't know, puts his hand up and down, yay, high?
It's said that they appear like that of a 10-year-old.
10-year-old, I see. He then goes, do they happen to have anything in their hair?
2 pins.
2 pins, I see. Anything else beyond that? Any other defining feature?
Well, my freezes. My brother was actually the only survivor of a boat attacked by that creature.
Oh, and where is your brother now?
He looks amidst the waves.
I
He
see.
didn't come back from his next voyage.
Cursed to sink one another. Let us hope that it's not a bloodline trait then.
He shivers. I hope not.
Yes, that'd be quite a shame indeed. He walks away for a second. By the way, you have something on your back. And then
Huh?
walks off and then heads down to the lower deck.
Reaches around trying to get what's on his back.
You reach around and you grab what's on your back and you see a talisman on your back. And it reads in a language that you cannot quite understand. But if Kokatin were here and were to read that, it would say something like this.
True.
That's great.
I'm going to briefly take us to the loading screen while I prepare the night map.
Ooh,
All
excellent.
right.
You're doing great so far. Does anyone feel we need a break?
Ah,
I'm doing good.
I'm doing pretty good actually. Unless you want to call one.
No, I'm good.
All right, then I'm good then.
I just have one question for you all then.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's less of a question and more, can I ask you all to roll to die?
Sure. Can you place me my
course.
character on the screen so I can?
Yes, allow me to do so.
Kokatin rolled bad.
Okay. Object. Okay, it's not letting me drag out Momozawa.
Hold on, I got this.
got it.
Momozawa,
Let's do.
He's here.
Yeah. Roll the die.
20.
Let's see. He's locked in. I could try to re-rolling without that really fast, actually.
No, you can keep your die.
Okay, yeah, sure. 12 then.
Yeah. Okay. Momozawa, what is your red stat again?
To perceive.
Oh, of course. I believe you are the first to notice. There is a scuffle. You hear the familiar shoutings of that woman as she and the rest of the crew gather on top of the deck as you silently sit in your room. Let me... Could you drop me Momozawa?
I can indeed drop you a Momozawa. Boom. He big, he needs shrink him.
Yeah. Whop. You wake up in your room. Yes, a boat this large is capable of holding individual rooms for its passengers. What is that ruckus upstairs?
Momozawa stands up from his bed, reacquaint himself, and put him back into the color he has left.
Daisuisen stands up from his bed, reacquainting himself, and he stops, a little curious, I suppose. He reaches over, and he's before he steps out though, he stops and yells out, "Hey, I'm gonna head out for a bit. Do you want me to leave you a bucket of water? Or maybe I should."
Mask BRB.
Oh, okay, I see. Silence.
Sleep.
Sleep. Heavy sleeper that boy is.
I can't tell when he's like that. Damn, he kind of steps out.
Oh,
Just for a moment. It shouldn't be too bad.
Hold on. Steps out. No. Hold on. Something.
Hmm?
I've got to share some important factoids about this room. 1, you were assigned to a room with only one bed. 2, the other person who shares this room with you, even hysterically in this dumb rom-com scenario, will not even vaguely fit. She is into the corner of this room, literally occupying the vast majority of the space in here.
I see.
Oh, oops, I
Oh
erased.
gosh, he's gone.
He's
Yeah,
dead.
he's gone. He's done.
Rom-com annihilation.
He stops and looks up. There's a tangle of limbs and tails sitting at the exit. I see. He tries to squeeze and crawl his way through the tails and maneuver his way around the door.
Wow, you did that without even asking me to move.
He stops. I thought you were asleep. I didn't want to wake you up.
Poof, fluffs into a giant ball. Sleep is for mortals. My eyes are ever watchful.
He kind of stops. Well, huh. I thought you liked doing it sometimes, but
I do. It's nice.
yeah. I guess.
She flutters around in this direction. Go investigate away.
Yeah. Huh. Should have known better too. He kind of steps and puts his hand on the door. You weren't snoring after all. He steps through the door.
Cokerton. Brain shuts off. looks over to the mummy who's asleep. Do I?
Momozawa,
Yeah.
you're first out on deck.
He walks out and he sees this going down right here and watches.
What's going down appears to be... It's less of an interrogation and more like... It's kind of not pleasant.
Stealing our food! Stowing away! Do you know if there is a worse crime you could commit? Against I, the captain of this very ship! With the worst name in the world.
She looks angrily to the moonlit
Almost.
sky.
Momozawa looks over to Suisen, who was just pointed out. Did she just say captain?
He stops and he's just like, I'm more concerned about what's happening to that one. He kind of points past.
Oh yes, that must be the seaweed monster I've heard so much about.
That what?
Yeah, seaweed monster. Apparently it eats people.
He kind of.
This child's hair does indeed resemble that of the thickest weed at the bottom of the ocean depths. But they seem quite small, frightened, and less like a frightened animal and more just scared. They appeared to not have expected to be caught.
Suisen will be taken aback by the sight. I don't think he'll be able to stay as impartial as he was about to just maybe leave again. But seeing them again, let's see how he's doing. Oh, what a conundrum. On one part, he's sort of stuck in that moment, giving Momozawa a second to step ahead while Suisen figures out what he's going to do here.
Momozawa walks up and raises his hand. Is this the so-called seaweed monster I've heard so much about? Looks towards
It's
the
the
man who was
Momozawa.
talking to him earlier.
Yeah, this guy. Mr. Momozawa, I don't believe so. I mean, it would have destroyed the ship by now. This
I
appears
see.
to just be some stowaway child. He looks almost disappointed.
Oh, I see. He looks towards the captain. So tell me, what makes you so certain that this person's a stowaway stealing food?
I caught them in the act, red-handed.
Oh?
The captain holds forth what appears to be a loaf of bread. Several bite marks taken out of it. You can see several crumbs on the child's face.
I see. He kind of tilts his head to the right, though. Though that doesn't quite prove this person is a stowaway, nonetheless.
They weren't supposed to be on the ship. Isn't that right?
Looks
He
at
looks
this
towards
guy.
the small child.
I mean, I wasn't. I guess.
Tell me. He actually walks up and sits down in front of this child. How did you get on board?
I climbed.
Climbed, I see. He looks towards this man up here. Did you consider climbing on how to check for things?
Oh, wha- yes, but to climb aboard the ship, you would have had to do that while we were taking off.
It's not impossible.
Silent.
Tell me, did you climb aboard the ship while taking off like he says?
Silent nod.
And how did you go about doing that?
Holds out hands. They are clawed and sharp and webbed.
Ah, I see. Interesting. He looks up to the cat god. Captain.
Yes.
He looks up to her. Tell me, this child put up much of a fight when you captured her?
No, they didn't.
I see. He then looks at her. Wouldn't you say that's rather a bit harsh for you to just scream at a small child such as this? Even if they didn't hurt you or scratch at you or anything like that, even when they have the tools easily enough to do so.
The child. It looks like the child didn't consider that. Is now
Looks at the
looking at
small
their
child.
hands.
With a small child. Ah, he couldn't even consider he could hurt someone with weapons such as that. It'd be quite easy, actually. Surprisingly so, even. He'd probably even take a chunk out of this boat and sink us all if he wanted to.
Is looking appreciatively at Momozawa?
You get nothing back from this stare. It is Momozawa's look, TM. He looks at up at Suisen, who I'm assuming is still standing at this point.
Yeah, Suisen's been checking back and forth, and he spent so much time in his head trying to figure out what to do that it seems like you've already started to diffuse the situation. And at this point, he started to kind of chill back and is sort of respecting your plan. He seems a bit satisfied with what you've done so far, at least.
Yeah, Momozawa decides to scoot up to make a more even circle here. In fact, he even pushes the captain back a little bit. No, not that way, right here.
Ah, yes.
There you go, far more even than before.
There you go.
He menaces this man right here. There you go. He then looks at this person straight in the eye. Tell me, is this your first time stowing away? I've recently heard a legend of a seaweed monster that emerges from the depths that apparently sinks every boat it's on. I'm quite curious about it, actually. Let's say it piqued my interest.
Ah. I see. stands up with the most confidence you've ever seen on a person.
Yes, that would be I. So, I'm the dreaded sea monster, all in those rumors.
Oh, I see. So you both steal and eat all the food on the boat and also eat people, is that correct?
Well, I mean... well, I don't eat people. That'd be weird.
Oh, that's strange. That fellow up there has insisted that you do.
He looks away.
Did you lie to me, sir? That would be quite impossible given that I slapped the tag truth on your back.
I didn't lie. I told you what I really thought.
I see. Do you still have that tag, by the way?
Yes. He produces
Give it to me.
forward.
You hand him back the tag, and then he goes, "Excuse me, small child. Would you please put this on your face?"
Okay.
Tap.
You see, this tag has a very unique property of it. That when it's placed upon you, you have no choice but to tell me the truth whenever I ask you a question. So now I'll ask you.
That's so
Do you
cool.
eat people?
No,
I
but
see.
my sister might.
Oh, you have a sister. I see. I see.
Yeah, she's the coolest.
I see. He looks
Child
over.
seems to have forgotten about literally the entire surroundings and is entirely focused on you.
Momozawa turns to the captain. Was there a second one on board? One that was mayhaps eating?
No, not to my awareness.
Immediately thinks, you drag, 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 immediately going under the boat to check again.
Yes, he looks at this the small child and then considers further. Interesting. Now tell me, is your sister rather large, mayhaps large enough to sink an entire ship?
Yeah.
I see.
She's
Now tell
bigger
me.
than the ocean.
Oh my, that is
Big
quite
arm
large
motion.
indeed.
Yeah,
Quite large indeed.
she could eat
Now-
all of it.
Oh wow. That certainly must be quite the stomach she has on her then. He thinks to himself for a solid second or two. I see, I see. Tell me, does your sister have a penchant for consuming oxes?
Says
Have you ever seen a cow before?
cow.
You ever seen a rather large fish in the ocean before?
Yes.
Imagine now that that fish had 4 legs, just like my own, but at the end put hooves and then give it a strange face. And
That
also
sounds
horns.
horrifying.
Yes, would she eat such a thing?
Maybe.
Well, that is quite a shame. He takes a tag off of your face. Yeah, he stands up a bit. Well then, he looks over to Suisen. It appears we might have a problem or two on our hands.
Seems so. Though, not this one.
Yes, doesn't seem quite like that yet. He then kind of like turns around and looks out at the deck. Wonder if those two who went below will be okay, or if any of the passengers underneath will be all right as well. There
Well,
was
he kind
that
of-
clumsy child who fell on their face earlier.
It's a good question. I'll take a look down there.
Yes.
Suisen kind of starts heading off a bit more focused as he heads on down, trying to check in with some of the other passengers and make sure everyone could be found easy enough.
Give me a roll, Sui-san.
All right, let's do that. Let's go. Wow, good job, Suisen.
Sui-san, you get lost in the cargo hold. The only thing you can
Excellent.
repeatedly find is the ox.
Suisen talks to that ox on a couple of occasions.
The ox mirthless stares into your soul. Momozawa kind of stands up and thinks to himself for a bit. Though I have to say, the captain must be quite quick to jump to assumption this was the case. Looks like they're about to throw a child into the ocean. That wouldn't have been a dilemma. Probably gotten their sailing license to revoked.
I mean, who'd throw a kid in the ocean? I mean, that sounds really rude. I mean, wait, Captain?
Yeah, it's the captain.
That was. Oh, that was the captain.
Oh, yes. Is there something wrong?
Hmm. Hmm. I mean, you're on this boat,
Yep.
but so's that captain. And my sister, well, I mean, she'd love to meet that captain lady.
Oh,
She was
why is
mean
that?
to me.
Oh, does your sister like to meet people who are mean to you?
Yes, and I never
Oh.
have to talk to them again. She's
Oh.
The child smiles.
He thinks to himself for a little bit. Now, tell me, are people frequently mean to you on boats like this?
yes.
He thinks so.
Stares plainly forward.
Did you ever meet a man who looked mysteriously like that person who got taken below deck just a few moments ago with the captain?
I
They are going to roll. Roll to do. Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Wait, but he wasn't mean. He was nice to me.
I see. I must explain a thing or two. Then why the second time? He walks around, a little bit, thinking to himself, walking back and forth, back and forth. Interesting. Yeah, he's gonna roll to do really quick.
Yeah.
What can Momozawa perceive from this situation? A man who was nice to her, but yet managed to live only on a secondary voyage to perish at sea. Could it be pure coincidence, or...
Or perhaps it is that a man who had undergone such an event would be so changed that, yes, in order to balance out the horrible deed done to him, he too would have to become horrible.
I see. I can respect that. He walks out and looks into the ocean a little bit. Interesting. So, like being of the ocean that casts judgment upon whomever it finds. Well, that is quite fascinating. You there, come with me.
Oh,
We're going to find your sister.
where are you going?
Below deck.
That she won't be there.
No, and where would she be?
Well, unlike a cow.
The kid says.
Yes.
Also, both of these two are immediately like, we cannot let this kid out of our sights.
Yes.
Well, unlike a cow, my sister don't got
Stomps feet.
Oh, I see. Interesting. So if that is the case, then he looks out into the ocean depths below. Interesting.
Actually, you have red locked in right now.
Yeah.
And you're looking at the ocean. You notice something strange. The waters are deathly still. Now, one might come to expect this of a lake, but not the ocean, especially not outside Tidebreaker. It's calm.
I see. As big as the ocean indeed, then. He looks down into the depths further and further. So, is that your sister below us? I see. Well then. He looks at those who are there. You should probably begin running.
What?
Yes.
I am going to roll for them. Both of them immediately fall backwards. Run where? If that thing's
Well.
really as big as they say.
Well, I suppose that's your issue to figure out then. Momozawa waits patiently. Yes.
Mister?
Yes.
Tilt's head.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Stands up.
I am Suishi.
Ah,
Throws out a
Suishi.
clawed hand.
Momozawa extends his hand. I am Momozawa the Terrible.
Haha, a fellow beast of the seas, then.
Smiles.
He thinks to
Big,
himself.
jagged, toothy grin.
He thinks to himself, a beast of the seas. That is a title I have not been given yet. More would call me a beast of the moral standpoint. You're in fact quite lucky. Today of all days, I managed to have quite a bad managed to have quite a bad day with my tea. That makes you a lucky one.
I guess I am lucky.
Yes.
Looks out over the ocean, proud of this, thinking it is a compliment of some kind of skill.
Yes. Only know that in an alternate timeline where Momozawa had good tea, this would have probably gone much differently. He sits there and he waits. At this point, he's honestly just waiting to see those two guys get got. That's honestly what he's waiting for right now.
Sensing that gaze from you, Momozawa, the kid looks at you.
Yes.
Should I inform the commander?
As if this is something you would understand.
His head tilts. Commander?
Hmm.
Why, go ahead. Why not? Standing here seems to be getting nothing done.
You see, out of their seaweed hair, they pull this glowing orange creature? No.
Ah.
You're familiar enough. That's a core spirit.
Interesting, interesting. Shame Suisen is lost below deck. He would have loved to see this.
Oh man! I'm so happy.
Go back to Suisen standing next to the ox.
Hey man. Rough crowd, huh?
You see Suishi whisper something to this entity as the boat begins to lurch, as a giant form climbs aboard.
Oh.
My. Interesting.
The two are taken into the depths.
My. I see. So, tell me, is your sister more than just one?
Oh,
Yes.
well, no. You don't understand. This is the commander.
Holds tiny creature.
He looks down at it. I see. Think I'm beginning to understand. There are a great many core spirits lurking in the depths below that have yet to been discovered. With that, assuming you can speak with them then.
Well, this is a fish.
Ah, fish, just like a cow then.
Yes. Terrifying beast that must be. Ugh. Do you think the commander could take on a cow?
He looks at it. Mayhaps not itself, but those it commands, yes. That is the skill of commander, after all.
Of course.
He continues to look out into the ocean. Just how many of those do you have down there? More than you can count, even?
Of those?
Momozawa.
Yes.
As you look out to the sea, the only, ripples in the waves left behind by that giant crab, you see entities all swarming around before settling back into the calm.
Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen so many fishes in one place at once like this.
It's really cool. Hey, you can't
Yeah.
tell anybody, okay?
Very well. I will keep my mouth shut.
But
Points at chest.
I got one. I got a fish in my chest.
You do?
Yeah.
I see. Quite interesting. I too have a great many fishes in my wagon downstairs, actually. Many of them are sleeping right now, though.
Hmm. Wait. Sleeping?
Yes. Just taking a nice time, resting until I put them somewhere else. Somewhere new where they can swim freely and adjust the world at their own fit. He looks out.
Hmm. Um. Do you know how to swim?
Me. He
Yeah.
thinks to himself. A long time ago, I was swimming over a lake that I grew up by. However, I don't think I've swam since I was a child. Last time I swam was, 30, 40 years ago? Can't quite remember how old I am anymore. But I possibly still remember the way of it.
Whoa. You're so ancient.
I suppose in many senses, yes I am. He looks down at the child. Can you swim?
Mm-hmm. Real good.
Nice. Very interesting. He looks out at the water. Why do you ask?
Well. Then it's the rest of them. Yeah! It's the rest of them.
Smiles at you as if you'd understand.
I see. Very interesting. And where are the rest of them?
Well, the white hair one went under, the cat one went under. I think there were more of them, but you don't know how to swim.
I'm willing
Not
to
quite.
learn again, though.
Huh?
I'm willing to
Turns
learn
around.
again. Momozawa thinks to himself, yes, I wouldn't mind learning again. It's been quite some time.
I'm going to. Ah, yes, good.
Very good.
Suishi looks up at you, takes one of the pins out of their hair.
Keep this.
Very well.
You got fishes?
Holds forward the commander.
Yes, I do have a few.
Put it near them. They'll be okay.
Okay. Very well then. He thinks to himself, and he actually does reach into his bag, and in his bag he pulls out a small balled up like what appears to be a series of those talismans surrounding what appears to be a brick. He undoes the talismans around the brick, and out from it comes a light glowing hand. This was a brick that once possessed a well that contained a large portion of water. I mentioned this to a crew earlier, but if you touch this, it would drain all the moisture from your skin. It's
Whoa.
quite a strange one. Mayhaps it will find quite a good amount of drink in this large ocean then. Do you
but-
not want this one?
Well, it looks really cool. Do
Holds forward the commander, tears in their eyes. Oh.
it wouldn't be fair to kiss.
Are you asking for a trade? I see. He looks down at the commander. You seem awfully attached to this here, commander. Would it mean the absolute world to you if I let you stay with him? I see. Very interesting. He looks down at the commander, and he looks at his piercing eyes pierce straight through it. What do you think, spirit? Or sorry, fish.
The fish seems hesitant to leave the child's side. That is for certain.
I see. Here. He takes a step here all the way on the back. How about instead of a trade, we play a game?
Oh, a game?
He takes the brick and puts it on the ground, and weirdly, with a strange amount of finesse, you see like a blade emerge from his wrist, and it actually slices into the brick slightly, allowing the core spirit to come out freely, moving around slightly more and more. Let us play. I remember correctly. Some people, whenever they wish to decide which one of them will have ownership over a dog or a cat, stands between them and the animal, and seeing which one it wanders towards. How about we see in this case?
I don't know what a dog is, but
It's much
okay.
like that commander you have there, albeit much larger.
Big fish.
Yes. They stand there, and I don't have down, but you just like basically that hand thing from the previous thing I ran floats above and whatnot, and just kind of sits here, wandering about in the air, far less malicious as it was in the tale that was told earlier. Well then, how about we see what these ones are interested in? In this case, we are not rolling for ourselves. We are rolling what the spirits roll.
Okay. The commander shall roll.
And the roll is actually let's make this a simple game. Let's both roll a 1d2.
Okay.
Momozawa is 1. You are 2.
Okay. Oh.
Well, as it would appear, as the hand begins to slowly wriggle its way back into Momozawa's coat, he re-imbues it with seals. Not much has changed in this case in way, as is sometimes the way it shall be. He sits down on the deck across from you. He stares at the commander. Sometimes that is the way of the world, correct? You may not always get what you want, but in the end, nothing has quite changed for you. You still have your ground to stand upon.
The commander dives back into the seaweed-like hair.
I see. Huh. Well,
There's a troubled look.
He sees his child is having a trouble look, and he takes a few steps forward and then sits down right here, beckons her over to sit across from him closer.
Crawl, crawl, crawl. Sit.
Tell me, do you drink tea?
tea?
It is a drink.
I drink.
Oh, yes. He starts setting up a tea set on the deck here, directly above these grates. Anybody below could see both of these people sitting here. And when Suisun looks up, oh, hey!
Get back! Gets lost again.
He puts down tea set and sets it up, and once again sets up his rectangular wooden plate and places down 2 cubes on it. This we will put inside of our tea.
Okay.
Roll a 1d2.
Of course. Ooh.
Momozawa takes the one remaining here. You look deeply at your cube, and you're like kind of surprised. It's a little purplish compared to his. His is more of a perfectly stark white over your more purplish cube. He
Looks at tea in glass.
he puts the cube he has inside of it. Oh yeah, he's dumped both of them.
Yeah, drops a whole teacup into mouth. Crunch.
Ah, I see. Well, that's 2 gone today. He reaches into his pouch and pulls out a 3rd glass. Now, like this. He pours the tea into the glass and then waits for you. And he like goes, now repeat after what I just did. Place the cube inside of the glass.
Oh, okay.
Place.
And
Now you mix it.
Was about to eat it again.
okay.
Looks
This is-
around.
Think of this as a challenge of training. You mustn't take a step too far than what you are ready for in the moment.
How do I mix?
Here, he pulls out a spoon from his pouch. It's actually a rather nice spoon. It has a really nice decoration on it. And he hands it to you. And then he pulls out one out and says, "Now just repeat after me." And he begins to mix and stir it around.
Copies the motion.
He is now, once the cube has completely disappeared within the liquid, remove your spoon.
That's like what sister does.
Oh, your sister enjoys tea?
Well,
Looks over the edge of the boat.
it's like a real big mean fish will come through, and my sister
Mhm.
just swirls them.
Ah,
they're
until they are
gone.
completely gone. I see. Rather interesting. He begins to set things up, putting away the spoons and stuff. And as he does so, your sister sounds like she is quite a powerful being.
The strongest.
I see. Very interesting. He pulls out a he pulls out the same like biscuits he had before. There's a set of 6 this time laid out before you. This time each of them is a different color, mysteriously enough.
Oh,
He he goes, "First we will drink the tea. Now, don't go swallowing the entire cup. That is mine."
oh, okay.
He now just repeat after me. And he lifts up the thing, and you almost see the bottom half of his face for a moment as he lifts up the bottom of the cloth that covers his face, and he just takes a sip of the tea and puts it down.
Weird fin, but okay.
Yes, you take a sip of it.
Copies the motion. Yeah.
You take a sip of it, and it doesn't taste like too much. However, it does have a light light twinge of flavor behind it. However, you don't think you like this tea too much.
Mm. Is
Taps on side of teacup.
it broken?
You do not like it.
It didn't. It didn't taste.
Didn't taste. I see. You must have gotten the ube one. He reaches into his pouch here. I normally don't do this, but I'll give you an exception. It seems like you've had quite a rough day today. He reaches into the pouch and pulls out a regular white cube, and he drops into your glass. Try it with that.
Oh, okay.
Sips. Is about to sip. Remembers. Mix.
Yes, very good.
Mixes first. Then sips.
Yes. It is very sweet this time, actually. Like actual tea.
Whoa! Whoa!
Stands up.
What is this?
That is tea and sugar and a little bit of ube from the first one.
Ube. And
Yes.
Sugar.
Yes, sugar would be something that'd be quite difficult to find in the ocean, I suppose. Rather rare. You need to go to land for it. You need to go to land to get it. Although I'm surprised. Seeing as your experience on these ships, I'm surprised you haven't found any. Most times they deliver spices such as this or that.
Well, I go for the.
It is trying to think how to explain the food item that Suishi commonly goes after.
There's like it's the same color as this.
Points at the wood.
But it's not this. It tastes way better, and it's fluffy. It's like crunchy on the outside, but it's fluffy on the inside, and that's
I
really
see.
good.
He recalls to the loaf of bread that the captain
Yes.
had on them the entire time. I see. So you enjoy bread, is that it?
Bread.
Yes.
Proud
he
of himself.
he reaches down to that plate of biscuits he put down before and raises one up. This, in a way, is a piece of bread as well, albeit not as fluffy as the one you expect. However, slightly more flavorful. Many enjoy it with their tea, after all.
Then I suppose we shall enjoy.
Smiles.
Yes. Roll a 1d6.
Yes. A 2.
Okay. You pick up a yellow biscuit, actually. It has a pretty intense shade of yellow. You sniff it. It does have a somewhat strong smell coming from it as well, but nothing too bad. Nothing as bad as what you smelled in the ocean.
Yeah. that's for sure.
The best way I describe it to you, Chad, the person, is it tastes
Yes.
a bit like turmeric. Like a lot of turmeric got put into this thing. Like a lot.
I, Chad, in a similar situation to the child, don't know what that tastes like, and the kid makes a face. Like,
Oh, well,
it's not a face of disgust, but you know Suisen's shock expression?
Yeah.
That.
Yes. It seems you got the turmeric one. That one tastes quite strongly. Many don't quite like it, however some do. There was once a man I met long ago who quite enjoyed it. He pours himself a cup of tea. He's dead now.
that happens.
Yes. As we just saw mere moments ago. Flashing back to the fucking crab. He too grabs a biscuit from here. 1d5. 3, okay. He pulls up it's like a weird one. It's almost like completely perfectly white. And he takes a bite out of it. And then doesn't even show any form of response or anything like that. He just continues to eat it and drink his tea along with it. You see he hasn't actually commented too much on his tea or biscuits. And you assume this is something he's gonna because he is a well-trained individual here. He has done this many times, of course.
Yes. A master.
Yes.
Over.
Meanwhile, Momozawa has gotten exclusively the flavorless flavors of his things and has nothing to react to in any way, shape, or form. He sits here and continues eating. Now tell me. You spend much time in the ocean with your fishes, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do the fishes like your sister?
No.
Why is that?
They're scared of her.
I see.
But I mean, she means well. Except to mean people. And they're not mean people, they're fish.
Yes. A force that cannot possibly be mean. Just a passive as its own will.
Yes.
Yes.
You say
Yeah.
that. You say that, and at exactly that moment, you finally hear a voice, almost a presence that's been quietly shifting and watching you this entire time, up on the mast, kicking her feet back and forth, just watching. She finally comments, speaking up, motioning with a hand. You seeing this shit, Coco? Coco is held under one arm.
Yeah, Coco.
God. Gesture.
You didn't say anything when he went under the boat.
Nope. Those men are dead. The Momozawa looks up at those two up there. Ah, hello. Would you two like to join us?
Hops down. Coco. Drops. Well, how old did you say you were again?
I'm 29.
Thinking, well, in that case, yes, I've decided from now on, you can be, let's delineate, Coco the Elder.
What about Big Coco?
Okay, Big Coco, take a seat.
You two take a seat on either side of these two right here.
Big and small.
Yeah, big and small. You see, this is another example I can teach you of a good stark difference in the world here. Momozawa says, looking at the small child before him. He points at small Coco, or I guess now big Coco.
You've got Yeah, that's Big Coco.
That's
This right
Coco.
here is a very sad person. One that has many anxieties in this world, who has many issues and dangers to confront and overcome. This is a person who must work very hard just to stand tall. This right over here points at Kokoton. It's a very rude and mean person. I wouldn't trust someone such as this. They'd most likely curse you and kill any and all of your fishes on accident.
The Coco
Coco.
density increases.
Coco, you see this child pull out a course.
Kokoten leans and is just like, oh, what do you got there? The commander, huh? Well, the commander seems to like you a lot, so take good care of him, okay?
Floats between you two.
Yeah, you're a real fighter. Like,
Yes.
picks up the commander by the tail and just, like, looks at them.
Quite an awful person indeed, can't you see?
Well, I have to say, I misjudged you a little bit. Turns, eyes peeking open at Momozawa. You, showing some sort of gratitude to people, to someone on the sea. Can't say I ever expected something like that from you. Are you trying to earn my blessing?
Absolutely not. I want nothing to do.
You did kill 2 people also, so
Yes.
I guess it all evens out in the end, huh?
Yeah. Well, you see,
Momozawa summoned a giant crab.
I'm afraid that was not I, but the commander.
That was
It's
this
never
little
a commander.
Well, are you sure you should be dangling him like that then?
Momozawa
Yeah.
speaks up a bit, but at the very end, I believe you know plenty about my philosophy at this point.
Releases the commander, looks back over. Yes, I do.
I believe perfectly in a balance of all things. Just because I do bad does not mean there is also good for me to do. This
Hmm.
small one here clearly is out of water, correct? Just like one of your fishes.
I mean, yeah, I'm out of water right now.
Indeed, as you can see, they are out of water. he
And out of tea.
he pours you more tea from his seemingly endless pot of tea, and looks over at other Coco. This one,
Oh.
yes. Just because I'm doing something good now does not mean I will do something good later. Just because I did something bad then does not mean I'll do something good now. For that is my philosophy. After all, there must be a little bit of bad to appreciate the good, and a little bit of good so you can overcome the bad.
Do you genuinely believe that? You believe
Yes.
it's some sort of why? She derisively snorts.
He pours himself another cup of tea. Normally I would consider holding this tale back. But under the circumstances, as this child here has already seen death of man, I suppose it's not too bad. He pours himself another long cup of tea, and then takes a sip from it. Do you understand where I got my start as a core stabilizer?
No, can't say I'm familiar.
Long ago, a very, very long time ago. So long ago that I've even forgotten when it happened, honestly. Mayhaps it was 40, mayhaps it was 50 years ago. I can't remember. It's been quite some time. he kind of adjusts himself and looks at his cup. I used to just be an apprentice to a far more talented core stabilizer than myself. We went from place to place. He taught me a great many things. We would go from town to town, stabilize spirit after spirit. Then one day we went to a town that had it was a being that governed harvest, a core spirit. Every year it would come by and it would allow all the people there to have a bountiful harvest so their town that, overwhelmingly relied on such a thing could continue to live, continue to exist, continue to thrive, simply enough. However, he has actually seemingly already finished his cup of tea and pours another one. We would visit this core spirit near year-round to make sure it was doing well. Then one year when we came by, we noticed such a strange thing about this town. All the crops had died. Many of the buildings were tattered, ransacked even. The winds had stopped blowing so their mills could no longer mill their grain. The sky was dark and cloudy, but yet not a single drop of rain to bless that land. He bites into one of the biscuits that he's enjoying. When we approached to see what was happening, a large group from the town appeared, asked us if we knew anything. After all, we came by year after year to check on that spirit, make sure it did well. However, suddenly, shortly after we appeared, it disappeared. Died even. He takes another deep sip from his tea and then exhales. When we didn't have an answer for them, they proceeded to witch hunt us. They took my master and tore him into pieces. Several pieces even. It was quite brutal to watch, actually. You understand why they did that.
She's just watching. Curious to hear your answer.
Because they over-relied on the good in the world. Once all the good was gone, they had nothing left to overcome the bad. They couldn't possibly get through it. They had an easy life. Everything was handed to them. At the end of the day, when they didn't have anything left, they became what was bad in the world. Quite an unfortunate thing, really. I barely got out alive. Hurt quite a bit having those rocks thrown at me and such, but in the end I escaped. Had enough time to ponder such things. You see, I'd always been quite a fan of a tale from a distant land. Long forgotten, even. Believe it was a tale of 3 gods, even. One that governed all the good in the world, and one that governed all the bad in the world, and one that governed the judgment of those 2. At the end, you would expect the one who governed all the bad to be the one punished for its doings, correct?
Kinda
After
not.
In the end, both were punished by the one who cast judgment. Both were turned into a large mountain of stone. This story, I felt, almost resonated with me a bit. He takes a sip from his tea once again, already almost finishing his second cup. It's almost as if both of them, causing this cycle of strife, were what deserved to cause this. They deserve that punishment for causing this strife. Both the good and the bad, really. Wouldn't you agree? Even one that could be deemed as good causes a problem. They should be punished in the end, correct?
She kicks back in place and starts to see the crabs gathering around Suishi. Kind of the opposite. Gods, core spirits, they're all what you make of them. Honestly, I feel nothing but pity for people who are cast in lights such as good or bad. Though I have to say, I have a higher amount of sympathy for villains. She says, looking down at the little kid.
Yes. He pours himself another cup of tea, having finished his second glass. That is why you are a necessity in this world. You are a bad, just as there must be a good.
She sort of stands up. Well, as a bad, I'm not going to interfere this time, I guess. I'll go pick my good out of the cargo hold where he's lost talking to an ox. Turns and looks and glares at Suishi for a second. Whatever you're planning. I want to say, there are good people on this ship. Don't cross a goddess of misfortune. You cast your own judgment on people that I've deemed worthy. I'll haunt you or something. Waves a hand and disappears down below the deck.
You see, that is exactly why she is a bad person, because she seems to leave things like that. She only leaves some vague menaces and threats and curses, but never much for action. Quite unfortunate, really. Drinks from his third cup of tea.
Coco silently scooting to fill the unbalanced space.
Tell me, what do you think of that? He looks to Coco.
Oh, well, I mean, she sure seems to know a lot about, etiquette, I guess. I don't really have a solid read.
Waves a hand.
But, this...
Coco seems transfixed by the crabs. They are glowy, and she is a cat.
He, Momozawa looks towards Suishi. Ah, I see you've accumulated quite an audience.
Mm-hmm.
What are they here for?
You said that lady was bad, and that's the commander heard you.
Ah, I see. Does make sense. She did also dangled Commander between her fingers, like some form of high school bully. That doesn't exist in this world. I won't say that.
He said
I've
something
read about
really
it.
weird.
Yes, I've read about them in these yaoi novels.
I might be a little drunk.
I see.
Coco in the present.
Well, I saw what that giant crab did.
Oh, yes.
That
Is there something wrong?
Well, I mean, you told them to run, but they couldn't run from something like that,
Yes.
I guess. I
Could have
mean,
gone down to the cargo hold, I suppose.
I guess. Yeah.
Coco, trying to rationalize this entire situation. Like a flash, she was taken from her room by a mischievous, many-tailed, giant fox woman who then turned into her new friend Coco. It was so strange. Saying something about forgetting to disguise, but whatever.
I just... Well... There's no wind.
Yes.
That captain
Yes.
was quite rude.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
She did scream at you.
Suishi looks at Coco.
Miss? Yeah! Are you? He said you're not a bad person. Are you a bad person? Well, I...
Coco has a mini panic attack.
Intriguing. Are you a liar, Coco? Takes a sip from his tea.
I love you, you bastard.
I'm not a liar. It's just that, well, I try to face every day with a positive attitude. But,
I see.
but every single time I go out, something like this happens. Giant crabs, or town on fire, or broken sandal.
Yes. That's unfortunately the balance of the world at work. Or very fortunately, mayhaps. Mayhaps you were lucky because of that. He takes a sip of his tea.
Lucky, huh?
Yes. If it weren't for those things, would you not be able to conflict with the bad that goes towards you if you weren't to have experience with it?
I mean, I guess. Well,
Yes.
I do my best to fight back against the bad luck. It's like a curse, but it's weird. I mean, if it was a curse, it would act the same every time.
Coco's standing up and considering her life.
Mayhaps you have been cursed more than once. Maybe even 3 times. Or hell, maybe a dozen.
Oh my goodness. But when would I have gotten cursed? It's always been like this.
Mayhaps you were cursed at birth.
Or even before.
Yes.
Sits down.
Suishi,
Yes.
is there something wrong?
Well, my sister should have arrived by now.
He thinks to himself. Interesting. He stands up. Wonder if the captain has anything to do with that.
The captain?
Yes. She's quite a large liar, you see. Mayhap's one of the biggest liars on this boat. Second biggest, I would say.
Well, are liars bad people?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Then-
Now, here's a tale I'll tell you, Suishi. There is no such thing as a good liar. So remember, if anyone ever lies to you, then you should stick the commander on them.
Of course.
Yes,
Pumps fist in the air.
yes. That is why this truth talisman is so important. He looks at you, he would say.
Truth.
Yes, it's this thing I put on your face earlier. Holds it up.
Nods.
Mm-hmm.
Believe self to be fully understanding.
Yes.
Think about Captain. Anger. Is walking towards the lower end of the boat.
Come, Coco. Let us go see the captain.
Okay.
As you are walking,
Mm-hmm.
someone's walking out the door. It's a familiar face. It's that guy's brother.
Ah, hello.
He
are
stares
you
at you
doing this day?
silently.
How's your brother been?
Laughs. I guess I wouldn't know.
Yes. Why's that?
Leans over. Picks up crab. A giant, unhinging jaw consumes the crustacean before you as a transformation takes place. Perhaps I'm not the best liar.
You are not.
He laughs.
Whew. Look at this place.
Absolutely teeming with them. It's like a
I
gold
see.
mine.
So you're a hungry man, is that it?
Yes.
Why, you would expect one such as yourself to have a bounty of food at your fingertips. Have you gone so low to starve?
No. The thing I starve for is not food. There are plenty of these. Indicates towards the crustacean, which crawls safely into the seaweed hair. No, there are plenty of morsels upon the land, but something I starve for far more often is entertainment, dear Momozawa.
I see. Is that why you've gathered so many specific people on this boat?
I've gathered one person on this boat. Points at Coco.
Looks
It is
over to Coco.
Quite interesting to see what kind of crowds gather around that one.
Ah, I see. Quite interesting. He looks at you. So, do you have any goals beyond that, or are you just bored on this day?
I suppose it was a combination. That sister of theirs is most troublesome.
Yes, it would seem so.
I've lost a champion to that one. Sailing the seas, oh no, yet another life lost.
I see.
Let me just make sure. Yep, I knew it. Okay. But enough of that. What of you? Why are you aboard this vessel?
I'm looking to get a new ox.
Hmm. You might have an opportunity come up sooner than you'd think.
Hmm. Is that so? He does
Hmm,
not laugh at your pun,
of course. He
nor
laughs
does he
at
cringe
his
at
own.
it.
His
You gain
reaction
nothing.
is perfectly balanced.
No.
Koko's just peeking around the mast, like, what is happening? Well, I've gone and stirred up that big old creature of theirs. Points at Suiyoshi. But it seems hesitant to arrive. I
Hmm.
blame, what was it? The up and coming core stabilizer, Coco.
Oh, yes.
Making a grimacing expression.
Then you could consider that your fault, I suppose.
Yes, my fault for inviting misfortune.
Yes. He actually walks up these stairs for a second and then plops himself right here on the deck, and he beckons you come up, Cat God.
Ah, of course, of course. Walk, walk, walk. You notice the boat is steering itself,
Yes.
or at
Tell
least
me,
keeping
Kaka,
itself balanced.
do you enjoy tea?
Ah, yes, I do very much enjoy a good cup of tea. They
Yes.
say company is what flavors it best, though. Looks over at the other two. Oh, come on now, child and elder.
Yes. Actually, at first, I would like to pour you a cup first, if you do not mind.
Of course.
Here, he does his natural ritual of pouring out tea, and uh he once again does like his entire ritual. He places the wooden plate down, and this time he places down 5 of his little cubes.
Mm.
Would you like to take one first, or should I take one first?
You go right on ahead.
Ah, excellent. He rolls his 1d5. 1d5. Boop. He takes out one of the cubes and he plops it into his tea and stirs around and then begins to drink.
Cat God does the same.
You take the same, and you both begin to drink from your tea. And in this moment, Momozawa locks out his red stat.
Mm.
Cat God,
Yeah.
lock out your purple stat.
Ha. Nice. Good choice.
Yes. Well, you rolled 4, so it all must be balanced. Cat God, you feel something within you seal away in a brief moment, as at the same time you feel something seal away within Momozawa himself. And he takes a sip of the tea. His tea doesn't taste like he put any sugar or salt or any other bullshit in it. It feels like he put a tuft of air in it, and that's it.
I'll never understand how you do that. They
Oh.
all look the same, but closer inspection lends privy to their true contents.
Yeah, you look
Looking-
closer, Cat God, and you notice inside of each of these is a torn up one of his talisman papers.
Ah, excellent. Perfect.
Yes, quite effective, actually. I've done this trick a few times. How else do you think I was able to survive that unlucky one down below? Then also I figured out what she's allergic to. Quite funny, actually.
Allergic?
Yes. I figured it'd be nice just to have a nice little game here. Why not?
Yes, yes. Tilts head side to side, ears flicking.
So, tell me, Catgum, you lost a champion to her sister.
Yes. A dreadful one, that.
Yes. Was your champion a rude person?
Perhaps.
I see. Just like you then. Takes another sip.
Hmm. Why, I agree on the rude sentiment, but... No, no. Going to roll to die, actually. Yes, I'm far more like you people than I would care to expect.
Yes, and that is why you are a necessity of this world. He continues to drink the tea. Would you have preferred I do something a little more obvious? I can sense a twinge of frustration in your voice.
Frustration. No,
Yeah.
I'm in bliss, nostalgia.
Why is that?
You just remind me of someone.
And who would that be?
Why, my dear beloved.
And why is that?
You're so stubborn and
Am I now?
determined. You get one of those beliefs in your head, and it seems like it'll never escape.
Interesting. He drinks his tea. I suppose so. I've rode this stubbornness for what? 60, 70 years now? I can't remember. I have quite some hard time remembering how old I am. I apologize.
I'm on that boat with you there.
Albeit I'm sure you are far more ancient than myself.
I wouldn't know.
Yes. After all, I'm just a man after all. Nothing more, nothing less. He keeps on drinking his tea. So, was this trip some form of revenge that you were seeking?
Revenge? Not
Yes.
particularly. In fact, I thought it that because I yearned to find this sister. Fish raises eyebrow, looks over. Yes, fish.
Yes.
That because of my company of the dear elder, I wouldn't find it. It was more of a game, really. To see if it was possible to achieve what you want
Oh,
when a
You took-
force like that exists.
I see. So you're looking to go against the odds, then?
I'm a bit of a gambler.
I see.
Terrible habit of mine.
But yet
Terrible.
circumstances have disallowed you this opportunity.
Yes.
The
The
sea is
presence
far
of
too still
many-
tonight.
Yes. Looks kind of. It's not nervousness, but. Like. You were correct in your assertion that this man is frustrated.
Yeah.
He's tapping his foot. He looks like he just wants to dive into the ocean.
Are you much for fishing, Cat God?
Yes. It's a hobby of mine, much like
Hmm.
gambling.
I don't think you'd have a pole big enough for something like that.
Have
Have you
Who
ever
needs a pole?
considered just inviting it up? It's quite easy to just speak to a person, or even a creature like that. After all, I'm sure you've spoken to many things that can't be quite considered natural. Mayhaps just like that crab you ate. Well, it's not much natural about that, but I'm sure it could have spoken. Rather brutal of you to eat it alive, though.
Yes. A necessity, though.
Yes. He continues to sip on his tea. How's Cat God doing with his fucking the dice locked out tea?
He is. If he were Kokuten, you'd be cursed
Yeah.
so much by now.
Yeah. That's just one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah.
He sits there. So then, Cat God, what is your plan now that you are, well, out of options, it would so seem? Gonna throw people into the ocean as sacrifice? You're gonna try to lure them by a fishing pole? Going to
That
try
would
to
be
sink
fun.
this ship to reach it yourself.
Do you truly not care for that ox?
Oh, I care for my ox plenty. It helped me get around quite a large amount of journeys. After all, I'm sending it to its final resting stop before it eventually will meet its end, as all things should.
Hmm. Every journey does have its end, then.
Yes. Are you seeking your end, Cat God?
Not particularly.
I see. Are you a lonely man, Cat God?
I have a loving wife.
Yes, but are you lonely?
Pauses. Drop swing. Yes, I am.
I see. He continues to sip upon his tea. Well, mayhaps that might be another symptom of your way. I've noticed many of a god has that issue nowadays. Are you trying to break this loneliness over your knee, Cat God?
Silently looks at the tea. It's getting cold, but... well... it wouldn't hurt.
I see. Do you think mayhaps that's the reason why you wish to fish this being out of the ocean? Make a friend.
Silently stands up, and the cat god of Mitsudai bows to you, Momozawa.
He continues to sit there and drink his tea.
It'll be quite troublesome now that you've taken away, what was it? Holds claws forward. The fishing rod.
Yes. He continues to sip his tea. Mayhaps it just means you have to try harder. After all, making connections is never so easy as fishing them out of the water.
Of course. Sits on the edge of the boat. But if I try harder, by your thoughts, it should be more worth it, correct?
Yes. After all, that is a necessity of the world.
One request from you, Momozawa.
What is that, Cat God?
I will befriend this creature, as you've surmised. But that won't free you from its grasp. I could do it. Holds out hand with claws shining in the moonlight.
Free me from the grasp of this beast below us.
Yes. This entire ship, perhaps.
He rolls to die. Unfortunately, I still have an ox that will be left behind. I must see to that it's taken care of. After all, as one near the end of its life, it'd be quite unfair of me just to leave it to die in such a cold place.
Oh, I think you misunderstand. I'll cut the boat free. The ox is on the boat, after all.
He stands up a bit, and his eyes pierce directly into you. Very well, Cat God. I have taken something from you, so I suppose it is only fair you take from me slightly. He reaches up to Cat God and lends Cat God his hand.
Takes it.
You both stand there.
Well, you feel his claws slightly poke into your skin, and he's going to... of course! Momozawa,
Yes.
clash with me?
You got it. Actually, I'm in black.
Perfect.
None shall clash no matter what.
Good. Then roll to die.
Not quite enough to
Oh.
beat you, especially with my locked out dice, but hi.
Yeah. You feel the boat Or rather, it's not the boat that moves. It's the waves. You feel wind brush past your face as the figure in front of you leaves nothing but a few claw marks on your arm as a reminder.
How rude. What a rude person. As I surmised. Oh well. He begins taking steps down the stairs. Is there something wrong, Suishi?
No. I just,
Yes.
Throws crab at you, jumps into ocean.
Momozawa holds the crab on his hand, watching it slowly move its claws about. Farewell then, Suishi. He looks over to Coco. How about you? Something wrong?
Wow, that was a lot.
Yes.
I'm gonna need a drink after this.
I see. Going to a bar, are you?
Most likely.
Very well.
I'm gonna go find other Coco.
Yes, you have fun with her. Say hi to Suisen if you see him down below. I'm glad he's been also tell him thank you for keeping my ox company.
Okay.
The two of them have been stuck in the storage compartment with the ox.
I have an idea actually.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Can I throw a suggestion for the resolution of this?
Yes.
So Coco, that's the
Yes.
end of the story as you've seen it.
Yes.
I'm gonna cut you back to the meeting room really quick.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. That ends the tale of Coco Mocha.
So he met the cat god and then it shook his hand
Oh,
and
wait.
jumped into the.
Bring us to the night version.
Ah yes,
Yes.
very important. Hold on, let me grab this. Oh, beautiful.
I see. So the cat god then squeezed his hand really tightly, then disappeared, and then that's it?
That's it.
I mean, the boat pretty quickly made it, to...
Hey, what about?
About the resolution. You just screamed at me about resolution like 2.5, 3
Oh,
hours
well.
ago.
Well, yeah, now. Well, now you scream about resolution, but where was Suisen? He could have killed that crab with a touch. Why did two people just die? That's fucked up.
What?
Rather
Oh.
vulgar, but only to be expected from Momozawa the Terrible, he says, covering his face with skin.
What?
Why? I just told you a true story.
Honestly, you expect us to believe such a thing? Like two...
That's a little unbelievable. Two gods at once on a boat
gods at once?
sailing with
3 crabs? Are you kidding
3.
me?
4 actually. 4
Oh.
crabs. Even
Oh.
more ridiculous.
Goodness. You must
kinda
really
turns
be a
over.
liar.
Perhaps. He stops and turns over. Hey, say man, you want to maybe pop out to a different bar?
Why, that sounds excellent. Mayhaps we can share even more tales.
I think I'm starting to like your stories, actually. You just need a little
Yes.
contrast to appreciate things, you know?
Yes, I believe I can too see the beauty in yours.
Thank you, Cat. He turns around and then hops off the stool. I don't have
Thank you very much, big
a
Coco.
stool.
I forgot to leave out the
I can't control his icon in this one for some reason,
Me
but
neither.
he gets up. They get up and they start moving out.
Yeah.
Can you control them now?
Yes. Oh, you should let me start. I should tell you about the time that Suisen joined an ant colony. He lived with them for a year.
I should tell you about the time that Momozawa died.
Slowly they exit out into the night. Coco, you're left there in the growing
No
silence.
one believes me.
This person leans in. I do. I've heard of the Great Suisen. Yeah, weird. Well, the barkeep leans back. Huh, I might have heard a different end of the tale, but let me give this a shot. He
Oh?
speaks up and
Oh.
starts to tell the tale.
Oh, Suisen. Oh.
Of a man who was left to tend to an ox for 2 hours. Over here.
Uh-huh. Oh god, my throat.
Okay. Suisen.
Uh-huh.
Hey, focus in.
Yeah.
I've been talking to that ox for a really long time. I need you to pay attention.
He looks so uncomfortable.
Are you feeling okay? Okay. Come with me.
Okay. He stumbles forward a little bit.
Walks in this direction, pokes head up. They're still having tea up there.
He kind of lingers looking at the path down.
Kaibyo's distracted right now. Come on, let's go.
Okay. Sure, yeah.
So, well, I need your help. Or more specifically, I think you're the only one that can actually do this.
What do you need?
You gotta help. I'm your deputy core stabilizer, right?
Yes, what
There's
do
a
you need
core
help
spirit
with?
that needs stabilization. Come on, grab your mummy.
He kind of stops and he's just like, it's not a mummy. He kind of stumbles back. Hey.
Hello, son.
He stops and is just like, we're going. He picks him up, pulls the two straps around his shoulders, and then starts dragging you off in this way after just hoisting you up.
Kokutan reaches
Oh,
out.
good. I was hoping to stretch my legs.
Okay. He takes him.
Okay. You ready?
Sure. What's up?
Well, we're going into a fold.
He just stops and kind of looks different. A fold? Here?
Yep. Motions around. You have to have felt it, right? Something big hiding nearby. Counting on you to bring this thing to a close.
He thinks about it a little bit. Quite frankly, I haven't felt anything. He kind of stumbles on through. I was relishing the fact that I don't think I don't felt too much one way or the other all day. It's been pretty relaxing. It's a nice boat ride.
Yeah,
He
truly,
stumbles past.
It's a real
And
error
you
that's
spent
going
it
around
talking
right
with an ox for 3 hours.
He shrugs. He steps down underneath. I can choose how to spend my time however I'd like.
Oh, that wasn't a complaint. That was an observation.
I mean, maybe some of us are jealous with who you're deciding to spend your afternoons with, but...
He kind of peeks over and speaks directly to the friend on his back. You talk quite a lot, too. He stumbles downstairs.
You go downstairs, and before too long, there's a splash in the water and the boat begins to move again. But around this time, Suisen, you're yanked somewhere else.
Ooh.
And Chad, I believe you've got this remaining bit, correct?
Yes.
Ah, fantastic! I'll play music again. I'm
Play
DJ.
that funky tune. You find yourself somewhere cold. The water around you is more like thick fog than truly anything you could propel yourself across. It is in this crater, this abyss, that you feel pulled towards the center as the winds howl around you.
Ooh. He sort of steps forward, seeing this. Huh. Are we at the bottom of a reef?
What was once a reef, probably. This
Kinda
place
steps
isn't much
forward.
of anywhere anymore.
It feels familiar. He kind of stumbles past and moves over, kind of kicking a rock over. Oh. Hey, he kind of speaks to his back. You up for a slide?
Wouldn't be the. Yeah, you know what? Go for it.
He hops and then slides back and kind of uses the mummy as a bit of a brake as he then lands down.
I would have carried you. Hop!
He kind of steps up, entering this glowing field of what is it, algae?
You at first assume so. There are many flittering forms here, but it seems the fog itself condenses towards the center. As these shapes make themselves apparent to you, there is unease. You feel the wrath of someone. Long, long ago, Suishi and their sister stowed away on a boat with hopes of finding out what's beyond those great blue waves. Soon they were discovered by, as Suishi would come to call them, rude people. They were thrown overboard. Neither knew how to swim. In the depths of that cold, cold ocean, batting them side to side, taking every last bubble of breath away, there were two wishes. One simply wished to survive, while the other longed for the destruction of those who would come to harm their sibling. Suishi's sister died that day, but her will, it lasts fierce and strong even now, almost pulling you in.
He sees that, watching the spirit itself almost crushing and roiling, and Suisen stops, and he sort of just scratches his chin a little bit, waiting for a moment. Well, he kind of considers this ever so quietly. If I didn't just learn how to deal with this kind of spirit, I feel like we would have died here. He moves forward ever so slightly, and then, after saying something like that, he lets his mummy friend off, leaning him against the wall, before stepping up himself just a little bit more.
Oh, don't worry. Nothing bad has ever happened when you or I are in a fold.
He stops. He just makes a kind of, and then steps forward once again, and he stops and sort of reflects a little bit on that moment, kind of holding his hand just a little bit as he sees this thing just kind of spilling out, rapid torrent almost forming on its body as it pulls out and screams, and also the spirit of destruction, but also the spirit of survival. Let me roll really quick for the Susie. 18, not too bad, actually pretty good. He sort of he moves over to the side, and he kind of inspects both of them first. The only difficult part is that there are two spirits right now, so he needs to understand what is the correct moment or correct thing he could do to stop these things. And then Suisen kind of feels something, remembers an aspect of something. Two at once, huh? One focused on living and one focused on destroying. And really quick, Suisen drops out of his swing really quick, and he's going to try something else. I'm going to have Suisen roll wild here. Let's see how he goes. Yes. That did not work. So, but he's not locked in, so it should just be 5. Now I'm going to add in a d6 to that. 7. He tries to pull on a bit more and tries to balance out his mind to attempt to just kind of approach these two. But it seems that the survival instinct one seems to be generally kind of relaxing. But as he tries to approach the other one, it seems like there's almost like a lashing back, and he sort of stumbles back in that way. I see. Then... Hey, Kokuten.
She's just been watching you work. Yeah.
He kind of considers for a little bit. I think I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Can you go upstairs and grab that other one?
But the other one?
The one you don't like too much?
Huh? Oh.
Thank you. Thank you.
She starts to walk away and is like, I was gonna wait until you were struggling really bad, and then I was going to hop in like, I'm your partner now, I'm here to support you. But you chose that tea enthusiast. Yeah, fine.
Suisen stops and he waits patiently. He sits down and he focuses on the one thing he does best. He simply waits. He adds no real malice nor other kind of thing and simply lets survival already kind of pulled just a little bit to the side. He waits and watches both of them, adding nothing.
You doing okay over there?
Quite fine, actually.
And how about you?
He stops and
You
he turns
see
up.
someone
Mhm.
watching from the higher ends of the crater.
He stops. He kind of reaches in and he pulls out like just a bit of water and takes a sip. And then kind of turns an eye over. Hey, kid.
Drinking water underwater.
Yes.
What do you want?
Come on down here for a second.
Why?
Well, it's a bit harder to talk to when you're up there.
Slowly slides down. Immediately, these part way, kind of bumping into the mummy.
That's that's an interesting feeling.
Don't worry about it. He kind of speaks out loud, and then
When do I ever?
he you can sense this almost aura that's emanating out as Suisen seems not to add anything to the surrounding. You're not quite sure how you feel. The commander's pretty put off, but also not like really super affected by it one way or the other. You look at me like I did something wrong.
Can't read you. How am I supposed to know if you're a bad guy?
He stops.
I don't even know who you are.
He sighs out. Not everyone's an open book, kid. It's hard to read people.
They should be.
If you leave a book open all the time, people will just come in and write whatever they want.
Well, I guess.
You want to take a seat?
I'm good standing, thank you.
He kind of shrugs.
Immediately.
I'd take a seat if I could. I recommend it.
Just immediately the rapping speak and holds commander.
Suisun kind of checks over. He sees the frightened and then realizes what they're frightened at, and he's just like, "That one's pretty closed up. Most open closed book I've ever seen." Hey, wait. Stop that.
It's about this time. Slowly, one approaches, seeing a cadre of crabs surrounding a man in bandages.
He continues to walk down here, and then notices the crabs, and then briefly lets out the crab that Suisi gifted him to play along. And he walks ahead through the crab on head. Hello,
Click,
Suishi.
click,
Hello,
click,
Suisi.
click.
Hello there, Momozawa.
Crowd over.
He kind of he sits down and he is still sitting, and he kind of just nods over to Momozawa as he gestures over to these two.
Is this your
Seems-
sister, Suisi?
Mm-hmm.
I see.
And that's
Uh.
my
points at chest.
fish.
Ah, I see. He sits down. I've had quite a lot of time to speak with Suisi while you were down here, Momozawa. Sorry, Suisun. Almost called you by my name.
He kind of turns over. Oh, really?
Yes.
What did you
Also
learn?
learned quite a bit. For example, her sister here takes care of the rude people for her. And they do also have a particular penchant for certain snacks. He thinks to himself, also Cat God wants to make friends.
He stops and he kind of looks a little confused at that. Cat God.
Yes, you had a brief run-in on the deck. He shows his hand that has Cat God's piercings on it.
Oh.
You
I
get the
suppose that-
feeling
Mhm.
a pair of feline eyes is watching you from somewhere.
Yes.
He stops and then he just. Oh, well, I guess that makes sense. Thinking back to Kokujin's warnings, he redirects himself again and he turns over to Momozawa. Momozawa,
Yes.
this spirit here and this spirit, they're both playing on a similar will. While I'm more adept for helping people through singular issues. I can get pretty wrapped up in people's affairs that way. But it seems like this is something that's more up to your speed. Would you be willing to take care of this for me?
Momozawa ponders for a second. Yes. I think I can handle this one.
He nods
He-
and smiles.
Stands up and then looks over to Suishi. Suishi,
Yeah.
do you remember what I told you about truth?
It's real important.
That is correct. He looks over to Suishi's sister. Has your sister listened on our conversation as well?
Probably. She
I
doesn't
see.
talk much. But when she does, it's really cool.
I see. Well then. He sits down and looks into this spirit before him. Tell me then, what is your name?
You ask the spirit's name?
Yes.
Why? Oh, Momozawa.
You're asking her name?
Yes.
It's, it's, I
see.
don't remember.
Ah,
She was just Big Sis.
big sis. I understand. He looks more deeply into the spirit. Ah. There are many cruelties in this world, wouldn't you agree, Suisun?
He kind of considers that. Absolutely. Many good things too, but This one's a little bit sad.
Yes. He looks up at the spirit. You said you and your sister couldn't swim, Suishi.
Mm-hmm. So I learned real good.
Yes. It would seem as if, though, mayhaps your sister hasn't completely learned yet. He, sits there and, ponders for a few seconds. Yes. He stands up and kind of, like, leans forward. He actually is going to touch this.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yes.
What hand do you touch it with?
He's gonna touch it with the non-cat god hand right now.
Mm-hmm. How how attached would you say you were to that hand?
Oh, not the most.
Definitely not anymore.
Ah, I see.
Blood
Momoza-
pools like fog, as it's not your entire hand, but whatever skin contacted the lashes of this tidal wave. It's not pretty.
Momozawa almost reels back a bit, almost wincing from the pain slightly underneath. My mistake. I apologize. He,
I don't think you should. You shouldn't. You shouldn't do. She doesn't give handshake.
Yes, I have seen
Suisin
that.
is sort of standing up again on edge, but all the same, he kind of calms breathing a bit as he watches.
Are you a lonely person, sister? Big sister, that is.
Roll to die for me.
You got it.
Balance.
Balance.
As if a parallel to an earlier conversation, but no, a perpendicular. How could this being be lonely? When latched to it at any second is its dear sister, its sibling, the closest person it's ever known, and all of their friends.
I see. He kind of like chuckles to himself a little bit. Quite a funny set of coincidences we have had today, isn't that right, Suisun?
He kind of looks at you. See that you seem to be relatively calm in this moment. I suppose so.
Yes. He takes that same talisman that he put on your forehead, Shuichi, the one that says truth on it. And he takes it and he just lets it drift across into the water until it eventually lands on the big sister.
Landing in the center, it seems perfectly safe.
Yes. He thinks to himself slightly for a moment. Okay then. Conversation will not work. Will this work either? So, Momozawa, with that talisman landing within the being before him, it's going to lock out his yellow stat. And he looks through. He is going to make that being lock out a stat as well. Lock out a random stat.
Okay, I'm gonna roll a d3. 2. You watch as slowly the blue fish begin to fade out as its blue is locked. Oop. Nope.
Oh. Suishi, no!
Bye, Suishi.
Bye, Suishi.
Oi! Dad.
I see. So these were your friends.
Where did they go?
He thinks to himself for a long while, looking around the area, the three different types of core spirits he has met so far on this ocean. Perhaps not as much of a many as I once thought. He stands back up and goes up and grabs the crab that he put on Cal over here and drags it over this way.
You may now
Thank you for
control
giving
this
me
crab.
control of the
Yes.
crab. He holds the crab and looks it in the eyes, its crab-like eyes, and considers to himself for a moment. Using the stat he had locked out, and using the stat that he had locked out of this being, he is going to try to connect with it for a brief moment. I'm going
Yes.
to roll to do for that.
It
Damn.
cannot win.
Damn.
Its crab defenses are not strong enough.
Cannot.
You
He
connect with
makes a
this. With this core spirit? This. Perhaps it is better to say that you connect with the lingering will of Suishi's long since departed sibling.
I see. Hello there. Can you speak to me now?
She looks at you. Those swirls in the wave. She's taken a long time to get used to her new eyes. She looks at you. And like a whisper passing you in this thick fog. I don't take kindly to rude ones.
That's so I've heard. Your sisters told me much about you.
Lucky you are, she likes you.
It would seem so. Seems like there are plenty of people out there who like you too, as it would turn out. Surprisingly, honestly.
They
So,
follow my will.
do they? Does your sister as well?
They do not.
I see. And what about that feline fellow? You seem to want to get to know you.
Interesting. Though annoying.
Yes, he is quite the rude fellow, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes. Quite a dangerous man himself as well. But he wishes to get to know you nonetheless. He looks more deeply into the crab and thinks to himself, now that we can speak to each other, may I please ask you, what is your name?
My name.
Yes.
I am Tidal.
Title. I see. Well, Title, I am Momozawa the Terrible, a core stabilizer.
And that is Suisen. I've heard
Yes.
of him from the dying screams of sailors past.
Ah, my. Did you even hear of them from the more recent batch?
Yes.
I'm sure you heard a little bit of me as well from...
Truly are terrible, aren't you?
Sometimes, yes. Other times, no. But people like to focus on the terrible, don't they? I see you have as well.
It is all I can see.
Really?
Truly. I am
guess-
visited by nothing but rage.
And whose rage is that exactly?
My dear sibling,
Suishi does seem to have that in her. Why is Suishi so angry?
They killed me.
That they did. They killed her too. Is that why you also feel rage?
There's silence for a moment as the crab clicks its claws in contemplation. I act upon the rage I receive. I have become another wave in the ocean, but it follows my will.
I see. He looks up at the top of the ocean, watching the moonlight skitter down below. Ah. It appears you both are almost a Mobius of self-fueling rage, then. Rather unfortunate. That's quite a cruel fate you have gotten yourself into. He thinks to himself for a few long moments. Tell me, Tidal. Have you ever looked out above the waves and saw something that you wanted to reach?
The moon is quite pretty.
The moon, then. I see. Something to pull you away. He looks over at Suishi. Suishi. Is there anything you ever wanted to reach?
A lot of bread.
You hear a light chuckle in his voice. A moon and a lot of bread. Rather hard to mix those two together.
Pretty good wishes. I imagine right now Suisun is only hearing part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Super fair.
He actually looks over to Suisun. Suisun.
Yeah?
Would you have any idea how we can obtain a moon?
He sort of contemplates that for a second. A moon, huh? I'm not quite sure anyone can grasp the moon. That's above everyone. Did you look up at it?
Can look up at it. But looking up at something and being able to reach it are two completely different things, aren't they?
He kind of nods his head.
In a place like this, it might be easier than you think.
Yes.
Suisun kind of nods at the mummy. Yeah, I suppose that's quite true.
Momozawa thinks to himself for a second.
Suisun.
And
Oh, yeah?
oh, go ahead, please.
Suisun actually turns over. I'm assuming that's what kind of gestures at the core spirit, what they want.
Yes. And I believe I may have an idea. But it may not be quite what. In this case, he speaks to the crab. I think I can grant you your moon, but unfortunately I'll have to take something away from you in turn.
What is it?
Suishi cannot stay here.
You see the crab retract slightly.
My sibling.
Yes.
You seek to tear away the thing I held in my dying arms. My most precious friend.
Most precious friend, you say? I see. So you'd rather die than be torn away from your own sibling?
I'd rather destroy the world.
You hear an almost light chuckle from Momozawa's, underneath Momozawa's mouth. Very well then. If you don't wish to go to the moon without losing your sister, then mayhaps I can give you another alternative. He looks deeply into the spirit's core. What if I could make you into a moon?
Silence for a moment. The lashing tides calm. You feel the surface of the air lap gently. Could such a thing be done? This is something you hear, Suisen. Everyone hears this.
Momozawa puts the crab down and lets it scuttle away. Yes, I think such a thing is very possible. Title.
You... wait, no, I need to. Oh!
Oh,
For a second, you see the grasp loosen on the core spirit of survival as it suddenly tightens and grabs closer.
What? The moon? But what? Why would you do that?
because it seems to be what your sister wants, Suishi.
I thought she was angry.
Honestly though, Suishi, unfortunately it seems that she's rather calm. In this circumstance, I'm afraid it might be your rage that is encapsulating you.
Can you roll to do, Momozawa?
Yes.
Suishi, taking any amount of damage, immediately wounds. Suddenly, drifting away from Tidal, the core spirit of survival quickly wraps itself around Suishi.
Do you feel well now, Suishi?
They're crying.
I see.
If it's what she really wants, then please make her the moon.
I'll do this to my best ability. He stands up and looks over to Tidal. So, are you ready?
The calm of your surroundings. Yes.
He nods his head and reaches into his cloak and pulls out a large series of his talismans all over, writing various different words and seals upon each of them. He begins to piece them all together, wrapping them around, forming an almost strange origami structure. In this
At
moment, Oh, go ahead.
At which point, Suisen kind of stands up, seeing things are starting, and he moves a bit to the side and he grabs the mummy and just kind of pops it off his back. He doesn't leave immediately. He just hold on ever so subtly as he kind of steps behind a bit.
Momozawa, as Suisen walks past, continues to piece together this paper piece that he's putting together. At the end, he holds out an object in his hand. An object stricken together of paper and various other things. He holds in his hand a paper moon. Will this do for you?
Plenty.
Very good then. He walks forward and He places the paper moon within Title's very being.
It flows around, circling a few times, being brushed up against a gentle wave. And slowly, the creature dissipates into fog, and all that is left in the center of this outcrop is a shining light, like a pearl. It glints beautifully, and it pulls the air around it.
Momozawa walks up and lets the light drift into his hand for a mere moment. And he takes this light and walks up to Suishi. This is for you. She would hate to be separated from you now.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Of course. He takes a step back and drops his swing. I should. He reaches into his jacket, and you hear almost a small tearing noise, and he releases Title's blue stat along with it.
Uh,
Good.
Meanwhile,
the crabs
corner.
have crawled over you, Sui-san.
Oh yeah, no, I was waiting for that. He's kind of freaking out a little bit, kind of pull his arm away from them and keep them abroad. It's like, we're being attacked. He kind of speaks to his back.
I didn't anticipate this was how it would end, but at least I can say I was surprised.
He stops. Don't lose hope in me yet. He backs off to the side. One of them still clicking on and grabbing onto his side. I would have left sooner, but I was ambushed. He kind of kicks this one off to the side a little bit.
Is the
Seems
kiddo
you
okay?
He kind of turns over. Oh yeah, don't worry, that one's fine.
All right.
Momozawa's always good at dealing with, well, people who are too desperate that they become monsters.
Momozawa,
I can appreciate that.
as you two drift off, Momozawa looks to Suishi. So then, Suishi, he pulls out a hand. Shall we get going?
Mm-hmm.
Good. He grabs Suishi's hand, and albeit both his hands bloodied at this point,
Yeah.
part of his hand's missing, he still grasps as the blood flows up like a cloud into the sky, with a core of light between them. He and Suishi's sister, walk off back to the surface.
I'll depart. And that more or less brings it to the end. Hey, at a real conclusion, right? Coco's asleep.
Absolutely. Like out, just out.
Hey, come on, wake up! Everyone was complaining earlier. None of the other ones had endings. There was too touchy feel. This one was like a little sad, and it had a conclude. What else could you have possibly wanted from this?
Well, I mean,
But you was asleep. Come on.
what happened to Coco?
Obviously, you came here.
No, I'm Big Coco.
You want to know about Big Coco, huh? Well,
Big Coco.
you want to know about the other Coco, huh? Wow. The barkeep wanders away, sort of like start to rub their chin, as if considering something deeply. Wow. Something tells me that they might have gotten a little upset at being constantly ignored by their travel companion. And in fact, they may have snuck away on their own to go do other things, more interesting things. Might have stolen an ox, you know? After all of those people, they couldn't exactly get out of a fold without the assistance of good old, not Big Coco. So really the question you should be asking yourself isn't where did Coco go? Because the Cocos are still here and together, obviously. Well, the question remaining is where's Sui-sen? In the middle of the ocean.
This brings back memories, doesn't it?
Suisen's laying down in the sand with his friend. Yes, it does. It's kind of
Momozawa
nice.
sits in this fucking piece of driftwood that him and Suichi are sitting on. He's pouring himself a glass of tea right now. Calls out to the sound over here. Suisen, would you like some tea?
I refuse.
Thank
You have any coffee?
I
Oh.
do not know.
Then I'm good.
His tea's about as bitter as coffee, if that's what you're looking for.
It's a different ambiance.
That's
Very
okay.
well.
I have a feeling Coco will show up any moment now.
You really need to re-examine your relationship.
What do you mean?
If you don't know, I'm not going to tell you.
Sky.
But seriously, you should pay more attention to her. I mean, seriously, man.
He just hits the sand and looks up at the sky.
So, Suichi, what are you going to do now that you and your sister can leave? Pours a cup of tea for her.
Thank you.
Waits for the cubes to be placed.
He puts out 3 cubes this time, one for each person on this raft.
Yes. So first we'll roll Suishi, the third
Yeah.
one. Will Momozawa take the second?
You should take the second.
The
It's only kind to let somebody who's new to this get their tea first.
you see the miniature moon's gravity leech onto the cube as it gets spaghettified into the entity.
I see. A very bitter and sweet combination. He places his last cube into his tea and takes a sip of it. Ah, you're right, Suisen. The spice is quite good.
Yeah.
Yes. Ah, yes. Say, Suishi.
I'm gonna find bread.
Oh, well, there's quite a bountiful world ahead of you then.
And conquer a cow.
Excellent. He takes another sip from his tea. Those are good goals.
And attainable.
Yes.
I'll have to really believe in myself.
Anything your sister would like to do?
Float, float, float.
I think you also want bread?
You sense what would be a glare from the ball of light.
Well, you two will have a lot of time to think about this.
Nice.
Yes, by the way, he turns around actually and looks at Suisen. Suisen. Matt, I would like to ask you a question, if that's okay.
He kind of sits up. What is it?
Thinks to himself. Are you still not willing to part with your arm? Suisen. Momozawa, you have met Momozawa 3 previous times in the time you've known him. He has asked this question every time.
I refuse.
Yet again, I see. He, even after I did that great favor for you and handled that core spirit.
He stops. I just ask me again next time. Maybe I'll say yes then.
Momozawa got
holding the ball of light.
Momozawa's hand got all messed up. It's only fair.
It is quite true. It would be
Kinda
only fair,
stops.
Suisun.
You're being quite ungrateful, really.
Momozawa holds up his hand that's like missing a massive chunk from it now.
Hey, we're
Really,
going.
what are you gonna do about this?
You mind if I use you as a raft?
Yeah. Wouldn't be the
Momozawa
worst
sips
cue.
tea and
Can't
watches.
be worse than sledding.
Momozawa sips on his tea and watches Suisun and the mummy leave this place.
He stops, kind of underarming this person like a surf boy. Hey, Momozawa,
Yes, Suisun.
thank you for being you.
Ah, then you are welcome, Suisun. After all, we are both necessities in this world.
He kind of stops. I'm happy you think so. He moves off, and then, punctuating that note, he swims, and you watch the great Suisun doggy paddle away.
There it is. There it is.
Ah, beautiful, fantastic. I was sitting there ready with the track, and I'm like, I legally can't pull the trigger on this. I don't have the power to.
Oh man. What a great
Oh
session.
boy.
Alright,
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
everybody, for watching.
yeah, let
Thank
me
you,
pull,
everybody, for playing. Good job, assorted GMs, for coordinating that.
Yeah. I'll try
trying to
to
grab.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
I love Momozawa. I love this shitty man.
Stinky, man. He's great.
Good work, everyone.
It's a little fucked up.
Just a
Oh,
little.
he's very fucked up. That
Very
man
fucked
killed
up.
2 people with a
Chad,
crab.
Excuse me, the
That
crab
was the
killed him.
commander.
You did
Yeah.
so,
Yeah,
Chad, you did so good.
Chad, you did
Oh, God.
fantastic.
Yeah, you were amazing.
Also,
Thank you.
I need to say, Momozawa was no worse than Batman. It was the crab.
Yeah,
It was the
Damn.
crab.
Hey,
He gave the order.
Yeah.
we've got a boy
The
from.
commander is the evil one here.
Yeah.
We've got a boy by Mooney. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh, hell
this
yeah.
is from Mooney.
Susibaka.
Yeah. And next we have from Lester 2020. Oh,
Just collecting
the
mushrooms.
mushrooms. Collecting
Collected the
mushrooms.
mushrooms.
Got the
Yeah.
feels years ago.
Serious ragu.
And next we have the swamp core spirit.
Swamp.
Swamp.
You know,
Swamp.
Wow.
swamp. It
Swamp.
says so right there.
Yeah.
And then from Lester 2020.
Why did you say that I took the storyteller hostage? I wasn't in the room the entire time.
Didn't have a gun under the counter.
Yeah. And then from players, we got another poem.
Oh,
Eh.
You can
excellent.
check these
Yeah.
out on the official Discord if you join. Whoa. Along
What?
where you can talk to other people about the show and all the other episodes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
And ask questions and stuff. It's rad.
Dungeon Master Zero.
Oh my god, height differences, expectations,
Oh.
reality.
Oh, that's so
Listen,
cute.
she's-
I love that.
She's approaching twice his height. There's no other way for him to reach.
I
Oh,
appreciate
that's
the
so
foot
wonderful.
increase.
And then a
Oh,
solo version
man.
with no text.
Yeah.
Lovely.
I love that so much.
And then from Lester 2020.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Little did Lester know. Yeah.
This is an accurate prediction.
Yeah.
Mhm. And then from
Die,
Lester 2020,
Suisun.
we have Die and Sui.
Die and then
And
Suisun.
then we have Die.
Die.
And then we have
Like a shaggy
Suisun
dog.
Suisun.
Oh,
That actually
wow.
looks kind of
Oh man, he has
incredible.
ponytails.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's adorable with pigtails.
Machi did that.
And then we have Guy Swissy.
Swissy-sin.
Get it? It's
Oh,
the
oh
Swiss
god.
flag. That's where Dark Wolf plays.
Oh.
And then from Dorkport,
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
This
Yeah.
whack.
Whack! Whack!
I love this
Oh.
gang. The
Yeah.
fucking crying.
style.
What
I
is
My
love,
story game.
I love the crying Yuki Take so
Yeah.
much.
The Yuki
Oh,
Take
no.
of darkness.
yeah. And then from Dorkport again.
Oops. Oh my god.
Mhm.
I accidentally.
That feel
Okay.
when you. God,
Unacceptable.
horrible.
Oh, fantastic.
From Lesser 2020.
Drunko.
Oh.
Mhm.
Drunk Coco. Drunk.
This was when my internet went out. From Cookout Trash Bin.
Yeah.
Shit, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And then
Momozawa is disconnected.
we got Shanghai.
I got
2020.
Shanghai. Hit.
And then here we are.
Yeah.
From Lesser
As
2020.
all things should be.
Yeah.
Looking at the kid.
Yeah. Good. Do murder people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then,
you did say that.
Hey, Grandma, I got a girlfriend now. Let me introduce you to her.
Suisun, this session. Mirror, mirror on my boyfriend. Tell me I'm pretty, Suisun.
Yes? Is that the right answer? Is it yes?
What?
Why are you looking at me like that?
oh,
Monster bitch.
Snack
The
time.
biscuit.
The gimmick of drawing on the mask always get me.
It's
Yeah.
so funny.
The crumple of the.
You munching.
yeah. And then from Cookout Trash Bin again, we have the commander.
The commander.
But imagine a commander. Where do legs go on commander? What is hoof? Like this? Dumb, like meanies who don't come back.
God.
Creature.
Oh god, terrifying.
Oh, and then from Onichi, we have
the most funny instance of murder I've ever seen.
People, they're just dead
They got
now.
killed by a crab, Suisen.
They were
It was
rude.
the funniest shit.
and then from Cookout Trash
Yeah.
Yeah.
You seeing this shit, Coco? Pretty whack, right?
Bin. And then from Lesser 2020, Death Stranding featuring the great Suisam as Sui Sam.
Oh gosh.
Sweet
It's literally just his life right now.
I can't
Oh,
believe
hey.
it.
Hey, mummy, can you
There's
sing
more
low
here.
roar stuff for me? That'd really help pass the time.
I'm remembering it's just taking a second.
Can you get our
There we
Twitch
go.
channel taken
Yeah.
down?
Rest in peace, SS. Fuck Cassius.
It's pronounced
Fukoshi.
Fukasia.
And then
Yeah,
from
Raph.
Lesser 2020, Raft.
Raft.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, yeah.
And I
the
see
next-
upcoming.
there it
is.
Thank you, Chad.
Momozawa.
Fun fact, this was made before the Coco loading screen was, and I was going to use it.
Yeah.
Oh, you legend.
Mhm.
Featuring the Daisuisen.
And then from Chad, I would like to thank you all for coming to our anniversary. Fuck.
I can't free food. If J-Man did not end it on the note, I was gonna have Suisun shoot up and realize he was about to be late for the wedding or the anniversary.
Might be late now.
He gets there on a mummy.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yoko, I'm
What
sorry
do I
I'm
know what
late.
that is?
Yeah.
They'll be late too. We're all fine. Okay.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the rescue squad will find you. It's
That's
fine.
Looks like that's it of what we got, though. Thank you,
Wow.
everyone who uploaded. This
Thank
is
you all
fantastic.
so much.
Thank you all
Oh.
so much.
Oh, and with that, fan art comes to a close. And with the end of this session, we must now usher forward ourselves to the next session of Daisuisen. Hidden in the trees, there lies a single entity. One who has waited for so long. A dog in the cat's cradle, a loyal warrior, and an old friend. Next time on Daisuisen, man's oldest friend.